Chapter 1, Rage. Haku's words cut through the air, leaving Naruto stunned. You've been a great distraction, Naruto. Maybe in some other lifetime we could have been friends. But there's only one person in this world that matters to me, and I live to serve and protect him. As a tool. That is my purpose, Haku declared, pushing Naruto aside and positioning himself in the path of Kakashi's signature jutsu. In an instant, Naruto's desperate plea echoed through the air. Wait! The bridge was filled with a sickening squelch as Kakashi's jutsu pierced through Haku's chest, extinguishing the life from his once vibrant eyes. Frozen in shock, Naruto watched his first and only friend fall, betrayed by the very teacher he trusted. Zabuza, seizing the opportunity, retaliated against Kakashi, landing a devastating blow that left the seasoned Jonin wounded. Zabuza's cruel words taunted Naruto's grief as he stood over Haku's lifeless body. Even in death, a tool found its purpose, he sneered, the Kubikirabocho absorbing the blood around it, emanating an ominous red glow. Zabuza, exhausted but relentless, discarded his blood-soaked bandages. Naruto, horror-stricken, dropped to his knees beside Haku's mutilated body. The weight of loss settled heavily on him as he gently closed Haku's lifeless eyes, questioning why such cruelty befell his friend. Zabuza, indifferent to Naruto's suffering, mocked the young genin. Is this the first time you've seen someone fall in battle? Disgust dripped from his words as he berated Haku's perceived weakness. The grief-stricken Naruto, unable to comprehend the brutality, felt the surge of ominous red chakra within him. Silence enveloped Team 7 as Zabuza recounted his own gruesome past. When I was your age, I already had blood on my hands, liters of it, from dozens of kills. The man trailed off, seemingly in fond remembrance. The demon of the mist, they called me. A boy who slaughtered an entire graduating class of Miss Genin when he was only 9. The demon of the mist reveled in memories of slaughter, displaying a chilling smile. Naruto, drowning in sorrow, closed his eyes, trying to block out the haunting words, his focus solely on Haku. Thump, thump. The rhythmic beat of Naruto's heart echoed louder than Zabuza's boasts. As Zabuza hefted the blood-soaked Kubikirabocho, Kakashi prepared for the impending battle. Amidst the tension, Naruto's internal screams intensified, blaming himself for Haku's tragic end. Zabuza, dismissive of the Konoha shinobi, chuckled grimly. Until your names appear in my bingo book, you're not real shinobi in my mind. Naruto's anguish intensified as he grappled with the weight of guilt, the reality of Haku's death sinking in. Mini flashback. In the forest you see Naruto by a fire, cooking and chatting with the boy he met a few days ago. The blonde was quite excited because this is a rare occasion someone actually wanted to hang out with him. Here you go, Haku. Straight from the pot, Naruto proclaimed proudly as he handed the boy a plate that had all sorts of meats and vegetables on them. Haku looked at the food for a second before he pushed the plate away. Is it uncooked again? He asked, making Naruto hang his head low, and a small dark cloud reigned over him. Haku just shook his head in amusement. Naruto, you burned the food yesterday. How did you manage to burn the outside but inside was still raw? Naruto seemed to only hang his head lower as his depression increased. Haku then let a grin slide across his face. Let's not worry. We can always go out for food. How does that sound? Naruto looked up, meeting Haku's eyes with a deadpan. You've been running me dry. My poor Gamachan can't keep up with your appetite. He checked his frog wallet and saw cobwebs and a few coins there. He shook his head in disbelief. I'm broker than a joke, and the joke ain't funny. Haku chuckled. Well, it was your bright idea to feed anyone who asked. I mean, it's a kind gesture, but didn't you realize this would have happened? A tick mark appeared above his head. Hey, it's not my fault. Those people needed help, and I, being the super ninja I am, came to the rescue. Naruto screamed to the heavens, causing the said Haku to don a soft smile. Brash and a loudmouth, Naruto tick mark deepened, but Haku continued. But a big heart and the drive to help those in need. You truly will become strong, Naruto. People like you is what this world needs. Haku finished. Naruto's face brightened up. Never has he been acknowledged for his dream before. As the memory faded into nothingness, Naruto found himself adrift in an abyss, surrounded by darkness. The nine-tailed fox towered over him, its visage contorted in anger. A disdainful voice echoed, "What a pathetic display! You're weak and lack conviction. Let me show you what true strength is, child." The fox's chakra surged, overwhelming Naruto. Crimson eyes snapped open, as if awakening from a profound slumber. A searing warmth enveloped him, permeating muscles and bones. Nails sharpened into lethal claws, muscles swelled and relaxed, and chakra crackled like electricity through Naruto's body, heightening his reflexes beyond his age. Zabuza, not noticing the transformed Naruto, commented, "It's too bad. Your kid's got talent, but the battlefield's no place for mere children." Seeing he was ready for another fight, Kakashi ordered Naruto and his team to take the bridge builder and run, unaware of the turmoil within the blonde ninja. In a moment of despair, Naruto unwittingly opened himself to Kyuubi's influence. The malevolent fox spirit seized the opportunity, engulfing Naruto's consciousness. Kyuubi fueled Naruto's hatred, convincing him that embracing its power was the only path in this forsaken world. With every passing second, Kyuubi's grip on Naruto tightened. The line between their identities blurred, and the once optimistic Naruto became withdrawn and resentful. Whisker marks deepened, and Zabuza, sensing the escalating chakra, gripped his cleaver, ready to act on his shinobi instincts. Kakashi, alarmed by the ominous change, urgently appealed, "Naruto, you need to calm down." Naruto suddenly emitted a wave of killing intent that brought Tazuna and Sakura to their knees. Even the battle-hardened Sasuke winced at the malevolence. The pressure struck Zabuza, freezing him in place. No genin should produce this kind of murderous intent, he thought, bewildered. Amidst the chaos, Kakashi, sensing the loosening seal, raised his hands in surrender. His calm voice attempted reason, knowing the situation could escalate. "Naruto, we can find another way. Don't let hatred consume you." Frustration etched his face as he grappled with the unfolding darkness within Naruto. "Kid, you need to calm down." He was cut off when a voice full of malice echoed throughout the bridge. "No matter the era, you monkeys always find a way to disgust me." A deep, guttural voice spoke in a soft tone as he shot a murderous glare at Kakashi and the mist swordsman. His killer intent was overwhelming their senses. "Despite my father's best efforts, the one thing that stayed constant throughout the ages is death. Death is the one thing that affects all creation, the one thing we all share in common. No matter the entity or force of nature, the inevitable consequences of being in this world stays true. In the shinobi world, death is something one should be used to, but in many cases even the most idealistic person, like the fool I inhabit, can be swayed by death. Whether it's negative or positive, there's no escaping the beauty or terrifying face of death," the blonde said sagely. Kakashi narrowed his eyes, realizing the danger this represents. "Nine Tails, what happened to Naruto? Give his body back," he demanded, his lone eye spinning threateningly. He opened his palm and looked at his empty clawed hand, ignoring the angry silver hair man. "Even I, with all the power I have, can't escape death, especially with my and this whelp's soul intertwined. No one can escape death." Clenching his fist, he smiled like a madman. Kyuubi then chuckled, putting both ninja on guard. "Give back? You expect me to go back after all this trouble? Oh no, I'm finally out and I'm going to enjoy killing you both," he said with much excitement, his blood lust permeating throughout the bridge. The one thing that all these years has given Zabuza besides trauma is experience, and sensing the amount of chakra emitting from the blonde brat only lead him to one conclusion. "Well, Kakashi, it looks like we're no longer enemies. From feeling of his chakra, we can't take this monster alone. How about we team up for now, then finish what we started?" Zabuza said, swallowing his pride and readying his sword. Kakashi sighed tiredly and agreed. "Seems like we honestly don't have much of a choice. You know you'll lose and yet still march towards your death? You humans don't have a shred of intelligence, do you?" Kyuubi said mockingly. "Let's go." Both dashed to the possessed blonde boy from opposite sides. Suddenly, Naruto's clawed hand glowed red as he put his open palm to the ground. The concrete began cracking at the pressure. "Dismantle," Kyuubi uttered. Right before the duo reached him, the ground shook and half of the bridge began to collapse, causing both Jonin to lose their footing. Seeing them unbalanced, Kyuubi jumped up in the air while spinning and Taekwondo split kick both combatants away in opposite directions. Crack. Kakashi grimaced at pain of being snapped kickback. He did a couple back flips in the air gracefully before gaining his footing. He then saw Zabuza was sent flying across the bridge and landed in a loud thud. He sat there on verge of unconsciousness. Kyuubi looked towards Kakashi amused, and then an uncontrollable laughter escapes his lips, echoing through the battleground. "Finally, I can fully savor battle once again," the possessed boy said like a maniac and got into all fours. With a hardened glance, Kakashi knows he must act quickly. He got into a ready stance, eyes spinning madly preparing for battle. "If you won't listen to reason, then this is the only way to stop you," he said determinedly. "I missed sensation." He then ripped off his tattered shirt, exposing his chest. Still smiling, Kyuubi burst forward towards Kakashi in a show of speed that even Jounin would be hard-pressed to match in his fatigued state. Village hidden in leaves. Jiraiya and Hiruzen Sarutobi sat comfortably in the Hokage's tower, enjoying the view of Konoha during the day. The village was beautiful, but their thoughts were drawn to a certain 13-year-old blonde ninja named Naruto, embarking on his first mission outside the village. Hoping for a smooth mission, the Hokage trusted Kakashi's capabilities and decided against assigning ANBU to Team 7. Suddenly, the tranquility was shattered as a lion-masked ANBU barged into the office, leaving the leaders startled. "Tenzo?" Hiruzen inquired, surprised. "Something terrible is happening," Tenzo gasped, catching his breath. Urgency filled the room as he asked, "Where's the Nine-Tails container?" Hiruzen, concerned, replied, "Do you mean Naruto? Why?" "Sir, look at this," Tenzo urged, his palm glowing with the ominous kanji of two tails. Dread washed over the room as he revealed that Nine-Tails' chakra was leaking from the seal. Realizing the severity, Hiruzen exclaimed, "Damn it!" He tossed his pipe aside, quickly donned his battle armor and directed Tenzo, "Gather a squad and Inochi. Jiraiya, retrieve the former Hokage guard platoon with their knowledge of the Flying Thunder God technique. We'll teleport directly to Kakashi once everything's ready." Both nodded and vanished, leaving the Hokage tower in a state of urgency and concern for the fate of Naruto and the village. Land of Waves. The battle begins with Kyuubi making the first move. He blitzes towards Kakashi. The Jounin with his Sharingan activated, anticipated his attack and jumped over him. While in mid-air, he swung his leg downwards in an axe kick. Kyuubi, seeing the attack, counters with a roar, sending an explosive wave of chakra around him, causing a shockwave throughout the bridge. The surrounding water raged in waves as the trees in the forest cringed from the pressure. Kyuubi, grabbing some surrounding rock and threw it at the Jounin, in attempt to distract him before throwing a slew of punches and kicks. Kakashi, seeing through the trickery, weaves through the concrete debris, dodging the attacks, and tries to land a hit on Kyuubi to disrupt the chakra flow, but Naruto, still enhanced by the tailed beast power, displays increased speed and strength. He launches a barrage of shadow clones, each packing a punch like a sledgehammer. Kakashi skillfully defends and analyzes his movements. He manages to get close enough to land a powerful strike, breaking Kyuubi's concentration slightly. The cloak flickers, but the beast anger deepens at audacity of the human and uppercuts Kakashi in the gut, pushing him back. He's pained, but his determination still remains unwavering. Kyuubi smiles, "Not bad. Impressive human. This battle has been entertaining. Do you have more in you?" he said, mocking the silver-haired Jounin antics. Kakashi was kneeling on the ground, breathing heavily. "Damn it. I don't have enough chakra for a lightning blade, so I have to use the powered-down version. But can Chidori really help? No, it has to," he thought desperately. With a flurry of hand signs, ox, rabbit, monkey, dragon, rat, bird, ox, snake, dog, tiger, monkey. Lightning started buzzing around his hand. "Chidori." Kyuubi shook his head, unimpressed by the display. "You humans have no creativity, do you?" Kakashi, not responding, dashed towards his student in lightning-enhanced speed. Ready to end it all, he then thrust his hand forward. Squelch. Naruto went limp. Kakashi sighed in relief, but then suddenly he heard laughter. Kakashi's eyes widened in horror. Kyuubi was grabbing his wrist with an iron grip, smiling like a madman. The grip tightened. He winced in pain as Kyuubi chuckled softly. You monkeys with your ninjutsu are truly pathetic. Using hand signs that generate your chakra to spew out ninjutsu. How primitive and small-minded. Let me show you the true way of ninshu. Kyuubi said, closing his eyes. Black markings formed around his face and torso as he became one with nature. Suddenly a wave of chakra put Kakashi on edge as it surpassed anything he felt before. Kyuubi opened his eyes and converting all his tenketsu nodes at once. Fuga, open, Kyuubi muttered, opening his chakra nodes, and suddenly lightning sparked into life and crackled around him in a flurry of light. The purple light bends to his will, flowing like water. Kakashi saw the lightning leave his hand. He then became mesmerized by the mastery of the element. He shuddered in slight fear at the threat if Naruto realized his full potential. How did yo, rrrrggggg? Kakashi was cut off abruptly, as he was completely shocked by the lightning. He then fell to one knee. He looked up to a smiling, possessed Naruto. With ninshu, I can wield the natural chakra around us. Why waste time on the battlefield weaving signs and wasting energy within you when I have endless of energy around me? You're done, human, Kyuubi said. His clawed hand glowed once again and he cut Kakashi down, leaving nasty gashes across his chest. Kakashi, on the ground, barely conscious, looked up in fear, then screamed in pain as Kyuubi stole his Sharingan. Kyuubi then took out his own eye and implanted the Kakashi's eye. He then smiled and put his hands in a prayer-like motion as the enormous of chakra chorused throughout the bridge. Kakashi looked up weakly. What are you doing? Kyuubi smiled as his Mangekyo Sharingan spun into life. About 2 centuries ago, I battled a man that was half Uzumaki and Uchiha. He wasn't very strong, but his visual prowess was annoying. Kakashi had a bad feeling in the pit of his stomach. Are you saying Naruto is related to this man? Kyuubi shook his head in the negative. No, he's unfortunately not. But tell me, what do you get when you have a Uzumaki that bends reality with Fuinjutsu and a Uchiha that can bend reality with their eyes? He said as he cut his palm and made a whirlpool seal below his feet. The seal and his Mangekyo Sharingan glowed simultaneously in an ominous red light. You get the Izanagi. The ground began rumbling violently and then suddenly stopped. Kyuubi smiled at the success of the jutsu he casted. There was no way he'll lose now. What did you do? Kakashi asked, on the verge of unconsciousness. Kyuubi smiled sinisterly. Sharingan still blazing with power. Nothing as of now since there's a delay, but that doesn't matter since I'm going to end you, he said as lightning crackled around his hand murderously. He went for the kill. Clang. The Kubikirabocho slammed hard on the hand that pulsated power. He tried to push harder to split him in half but couldn't. Kyuubi's attention turned to Zabuza once again and became even more amused. Canceling his jutsu, he stood face to face with the Exumbu smiling. Are you going to step aside? Or not? Don't you forget, brat. That's my prey to kill, Zabuza uttered harshly. Amusing, you must be a comedian, Zabuza. I would have indulged you with a fight afterwards, but since you're so eager to die, I'll kill you first since my jailer was so gracious enough to bestow me my freedom, Kyuubi said, smiling at the prospect of killing one of the 7 swordsmen. His vessel wanted to kill this man, so he'll indulged him for now. Zabuza's eyes narrowed. Just because you took down that weakling? You think that means you can kill me? Foolish, he exclaimed, upset this monster would disrespect his pride. Kyuubi became even more amused. We'll see then. Both jumped in opposite directions. He smiled then demonically. His razor-sharp teeth shone. I'm going to enjoy killing you, human, he said manically. Suddenly the floor cracked below him, and chakra exploded as the possessed boy burst forward toward Zabuza in a show of raw speed once again. Only instincts born of countless battles saved Zabuza as death soared toward him. A hasty duck and a thrust of Kubikirabocho put the massive blade in the path of the monster's claws, and Zabuza's brown eyes watched in shock as the tempered steel was carved into, the sound of metal cracking and scraping sending shivers down his spine. He didn't know what the fuck is happening with the blonde kid, but he knew that he had to make space fast. Kyuubi, however, wasn't about to let that happen. Smiling, he uttered a jutsu without weaving a sign, proving his mastery after centuries of experience. Cleave, spider web. Clawed swipes that resembled webs tore through the air at Zabuza, the former Jonin using all of his speed and reflexes just to avoid being split in two. He wasn't fast enough though, and Naruto's claws met vulnerable flesh with a sickening tear as Zabuza's pain sensors overrode his pride. The demon of the mist screamed in agony. The pain ignited his reflexes, however, and the former NBU leapt away from Naruto with speed born of desperation, blood dripping from 4 gashes in his chest. Kyuubi smiled at the man's pain. Damn, you're resilient. Color me impressed, demon of the mist. Come show me more. He shifted into a crouch and in an instant he was gone from sight. Zabuza, though, was far more ready for round 3 though. The visible power surrounding the monster gave away his position long before Zabuza actually saw him. Muscle screamed as Zabuza pushed his body more than ever had before, Kubikurabocho flat edge swinging in a wide arc that impacted the charging monster with a hard thump and a crack, indicating that he shattered his ribs. The possessed blonde landed heavily on his back and stayed there for less than a moment, springing back to his feet from his hands. The blow to his chest had done more than just hurt. The extreme pain caused Naruto's consciousness to fall further in the abyss. Kyuubi began laughing like a madman at the damage he suffered. This taste of blood, this pain in my chest. I'm truly blessed to be free. He smiled like a maniac. Ha ha he heya. Finally, after so long, I feel something. He screamed like a madman, ecstatic over being temporarily free, but then slowly became serious. The whole universe seemed to grind to a halt for a moment as the two shinobi locked eyes. No words were spoken after that, but then none were needed. Kyuubi blasted towards the former Umbu, but this time with speed, reflexes and reaction time beyond this current Zabuza's comprehension, and certainly beyond what the monster had been capable of before. A quick pivot on his hands and a thrust kick upwards, shooting the demon of the mist skyward as his blow landed on the underside of Zabuza's chin. Kyuubi went down on all fours once more, before disappearing in a burst of red chakra. Then suddenly he appeared above him. Zabuza's eyes widened for a fraction before the fatal blow landed. The demonic chakra-infused punch slammed into the ex-Mist-Nin face, the required speed and power almost unreachable by normal ninja, but he was no normal ninja when under the influence of the Kyuubi's chakra. Chakra exploded into a surrounding area as the possessed boy dug his fist into Zabuza's skull in midair as gravity went to work. The two combatants were an indistinguishable blur to any observing eyes as they fell. He roared. Boom! Chakra exploded outward as Zabuza's head met the concrete, liquefying flesh, bone, and brain matter while simultaneously providing Naruto with a cushion. The impact was felt by everyone on the bridge as the two shinobi came back down to earth with an almighty crash. Dust was sent skyward and the force channeled by the supports rippled across the area, knocking Kakashi prone body, Sasuke, Sakura, and Tazuna to their back as 20-foot radial fractures spread from the point of impact. Kyuubi wordlessly hopped off the now headless Zabuza without ceremony, red chakra still racing around and across his body as he silently regarded the corpse. The genin was silent as his red eyes rose to meet those of his teammates. He smiled like a wild animal, still under the influence, and he was going to pounce towards them until the smell of fear hit the beast before the sound of clapping made itself known. The boy turned slowly to regard a small horde of mercenaries, a stubby man in a business suit at the head. It was unmistakably Gato. Well, the man began, his voice surprisingly steady as he strode forward with a swagger that belied his fear. Fear that Kyuubi could smell. I had brought all these nice men with me today in order to deal with Zabuza, but you seem to have done me a favor, boy. Thank you. The short man laughed at the irony of the situation. I never intend to pay any of the shinobi I hire, you see. They cost far too much. I let them do their work, tire themselves out, and then kill them off with numbers. It's a nice little operation I use. The man smirked viciously as he stepped over Zabuza's blade. Disgust rippled through the beast despite his detachment from his feelings. It was a testament to how much he hated this man that he could actually feel it through the pleasant yet painful haze of the Kyuubi's chakra. Gato would die this day, he just didn't know it yet. Gato was all the rage-fueled boy managed to grade out. He got the name based off his vessel memories. It seemed to please the man, though the guttural growl by which it had been delivered seemed to unnerve the man. "Indeed I am, boy," the stumpy man said. "I'd ask for your name, but I'm not all that interested in dead people." The thugs behind him laughed menacingly, brandishing their assorted weapons in what they thought was a threatening manner. Kyuubi was far from impressed as he began a slow march forward. That only seemed to amuse the man further, though the smell of fear wafting off the man increased. "Look at this one, men," Gato crowed as the assorted thugs laughed at Naruto's stupidity. "Don't try to be a hero, kid. It'll only hurt before you die." Naruto said nothing as he continued his march, nearing the assembled group with palpable murder in his eyes. A kunai found itself in his hand and began spinning around his finger. He smiled demonically. Gato had stopped laughing as the genin got ever closer, taking a step back in apprehension as the boy refused to stop. He was an instant away from ordering his men to attack the crazy kid, but he never got the chance. Naruto's kunai was buried to the hilt in the chest of the thug standing directly behind Gato, having passed through the shipping magnate's exposed throat like a hot knife through butter. The stumpy man dropped to his knees as if in shock, blood spilling from the gaping wound like water from a broken canteen. Naruto paid him little mind as he shoved him aside, now at a full sprint, reaching down to snatch Zabuza's cleaver from its resting place on the bridge. Neither the balance point nor the weight registered in his mind. All the boy cared about was cutting down anything that crossed his path. Corrosive chakra crackled madly as it rippled down Kubikirabocho, and he turned his body so that the assembled thugs could see his back. Coiling and uncoiling like a spring, Naruto hurled the massive decapitating knife at the crowd of mercenaries at speeds almost too fast to track. The sword, spinning like a shuriken, passed through the first man unlucky enough to be in its path as easily as if he were made of water, but it didn't stop there. Living up to its name, it cleaved through 3 more men before it escaped the 4 lines the thugs had formed at the entrance to the bridge, finally coming to a stop as it hit the ground, its momentum spent. Blood spilled from the halves of the victims like water from a broken canteen. One poor soul had been unfortunate enough to be close to the spinning blade's path, but not close enough to have been granted the mercy of death. His arm lay on the ground, neatly sliced off above the elbow as blood flowed from the wound. Another lay dead on the concrete, having had his chest tagged with disruptive chakra that splayed off the blade in rivulets. The living man's screams drew the rest of the assembled thugs' attention from the dead bodies as they turned as one to watch in morbid fascination as the man, formerly a samurai, quickly bled out. Kyuubi paid no such attention. Bursting forth, the he left cracks in the concrete as latent chakra was forced into the bridge from Kyuubi's speed. A blurring after image of the blonde was left in his place. So great was his chakra-enhanced speed as he hurtled toward the small army. A spinning back fist shattered the skull of one mercenary. An improvised punch that sent claws forward instead of knuckles claimed the life of the next. Vulnerable flesh was rent effortlessly as Naruto literally ripped the throat out of one man unlucky enough to be in his path. It took a total of 6 seconds and 9 dead men to capture the full attention of the assembled mercenaries. Weapons were drawn hastily, hefted in front of them as an impotent defense against the miniature monster in front of them, poised to slaughter them all on a whim. He had stopped, however, directly above the still sputtering and paralyzed Gato. A kunai slipped into his hand from his hip pouch and began to spin around one of his fingers. It had a hypnotic effect on the small army, as the eyes of every man on the bridge was drawn to the small, spinning knife. They all knew what was about to happen, were powerless to stop it, and couldn't look away even if they had wanted to. Without ceremony, without warning, he buried the kunai hilt deep in Gato's back, blood spurting forth from the wound in rivulets as the blade severed the aorta savagely. It was withdrawn just a brutally, red life water covering it and dripping down to the now liberally stained concrete. The kunai broke now. His clawed hands started swiping once more, flecks of blood flying off in all directions, most landing on the right side of Naruto's face. Blood dripped off the boy's claws and splashed to the concrete, the soft noise all the more deafening in the silence of the bridge. That was all it took for the dam to break. All it took was a single man to turn and flee, before all the rest got the idea that they had a much better chance of surviving if they weren't anywhere near the blonde ninja-turned-monster. Most of the men sprinted back toward the forested land that was fire country, while a few others dove off the bridge and into the water in their attempt to escape. He stood silently throughout the whole process, watching with a dispassionate eye as many men tripped over themselves in their haste. The fox's chakra was slowly leaving his chakra coils, the process seemingly instinctive despite Naruto not having any experience with it. Without boosting his system beyond human capabilities, Naruto once more felt every little ache and pain in his body. He ignored them, however, in favor of watching the crashing waves that gave this country its name. His mental faculties starting returned to full strength, finally. To think, he had thought of this country as beautiful just earlier this day, as someplace that he would love to return to. Now it would only be a memory, a blood-stained memory filled with sorrow, self-loathing for all that he had done, and pain. He knew right then that he would never return here. Naruto himself turned, numbly, after several long moments that seemed to last an eternity and an instant all at once. Getting out the trance, he picked up Zabuza's sword and began moving back to his still shell-shocked teammates, red eyes flicking back and forth to blue as the Kyuubi's chakra started slowly leaving his system. The terrified eyes of Sakura and Sasuke watched silently as Uzumaki Naruto trudged towards them with murder in his eyes, until Kakashi stepped up, but still heavily wounded and fatigued, but Naruto was in no better shape. Naruto, using the sword as a crutch, snarled at the silver hair man. "You killed him," he grated breathlessly. Kakashi shook his head in disbelief. "This is actually happening. Naruto, you don't understand. He killed himself, but you're too blinded by your anger to see reason. Let's stop this fighting. There's been enough bloodshed." The blonde snarled as a bit more of the Nine Tails power started to envelop his body. And with much pain, a single tail of chakra surrounded him, and he heaved the Kubikirabocho that was substantially bigger than him. His corrosive power caused the sword to hum ominously. Kakashi sighed, then took out a kunai and coated it with lightning. Would release. Smothering binding technique. Before the two combatants can engage with binding the blonde warrior, it wrapped around his neck and chest, completely absorbing any poisonous chakra. Naruto's eyes turned a dull blue and fell to his knees. His breathing became even more ragged. He looked down his bindings and saw explosive tags surrounding him. His eyes came heavy as he shuddered with emotion for a moment, before going limp, exhaustion finally taking hold of him. "Looks like I came in just in time," Hiruzen said solemnly as he saw Tenzo holding the snake sign, completing the jutsu. Hiruzen, Jiraiya, Inochi, Tenzo, and a squad of Umbu appeared in a flash. Kakashi sighed in relief once again. "Yeah. Thanks, Hokage-sama. What a shit show this is going to be when we get back home." He looked down towards his unconscious student and dead boy that started all this. "What a waste," Kakashi said solemnly. Sasuke looked at his teacher in disbelief when hearing that. Waste? Is that all he can say? He sees that his teacher is filled with a sensation of sympathy and respect, but it is not comfortable in the slightest. Here was someone who had failed to protect his loved one, his precious person, which invigorates his path to power even more. He's sure Kakashi has killed many times in the past, many despicable men and women who committed crimes against people for enjoyment. "I hope you have better on the other side." Kakashi respectfully arranges Haku's body so that he didn't look like just some other casualty. Sasuke sees himself in Naruto. He stares down at the corpse that Naruto defended with unimaginable animalistic vigor. He sees that this Naruto was hurting so much that he essentially threw away his life after losing his friend. The intense love he felt for his friend turned to stronger hatred. Is this what he would become? Would he throw away his life for the sake of taking another? Should he learn to preserve himself instead, and preserve the Uchiha clan through other means? It is a conflicting conundrum. He begins to see defeating Itachi as a means to an end instead of his goal, his purpose. For as long as that man lives, any legacy he may try to rebirth through the ashes of his clan would be at risk. Itachi must die. Not because he slighted Sasuke, but for his duty to protect the future of the Uchiha clan. Sakura doesn't step even a foot away from Kakashi. She hugs her sensei, finally breaks down after this nightmare mission has traumatized her. Suddenly, the blonde eyes open and Kyubi began laughing through a broken body and bloody mouth. "No matter what you do, I already won," he said, closing his eyes into unconsciousness. The Hokage sighed tiredly. "Inochi erased the memories of Sakura and Tazuna. Go before I regret my decision," Hiruzen said towards the clan head, who quickly bolted towards them. He closed his eyes and hardened his resolve when he heard the girl and old man cry for mercy. Hiruzen approached the Uchiha. "The only reason I don't erase your memories because of your visual prowess, but this is not to be spoken about. If you do, I'll end you. Understand?" Sasuke shakily nodded in fear and walked away. He then approached the unconscious form of Naruto and picked him up.
"I'm sorry, Naruto," Hiruzen whispered.
"What about the eye?" Jiraiya asked. "Give it back to Kakashi. Cut his right eye so it can be more convincing when he wakes up," Hiruzen said, and Jiraiya nodded, destroying everything evidence of what happened. Village hidden in leaves. "We was almost too late," Jiraiya said, looking out the window at the hospital. Hiruzen simply sighed as his attention fell towards Naruto, who was peacefully sleeping in the hospital bed. "What are you going to do now, sensei?" Jiraiya asked, looking towards his teacher. "The only thing I can do," Hiruzen sighed as he looked towards the Hokage monument, more specifically towards Minato's face. "I am going to seal his memories away," Hiruzen said, and Jiraiya was shocked. "Isn't that going overboard?" "The kid can still see the light," Jiraiya advised, and Hiruzen chuckled sadly. "No, he won't," Hiruzen said and stopped Jiraiya from talking. "Did you see the look on his face yesterday? The hate? I have only seen that look on another person. A long time ago," Hiruzen said, looking at the sky. "There is no going back," Hiruzen said, and Jiraiya sighed. "I'm going to seal away his memories about Wave, specifically the ending, and the memory of the Nine Tails. In essence, his Yin chakra," Hiruzen said, and Jiraiya was shocked. "You will seal the Yin chakra as well?" Jiraiya asked in disbelief. "If you seal his Yin evil chakra, you will cut his potential drastically and make him a kind and forgiving fool in a world of death," Jiraiya warned. "There is no other choice," Hiruzen said, approaching Naruto. "Loyalty to the village above all, right?" Naruto asked as Hiruzen stopped his progress to look at Naruto's face filled with no emotions. He's just tired at this point. "I'm sorry, Naruto-kun," Hiruzen whispered loud enough for Naruto to hear. "Spare me," Naruto snorted. "I don't care anymore. The seal will break eventually, and when it does, I will show you something truly interesting," Naruto said, smiling darkly with a tinge of red that threatened to spread to his eyes, even with chakra blockers applied to his body. "It's for the greater good," Hiruzen sighed as he placed his hand on Naruto's forehead, just above his eyes. "Fuinjutsu. Yin lock," Hiruzen whispered as a small seal appeared in his forehead before disappearing. Naruto stirred as Hiruzen stepped away. "What's up, Gramps?" Naruto cheered, back to his old self, and Hiruzen smiled with a heavy heart. He flinched in pain, gripping his right eye. "Arg! Damn it, what happened to my eye, old man? Feels like someone ripped it out," the blonde said, not even understanding the irony of that statement. Hiruzen's smile slightly faltered, but Naruto didn't see. "It's a long story." Naruto's mindscape. Deep inside Naruto's mindscape, inside the Kyuubi's cage, a figure suddenly shimmered into existence. This figure looked exactly like Naruto with the exception of his glowing blood-red eyes. He was the yang part of Naruto, his darker side, so to speak. "I never expected to have long-term company in here," the Kyuubi said as he opened a single eyes to gaze upon Naruto's form. "So that's the seal," he thought with a detached sort of wonder. Without warning, crimson eyes 50 feet above Naruto's own opened. The pupils focused on Naruto's own with uncanny clarity, menace and hatred beyond the scope of his imagination held within the twin orbs. Then, somehow, the murderous intent became even more pronounced, thicker and heavier. Naruto just barely kept himself standing, though he did sink into the water. He was suffocating. Hands rose to his throat by their own accord, trying to find something to unlatch to allow oxygen into his system. That wasn't the problem, though. There wasn't something coiled around his windpipe, restricting his access to air no matter how much he tried to breathe. Nothing was wrapped around his chest, crushing his ribs and lungs. He just couldn't breathe. His lungs wouldn't expand. His diaphragm wouldn't move. His own mouth would barely work to try to force air down his throat. Just as he was about to lose the battle and fall, the pressure disappeared. It didn't recede or slowly reduce itself. It simply vanished as if it had never been there in the first place. Naruto took gulps of air with all the vigor of a starving man given a feast to eat. His mind, however, was focused entirely on the monster looming in front of him. Unknowingly, unconsciously, his respect for the yondaime shot up even more to godlike levels. How did he fight such a beast? Naruto wondered, in awe of the man who had not only fought the Biju, but defeated it. Suddenly, the idea of the yondaime being acknowledged as the greatest shinobi in the history of the world wasn't so far-fetched. That, though, mattered little at present. I would like nothing more than to devour you whole, boy, but that would defeat the purpose of this little chat. The Kyuubi spoke in a deep, gravelly, unyielding voice that brooked no argument. Kyuubi, was Naruto's whispered response. Internally, the genin cursed the waver of obvious fear in his voice, but he was powerless to stop it. It was an instinctive, primal fear that asserted itself when faced with a being so obviously more powerful than he was. A wave of hot air smacked him in the face, and Naruto realized belatedly that the fox had just exhaled. Yes, boy. I suppose I should be pleased that you at least know that much. I had expected little from a human who had managed to turn his mindscape into a sewer, the fox said with an audible note of sarcasm. Naruto felt vaguely insulted, but conceded the point. There wasn't much he could do to refute it in any event. He was standing in a sewer. So, he began, his voice made steady through a force of will he hadn't known he possessed. What do you want? Another blast of air hit him square in the face. What do I want, brat? The beast asked, seemingly askance that Naruto would ask such a question. What I want is to devour you where you stand. What I want is to break free from this prison and finish what I started in that pitiful village you call home. To set that hovel aflame with my power. Devour each and every one of those fools who celebrated my so-called death. Destroy every monument to your precious yondaime. And find and torture the monkey who calls himself Uchiha Madara for the rest of eternity. Naruto was growing steadily more horrified with each passing word. His ability to breathe leaving him once more as the massive killing intent returned bit by bit, choking him all the while. And once more it evaporated as if it had never been present. Unfortunately, boy, the beast said, its rant finished. That is impossible at present. The huge eyes snapped to Naruto's form once more. Unless, of course, you would be so kind as to remove that slip of paper. The phrase was said mockingly. The fox knew full well that Naruto would do no such thing. Not after that last declaration. Still, Naruto shook his head. A deep rumbling that shook the very ground Naruto stood upon reverberated throughout the sewer that was Naruto's mindscape. It took a moment for Naruto to realize the Kyuubi was laughing. It wasn't a pleasant sound. I thought not. Red eyes bored into Naruto, making him fidget as fear took hold even without the monstrous killing intent. He was nothing to this being, and he knew it. Almost unconsciously, he brought his meager chakra to bear in a preemptive attempt to stave off what little of the fox's chakra he could. The fox, however, simply ignored the life energy, not bothering to deign it with a response of every kind. It didn't even bother to mock Naruto. You asked me what I want, boy, and I told you. What you're here for is something different. The Kyuubi spoke. It had Naruto's attention. I wish to deal. Naruto's eyebrows threatened to take flight. Deal? He asked incredulously, working up some nerve to actually talk back to the monster in front of him. Do you think I'm a fool? He hadn't been privy to many folk tales as a child, but he knew better than to strike a deal with a being that might as well be the devil. That nerve promptly disappeared when the beast narrowed its eyes, though the killing intent didn't return. You would be a fool not to, boy. You have seen and experienced firsthand what my power is capable of. The fox growled. My chakra allowed you to reach a level of power you thought unimaginable. My power allowed for you to kill men against whom your meager skills would have left you dead. Naruto shook his head quickly. Despite the truth in the words, truth he had been forced to acknowledge even as he had killed Zabuza with ease, he wasn't about to make a deal with the Nine Tails. I don't want your power, Kyuubi. The rumbling laughter returned. Don't you, brat? I have been privy to your innermost thoughts since you were old enough to have them. Power is all you desire in this world. Boy, the power to crush all of your enemies and leave them dead at your feet. The fox bared its teeth in a grotesque imitation of a grin. The power to surpass all that stands before you. Naruto looked to his feet. He knew the fox was right. I offer you all the power you would need and more. Power beyond what you had previously thought capable would be at your disposal. The very ability to crush those who would see you dead would be at your very fingertips. The Kyuubi said, its gravelly voice pouring golden honey into Naruto's ears. Naruto's eyes clouded with doubt. There was little to refute the beast's claims, for Naruto indeed had been witness to the very power the beast spoke of. Having a source of chakra that would never run dry and which could boost his own abilities beyond anything humanly possible certainly wasn't a bad thing, especially given the very people who Naruto sought to destroy were so far beyond him. It would be like the ultimate trump card. With that in mind, he accepted. After we're out, we need to kill a man by the name of Uchiha Madara. Naruto startled at the name, though it had been mentioned once before. The fox nodded. Yes, you've heard of him. That monkey unfortunately isn't dead. He's the reason we're in this situation. He killed the woman that birthed you. Naruto's eyes widened in shock, but the Kyuubi continued. As much as I hate the wretched Uzumaki clan, I hate him more and want him dead, boy, and painfully so. Since I cannot do this from my current lodgings, the task falls to you. It shouldn't present much of a problem, as by your reaction we're already planning to kill him. Anger, rage, despair coursed through Naruto's mind. He opened his mouth, a question on the tip of his tongue. The fox interrupted once more. Information about that man will be revealed to you in due time, though there is little you need to know about him other than his rule over a group of humans who called themselves Uchiha, and that his chakra was more sinister than even my own. The Kyuubi shook its head. My relationship with that man is not to be questioned. Is that clear? Naruto kept his silence as he pondered the deal. Of course the sentiment was clear. He didn't question the Kyuubi's hatred of Madara. He was a dead man, he just didn't know it. But to gain the ire of this beast, Naruto didn't want to think about the kind of power at the man's disposal. The beast was impatient, it seemed. It was a good deal, almost too good. It wasn't about to stop him though, and the fox had said itself that it didn't want Naruto dead. There was no drawback to that. Still, there was one sticking point. With your power, I want to make sure that my mind isn't overshadowed like it was at first on the bridge. I need to be in control of my own body. I want to make sure when I cut that bastard down I get to look in his eyes while doing it, he said firmly. The fox hesitated for a moment, but nodded its head in acceptance. Agreed, boy. Do we have a deal? Naruto took a deep breath, thinking about his family. Resolve hardened to determination in Naruto's mind, and a single nod happened almost of its own accord. We have a deal. But Kyuubi, who's my parents? The Kyuubi simply nodded. Deep within the mind of the Biju, hidden from Naruto by a force of will sharpened over a millennia, the fox smiled. Heh, I guess it wouldn't hurt to tell you, your mother a princess hailed from the great Uzumaki clan, from the village of whirlpools, and my former host, Kushina Uzumaki. Then the fox sneered. Your father who put you through this hell. This torment is the infamous fourth Hokage. Naruto's eyes widened then darkened. Quietness ensued for hours until he broke the silence once more. What does Uzumaki chakra feels like? My mother, for example. The Kyuubi large red. I looked down on the blonde. The Uzumaki was known for their red hair, dense chakra, and exuberant personality. Their red hair is a sign of their vitality. But since you're only half, that skipped you. It was said their elite warriors even rivaled the Sanbai in terms of chakra. Such is the case of the kids blessed with the sage blood. The fox explained as he showed him memories of the Uzumaki of the past. Naruto's eyes slightly widened, catching that tidbit of new information. Who or what is the Sanbai? And sage children? The Kyuubi closed its eyes and spoke. The Ichibi, Nibi, Sanbai, Yanbi, Gobi, Rokubi, Shichibi, Hachibi, and me the Kyuubi, each tail beast represented by their tails. The Sanbai is the three tails, all siblings living the same fate. But as far as the sage, I'm not speaking no further about that until you prove you are worthy for such information. Naruto understands. He shook his head and donned a sad smile. I'm sorry of what humans put you guys through. Imprisonment for the sake of power is horrible, but hopefully in the future, we can both conquer our hatred towards the world. The Kyuubi eyes widened at those words. Haven't heard such words for a long time, and he watched Naruto heading away. He seen an outline of his father's back. If a father, is he the one? Is this a sign? He thought, stunned. Naruto turned around slightly, still smiling. I'm going to train even harder now, and we're going to get stronger together, so we can hope to conquer our hatred towards this world. Who knows, you may be part of this revolution. Humph. Either way, the seal will break eventually, Kyuubi simply replied, as Naruto leaned to the wall far with his arms crossed and his eyes closed. And until then? Naruto asked, having calmed down due to Kyuubi's influence. We will plan while trapped here, Kyuubi replied simply. I just only hope my young part keeps my body in good shape, Naruto said with contempt in his voice. Chapter 2. When Roles Reverse. After the events of the Wave Arc, Sasuke Uchiha found himself at a crossroads in his life. He had witnessed Naruto's unwavering rage to avenge his friend, even at the risk of his own life. It left a profound impact on Sasuke, causing him to question his pursuit of revenge against his brother, Itachi. He's still dead set on killing him, but Sasuke realizes he doesn't want to become a monster in the process. Still, the death of the clan burdens his sleep. One evening, as the sun set over the Hidden Leaf Village, Sasuke approached Naruto, who was sitting silently over the Hokage monument. Hey, idiot, he began, using his usual nickname for Naruto. The blonde turned around, his lone blue eye donning a confusing look. What are you doing here? Be careful, I don't want your fangirls to be upset about the almighty Uchiha princess hanging out with a lowly genin like me, the blonde said sarcastically. Sasuke's eyes twitched at the disrespect but chose to ignore it. He sighed heavily. I've been thinking, maybe there's more to life than just vengeance. I want more for myself in the long run, he said quietly, but the blonde still picked up on it. Naruto looked surprised but curious. What are you getting at, Sasuke? Sasuke hesitated for a moment before continuing. I want to get stronger, not just for revenge, but to protect the people I care about, the future I think about. I want to be a better ninja, and I think you can help me with that. We can help each other improve. Naruto grinned ear to ear. You got it, Sasuke. I'll train with you anytime. Not really understanding the situation, but is happy to finally have someone to hang with. Sasuke donned a small smile at the simplistic way of thinking his teammates have. He wished to one day be like that, just carefree, living happily in peace. From that day on, Naruto and Sasuke started training together. They pushed each other to their limits, sparring and honing their skills. After a while, Naruto learned his elemental jutsu as wind, furthering their connection with collaboration jutsu, turning a normal C-rank jutsu to a whopping A-rank jutsu while working together. Their competitive spirits fueled their progress, but beneath it all, a genuine friendship was blossoming. Sakura and Kakashi noticed the change in Sasuke's demeanor. He smiled more, and he no longer isolated himself from the team. It was as if a weight had been lifted off his shoulders. As months passed, Naruto and Sasuke's bond grew stronger. They developed a friendly rivalry, constantly striving to outdo each other. Whether it was mastering new jutsu or improving their teamwork, they pushed the boundaries of their abilities. Sasuke found himself not only seeing Naruto as a teammate but as a brother. He realized that Naruto's unwavering support and friendship were more valuable than any revenge he could seek. Their journey was not without challenges. They faced formidable opponents, including rogue ninjas in C-rank missions. But Naruto and Sasuke's combined strength and trust in each other allowed them to overcome every obstacle. Their progress did not go unnoticed by the village. The Hokage himself acknowledged their growth, proud of the young ninjas they were becoming. They were soon invited to the upcoming Chunin exams. Sasuke and Sakura were waiting for Naruto at the academy entrance. Sasuke had no doubt that Naruto would show up, but Sakura was the one he had thought would never show up for the Chunin exams. The girl is simply weak. Yesterday she did not seem too sure of herself that she would enter. It did not take long for Naruto to appear. "What's up, you guys?" Naruto greeted in his usual exuberance, donning a ear-to-ear foxy smile. Sasuke smiled challengingly. "I didn't think you'll actually come, loser." A tick mark appeared on the blonde's head. "Gore. Sasuke. Just you wait. When these exams start, I'll shove my foot so far up your ass that every time you brush your teeth, you'll shine my shoes." Sakura eyebrows twitched and she punched Naruto on top of his head. The two teammates started bickering while Sasuke shook his head. The Uchiha sighed. "Okay guys, let's go inside," he said, turning around to face the academy doors. Both his teammates followed him behind. The academy was full of activities. Sasuke was just not interested in anything, though he just wanted to get over with it. The only person that interested him was the Sand Ninja. The others would just be annoyances that talked more than necessary. The team walked inside the academy, ignoring everything else that was taking place. They wanted to get to the room they were told to by their sensei. It was of no benefit to them to get into other people's business. They were stopped when a green blur appeared in front of them. The boy in front of them wore a green jumpsuit. His forehead protector was worn as a belt on his waist, and black shinobi sandals. He had thick eyebrows and shiny black hair. He looked at the boys, then at Sakura. He smiled at her and gave her a thumbs up. "You must be Haruno Sakura. I am Rock Lee." He introduced himself to the pink-haired girl. Then he blushed slightly. "Will you go out with me? I will protect you with my life," he said, begging the pink girl for love. Sakura was quick to speak. The boy was lame. His jumpsuit, hair, and everything about just seemed wrong. "And no," she said. "What a creep, doesn't he know I belong to Sasuke-kun," she thought to herself. Sasuke seemed disappointed at her answer. He had hoped that the girl would accept Lee's proposition and leave him the heck alone, but seems that it was not to be. Lee seemed disappointed at the rejected and brightened up slightly. He looked straight at Sasuke's eyes. "Yossshh Uchiha Sasuke. We meet at last. I challenge you to a duel. Let's test our flames of youth," he screamed, drastically changing his voice tone from uttering his rival name. Sasuke smiled. "Lee, as much I love a good fight, I have no interest in taking part of a pointless battle. But when the exams start, be ready." If he was still power-hungry, bent on revenge, he would have accepted, but since he's taken a new path. One day he'll thank Naruto for that. Lee started to shed tears. "So sniff, honorable sniffeth. You'll." "Yes, I shall bask in the flames of youth and show you my full power in the exams," he exclaimed, rushing off. A flame trail left behind him, leaving Team 7 stupefied. After that debacle, Team 7 walked towards room 301 in silence. They reached the doors and were stopped from opening the door when Kakashi appeared between them and the door. Kakashi's eye smile was in place, as well as his orange book, Make Out Paradise. "Joe." "Kakashi-sensei, what are you doing here?" Sakura asked, looking at her sensei. Kakashi was a little surprised that Sakura had decided to enter the exams. He looked at Sasuke. Sasuke was the reason the girl entered the exams. If Sasuke was not in her team, she would never have entered the exams. With the look he saw on her face yesterday, it was truly a surprise that she decided to come. "I should not be surprised," he thought to himself. There was really nothing that Sakura would not do for Sasuke. He sighed and closed his book. "I'm glad that you all decided to take part in the exams. But to be honest with you, the Chunin selection exams can only be taken by a team of 3. For example, if Sakura had decided against taking part in the exams, Naruto and Sasuke wouldn't have been eligible to take part in the exams." Sakura felt relieved that she had decided to take part in the exams, or she would surely have disappointed Sasuke. She had no doubt that Naruto was going to participate, but that would not have mattered had she decided against participating in the exams. Sasuke would have been upset with her had she stood in the way of him taking part in the exams. She looked at her sensei. "Why did not you tell us that yesterday?" "I wanted everyone to participate on their own choices, not because they were forced to. If you had decided not to take part in the exam, Sasuke would have forced you to enter," he replied, earning a nod from Sakura. She knew it too well. Sasuke would have forced her to enter the exams. She was not sure how Naruto would react if she had chosen not to enter, but thinking of it, Naruto might have not cared either way. The dummy would have probably forgot about it. Sakura, don't allow yourself to be a burden to your teammates, Kakashi said firmly, interrupting her thought process. Sakura nodded. She looked to the ground in shame. She had always needed to her teammates to carry her. He then looked at Sasuke, and Sasuke, make sure everything stays on course. If anything changes, you immediately let me or the Hokage know, he said, handing him a scroll, giving his student a knowing look. The Uchiha nodded. He definitely didn't need Naruto going crazy during the exams. Well then, good luck, Kakashi said as he disappeared in swirl of leaves. Even though Sakura was weak, he was not a bit worried about her, for he knew that her teammates would look out for her. Naruto stepped forward and opened the door. He smiled. All right, you guys, let's kick some ass. His teammates followed him as he entered room 301. The moment they entered the room, they were greeted by killing intents from different directions. Sasuke shrugged it off, even though it made him a bit uncomfortable. He had come across killing intents that made him want to kill himself, so this was nothing. Sakura held her hands together. She was a bit scared now because the killing intents were too much for her. The only person that had an abnormal reaction was Naruto. He was staring at a red hair girl like he's seen a ghost. His forehead began burning and was confused why he has the feeling that he knows her some way. Karen doesn't even know how to use killing intent, but sure as hell sense someone looking at her. She looked around to see a strange boy staring back at her with wide, surprised eyes. His chakra is so bright, so warm, so welcoming. How can a shinobi be so pure? It feels abnormal. She became suspicious and felt his chakra more thoroughly and widened her eyes in terror. What is that? It's so dark. I can feel the wrath. The bloodlust. It's like evil itself, she thought in terror. Before she can examine the monster before her, a huge plume of smoke erupts at the front of the room. A giant scarred guy and a number of other ranked Konoha shinobi stand at the ready behind him. The scarred guy puts a hand on Naruto's shoulder, and in an instant, the pain from his forehead vanishes. Naruto breathes a sigh of relief. All right, stop talking. Let's begin the exams. Forest of Death. There were signs of danger all over fences. It signified that it was a dangerous place. Anko had a too sweet smile upon seeing the forest, as if she was familiar with it. Everyone knew the woman was always at the Forest of Death playing with her snakes. It was creepy, but that didn't matter to Naruto. He was staring at the Kusa red head with a knowing look. Who is that girl? Do I know her? If I do, then where? He began thinking hard about who he knows with red hair. Blurred images played in his head, almost like something or someone was trying to reach him, but suddenly a burning sensation can be felt in his mind. Arg, he squeaks out, in pain from a mysterious headache. What's wrong with me? Sasuke looked over to him and narrowed his eyes. He's concerned that the pressure would make Naruto snap again. This is Training Ground 44, also known as the Forest of Death. It will be the stage of the second Chunin selection exam. Anko said with a grin. This place gives me the creeps, Sakura said. She had never been to the place, but the weird feeling she was feeling about it was enough to creep her out. Naruto was still lost in thought. You will find out soon why this place is called the Forest of Death, Anko said with a smirk. The genins gulped, some shuddered. They did not hope to find out why the place was called a Forest of Death. Sasuke could tell that Anko liked to plant seeds of fear within the hearts of other people. Her pathetic attempt is laughable at best. Before we start, I would like you to sign these papers, she said as she held a paper in her hand. The genin looked at her curiously. In this test, there will be killings, and I don't want to be responsible for your deaths, so you have to sign these waivers. The genin looked at her, some thinking they should quit. They were going to do the second test in a place called a Forest of Death, and now there was going to be some killings in the forest. It was too much for some genins. I will explain the test before you sign the waivers. This test will be a survival test. The Training Ground 44 has locked gates, a river, forest, and a tower at the center. From each gate there is about 10 kilometers until the tower. She paused for a moment to let them digest her words. In this training ground you will compete in an all-out, no-rules scroll battle. Each team will be given one heaven or earth scroll. For a team to pass, you have to present both heaven and earth scrolls to the tower in the center of the training ground. There is a time limit. You have only 5 days to get into the tower with both scrolls to pass the test. If you arrive after 120 hours, you will fail the test. There is not quitting once you enter the training ground. You will in there for 5 days, she said to the listening genin. What about food? Choji asked while eating snacks. He was worried that he would have to be trapped in the training ground without barbecue and chips. The forest is full of food. All you have to do is avoid man-eating bugs, poisonous insects and plants. The genin shuddered at the thought of being eaten by bugs. The forest was indeed a scary place. The forest will be full of enemies, so if you get to the tower faster with both scrolls you will avoid enemies. She paused for a moment before going on. Now let's get on to who gets disqualified. The first I have already told you, which is not being able to get to the tower with both scrolls and in time, she said as the genin nodded. Second is those who lose a teammate or a teammate gets killed. Lastly, you must not open the scroll before you reach the tower. As Chunin, you be expected to courier important documents. This will be a test to your trustworthiness. She finished her explanation to the genins. Come on now and take the waivers and sign them, she said as the genins went over to her and took the waivers to sign. Some were hesitant to do so, but everyone singed them and handed them to Anko. She had given each team their scroll, but did it in a way that no team would know which team held an earth or heaven scroll. This would avoid a team going to a specific team. It would also cut down numbers because a team would take a scroll from another team they have defeated even though it is the same as theirs. She did not tell them that they did not need to know it. Final word of advice: don't get killed, she said with a maniacal grin that had the genin think that she wanted them to kill each other. Each team went away to their assigned gate and got ready for the second test. Team 7 heard the gates being announced for the different teams. His team was assigned Gate 12. With a simple nod of their head, they turned and began walking. Waiting for the signal to start, Naruto spoke out loud. Hey you guys. There's a girl from Kusa I want to talk to. I have a weird feeling every time I look at her. I need to know why I have this feeling. It's like a weird sensation in my head, Naruto said sheepishly and still confused. That knowledge stunned Sasuke but confused Sakura. But saving him from the questions, an unusual genin from Grass Country appeared. The one with the messy chakra that no one can tell whether it's a male or a female. It chimed in, hearing the conversation while walking. Oh my, you're interested in the Uzumaki? The mystery genin asks in a rhetorical way. It approaches them fearlessly, which alone is enough to make Team 7 nervous. Naruto's forehead started burning again when hearing that name. Leave. Sasuke dismisses the intruder, feeling uncomfortable for its appearance. Kukuku, so cold Konoha-kun.
Kusanin çakresikli.
I am something of a historian. I cannot help but feel attracted to discussing a clan as legendary as the Uzumaki. If you don't have anything useful to say, then leave. The Kusanin chuckles again, completely ignoring the rude tone. I am rather surprised that you need to ask about the Uzumaki. After all, they were a key component in the creation of Konoha. It is said that their strength was matched only by the Uchiha and Senju in that time. The Uzumaki pioneered Fuinjutsu as a shinobi art. Even your Yondaime Hokage used Uzumaki knowledge and became feared as the Yellow Flash all across the world, a most valuable ally. But even they were not immune to tragedy. All of their mythical strong chakra was not enough to stop them from being slaughtered. Before it continued, it was cut off. A kunai slung through the air and slices the tag off the Kusanin hat. The Kusanin doesn't so much as flinch, and instead smiles a little wider. Mitarashi Anko, the proctor for this stage of the exam, looks none too pleased with being ignored in spite of the grin on her face. I think you'd better go back to your team before you say too much, Grass-chan. Anko's smile is disturbingly similar to the subject of her torment. Kukuku, of course, Proctor-san. The genin gives her an unsatisfactory response and leaves as requested. Naruto sees the ninja walk away, but his confused expression doesn't change. So I have a clan, but why I don't feel surprised? Why do I feel anger swelling up within me? Damn it, what is wrong with me? He questioned mentally. He grabbed his chest as his heart started beating rapidly. He then clasped his head in pain once again. Sasuke put a hand on his shoulder. Naruto, are you okay? Naruto, instead of verbally asking, just nods with a grimace on his face. A few hours has passed and you see the three genins gathered around each other planning their next move. That proves that we can't just trust appearances. We have to come up with a way of knowing each of us is who we say we are, and not some imposter using some transformation jutsu. Sasuke said firmly. Naruto shook his head in agreement. That makes sense. Alright, so what do we do? We need some form of password. The Uchiha answered. What kind of password? A secret one, something known only by the three of us. And don't trust anyone that doesn't know it. No matter what. Everyone nodded in agreement, and after a moment of silence, Sasuke continued. Okay, listen closely, because I'm gonna say this once. The question will be, when do a ninja strike? And your response is a ninja waits until the time is right. When the enemy sleeps and drops his guard, when his weapons lie forgotten in the silliness of the night, that is the moment a ninja strikes. Got it, he said firmly. Sakura nodded with vigor. I got it. While Naruto still had a blank, confused expression on his face. You got something a bit shorter? Both sighed. No, Naruto, that's it, Sasuke said with finality. Come on, what's wrong? Didn't you get it? I memorized it easily, Sakura said, irritated. Naruto, still confused, shrugged his shoulders. What do you mean? I get it. I was just making sure you got it. No problem. I just thought it was going to be a password, not a pass speech. Sasuke shook his head at his friend's antics. Alright then, I'll take the scroll. Naruto became concerned. Wait, Sasuke, I thought we… Boom! The explosion separated Team 7 from each other as dust uprooted from the ground, covering everyone's field of vision. From a distance you see three grass shinobi standing at the end of the trench. Alright, you two fan out into the woods and keep your eyes open. I'll take care of these three alone, the weird-looking genin said. Both nodded and disappeared in opposite directions. The dust slowly drifted away from the forest, and you see Sasuke pressing a kunai towards Sakura, making sure she isn't a spy. Once she proved she wasn't, the loudmouth orange-clad ninja walked onto the scene. Phew, hey, what's up? You guys okay? The blonde said, running up towards them. He stopped when both Sakura and Sasuke tensed and raised their kunai. Don't come any closer. What's the password? Sakura demanded. The blonde donned an ominous smile. Oh sure, no problem. Okay. A ninja why? Whack. He was cut off when another Naruto kicked him across the face. He landed smiling cockily, rubbing his nose. Hey. You think they'll fall for some cheap trick like that? You can never be me, you're just a cheap knockoff.
I'm Naruto Uzumaki, damn it.
The next Hokage. Both Sasuke and Sakura sighed tiredly. Yeah, that's the real one, idiot. The fake Naruto tongue extended as he licked the blood off his face. Aren't we the clever ones? And in a poof of smoke, it revealed the weird grass Nin from earlier. Naruto lone eye widened. It's you. Sakura began to step back in fear as Sasuke activated his Sharingan. The grass Nin smiled and pulled out a earth scroll. Oh, you'd love to get your hands on this scroll, huh? Kukoku, it chuckled and shoved the scroll down her throat. Suddenly, she slammed her hand on the ground. You must pass the test before I gift it to you. Summoning Jutsu. In a poof of smoke, a huge brown snake rushed towards Team 7. Sasuke pushed Naruto out the way, saving him. When the snake turned around, it dashed at them again. Both looked at each and nodded. Jumping in opposite directions, Naruto and Sasuke hopped through the trees with ninja wire in hand, dodging and weaving through attacks from the giant snake. After a while, it was tied up from head to tail. Now Sasuke, Naruto screamed as he went through hand seals. Wind release, wind bullet barrage. Right. Sasuke did the same while jumping in the air for a combination technique. Fire release, Phoenix Flower Jutsu. When both baseball-size attacks combined, a barrage of great fireball jutsu rained from the sky, turning two respectable C-rank jutsu to AA-rank jutsu. The grass smiled and nodded her head. She's impressed by the display of teamwork. Boom! The dust cleared to see Naruto and Sasuke side by side planting but smiling triumphantly. However, that small feeling of victory was stripped away when they heard clapping sounds.
Aidre. Encore. Encore.
What a marvelous display. But unfortunately, I only need the Uchiha, the grass Nin said ominously. Another giant snake appeared out of nowhere and swallowed Naruto whole and slithered away. Naruto! Both Sakura and Sasuke screamed in horror. Sasuke and Sakura were terrified. That would be the only way to explain what they were both experiencing right about now. In front of them stood a grass kunoichi who unleashed such killer intent that it made Sasuke Uchiha remember the massacre that befell his clan when he was 6. Even after so many years of trying to cope with his losses, he still found himself vomiting his breakfast out at the slightest memory of that night. Sakura wasn't doing much better as she was a simple civilian-born girl who had for the most part neglected her training in the academy and later on when she had graduated as well. This level of killing intent was far above what she experienced during the mission to the Land of Waves, and there she had phased down Zabuza Momochi, the demon of the mist. Kukuku, dear Sasuke-kun, we're finally alone, the crazy woman said, not acknowledging Sakura's presence. She stared him down with barely contained glee. Sasuke, however, was mentally in turmoil. Is Naruto dead? Someone he considered the closest thing of family is gone. Slowly his eyes glowed ominously as his third tome spun to life. Elsewhere in the forest, another interesting situation was taking place right around the same time. Naruto was currently being swallowed whole by a snake around the size of a normal house. Down in the gutter, he was contemplating on what the hell he should do. He already knew how to get out of the snake's gut but was drawing it out by mentally berating himself for getting swallowed in the first place. His thoughts were broken off when he felt a large key signature off to the south where his team had been located, and in seconds he panicked and made a sea of shadow clones without the use of hand seals. As he had expected, the snake's gut literally exploded in a shower of guts and gore that painted the forest floor red with blood, and all his clones fell to the ground and dispelled, sending their very short memories into the skull of the original who landed gracefully on a branch. Or he would have if his left foot hadn't slipped in a stray pool of blood and sent him falling on his back in a very uncool manner. Ah, that was so uncool. The blonde whined to himself. His eyes moved to the battlefield, and within the next moment, the blonde ninja was gone and heading for the fight that he could both sense and hear raging on. While jumping through the trees, he couldn't help but think of the worst, so his anger started building up. He feels a burning sensation on his head but chose to ignore it. Then suddenly, without knowing, a thin line of red chakra oozed out from him. Back on the battlefield, Sasuke and the grass Nin were hot in battle with each other at the moment. The Uchiha had initially been scared out of his mind when he had met and tried to escape from the crazy lady. However, when Naruto got swallowed whole, he went on a minor rage-induced berserker spree and tried everything he could to land a strike on the enemy. Sakura, on the other hand, was sitting silently a small distance away on a branch, shaking in her boots with how scared she was. Never in her wildest dreams had she imagined herself in a situation like this one where her lived was barely the concern of her black-haired teammate. Sure, she had been in a similar situation back in Wave Country, but back then Sasuke had at least seemed a little concerned with her actions, unlike now where he was nothing more than a raging berserker. It scared her even more than the snake lady to see her love acting like this. She was brought out of her thoughts at the sight of Sasuke getting thrown into a tree branch and staying embedded, which spurred her into action. "Sasuke-kun!" she called as he started falling from the branch, and she knew that she wouldn't catch him in time. The grass Nin saw this too and was about to move in to at least save the boy's life so he could get a hold of him later on. However, before either of them could get to him, an orange and red blur shot past them both and caught Sasuke before landing firmly on a tree branch with its back turned to them both. "Why, you're alive," Sasuke said in shock. Initially, Sakura panicked at a potential threat, though his worries were washed aside immediately when seeing the telltale orange pants and the wild blonde hair that gently blew in the wind. Wait, wild blonde hair? Naruto always had orange and stiff hair, so could this guy really be him? She couldn't be sure with so many enemies around them all at once. Naruto, is that you?" she called but received no response. Instead, there was a sudden puff of smoke beside the Naruto look-alike, and a brand new Naruto suddenly appeared on the branch. Both Sasuke and Sakura looked slightly confused, while the grass Nin narrowed her eyes. "A shadow clone without hand seals? Kabuto didn't tell me that this boy could do seal-less jutsu." And what's that seal? Oh, how devious, she thought as he smiled to herself. The clone already knew what to do as it picked up Sasuke and turned to Sakura before jumping down to her. She was unsure until she saw the lone azure blue eye that reminded her of sapphires, which was a telltale Naruto sign. Sasuke, Sakura, we need to move some distance away while the boss fights this snake creep. Sakura could only muster a small nod in reply as she gazed back at the original Naruto to see that he still had his back turned to them both while the snake lady or man was observing him. Naruto, just call and I'll come all right, she called out to reassure her teammate of her support, even though she was scared shitless in the snake team's presence. For the first time since he had gotten there, Naruto turned around, causing Sakura to gasp. In place of his lone sapphire blue eye now were a blood-red eye with black slits going vertically down like a feline of some kind, perhaps a cat or maybe a fox. Also, oddly enough, a seal pulsating on his forehead. Thank you, Sakura-chan, but you need to move now. Once again she was taken by surprise. Naruto just spoke to her in such a serious and cold tone that she almost wondered if this was Naruto that she saw in front of her right now. However, one glare from him was enough to send shivers down her spine and make her run after the clone. Sasuke, on the other hand, was panicking. If Sakura knew what he knew, she would have run far away, but hopefully this wasn't the worst-case scenario. When she was gone, the blonde heard the sound of his opponent cackling. Kukuku, Naruto-kun, you shouldn't glare at your allies like that, you know. He received a snarl in return as the blonde's gaze hardened further into a deep frown. I don't know who you are, but you're going to pay for hurting them. His answer made the grass Nin grin as she reached up and ripped off her snake mask to reveal his true pale face to the world. Ah, what a resilient one you are, Naruto-kun. But you shouldn't stick your nose in business that has nothing to do with you. The blonde was disgusted by the display. Then Naruto's snarl turned into a low growl as he spat his next words. When you target my team, then it becomes my business, you bastard. I should surmise that you're surrounded by the Kyuubi's chakra right now, correct? But how? Isn't that seal on your head suppressing urine chakra? Asked the snake, to which Naruto frowned and sent a large dose of killing intent toward Orochimaru, who wasn't even fazed by it. It's impressive that you can input this amount of negative emotions with that seal on you, but is that all you can do, Naruto? Or do we have to throw down to find out everything? Orochimaru said mockingly. Naruto lowered himself into a taijutsu stance that he developed while training with Sasuke, a Sharingan user. Orochimaru hadn't seen before, which intrigued him slightly, which was shown with a barely raised eyebrow. The blonde container roared as he launched himself forward with enough force to shatter the branch he stood on. Of course, this was nothing to Orochimaru, who simply stepped to the side and allowed the blonde missile to impact the wood he stood on. Barely half a second later, the blonde came out on all four and threw punches, claw-slashed, and supported sidekicks at the snake, who simply blocked, parried, or sidestepped every attempt. Naruto was already slightly influenced by the demonic chakra that flowed through his veins, which made him a little more animalistic and aggressive by nature. This, of course, led him to be more prone to anger and aggressive outbursts when using this chakra, so seeing someone toying with him like this made his blood boil and anger shine through. Landing on all fours on a tree trunk that was facing the team, he launched himself forward and made to punch Orochimaru in the face. He was, however, sidestepped and forced to try and wiggle his way around in the air to avoid a high kick from the team right afterward. Luckily for the blonde, he managed to get one of his hands on the branch that they were fighting on, and used it along with his upper body strength to pull him out of the way of Orochimaru's attack. Then, using his pure battle instincts, he lashed out with a dropkick while only balancing himself with one arm on the branch while the other swung in the air. Orochimaru, however, wasn't a Sannin for nothing and dodged the attack with ease before spinning 360 degrees around and sending a powerful roundhouse kick into the blonde's spine, which made it crack as he was sent flying into another tree where he stayed stock still. The Sharingan pales in comparison to the Ninetales' power. Kukuku, he will make a better vessel for me than Sasuke, Orochimaru thought. Having made up his mind, he formed three hand seals. Naruto slowly recovered and turned toward the tree branch Orochimaru was perched on. You put on that much of a fight while half your potential is sealed away? Well done, Naruto. You passed with flying colors, Orochimaru said. Naruto gave Orochimaru a confused look. What do you mean, passed? Naruto asked. Orochimaru continued to smile his crooked smile. You have proven to me that you are superior to Sasuke. that the power of the Nine Tails is far more powerful than the Sharingan. So now I've decided to bring out your full potential. Consider it a gift, Orochimaru said. Suddenly, Orochimaru's neck extended before he reached Naruto and bit the left side of his neck. Naruto screamed in agony. Curse mark of heaven seal, Orochimaru muttered before he retracted his neck. Naruto dropped to his knees as he grabbed where Orochimaru bit him. Naruto's features briefly changed, then returned to normal as the pain coursed through his body. Naruto! The both screamed. Sasuke snarled at Orochimaru and dashed towards him. Hours later. The mission is simple, a older woman stated to a small group of 8 sound ninja. You guys swoop in and kill the brat. If his teammates interfere, then you kill them too. Got it. The 8 shinobi, Dosu, Kin, Zaku, Jirobo, Sakan, Tayuya and 2 random jounin all nodded. Their mission was to kill Naruto Uzumaki. Guren didn't know why, but she didn't necessarily care either way. 8 of us seems kinda overkill, Sakan stated as he licked his lips at the thought of spilling blood. Guren shook her head. Lord Orochimaru said that this boy can possibly rival Kakashi Hatake at full power. If he wakes up, it'll take all of you to take him down, and even then it won't be easy. I'll stay behind just in case you 8 are defeated. Stay on guard, she said seriously. Zaku, one of the genin, scoffed. He's just a brat. He can't kill all of us. Jirobo shook his head at the arrogance of the young one. But they emerged from the bushes where a beaten-up Sakura was taking care of a terribly beaten-up Sasuke and barely breathing Naruto. Who are you? Sakura asked as she held up a kunai, narrowing her green eyes at the group before her. Tayuya gave a mock bow. Just common ninja, of course, she replied sarcastically. And we're here to kill Blondie over there. Just stay out of our way and we won't kill you. Sakura shook her head, denying them easy access. I may look weak, but I've gotten stronger since LVE become a genin, she shouted, raising her kunai as she got into a stance, signaling that the fight had begun. Tayuya let out a small sigh. Fine, we'll do it your way. Jirobo, Zaku, Kin, kill her. The 3 sound ninja charged forward, eager grins on their faces before a flash of green made them all fall onto their asses, dumbfounded as they nursed their jaws. I am the handsome Rock Lee, and I will protect the beautiful Sakura with everything I have, Rock Lee proclaimed proudly. Sakan rolled his eyes. More leaf trash? Fine, I'll take care of him, he said before Dosu stopped him, the bandaged boy peering at Rock Lee curiously. No, I think he surpasses all of us in brute strength and taijutsu, even Jirobo, no offense. But he held up his arm, revealing an all-metal thing before a blast came from it, hitting Rock Lee straight on, his vision going blurry as his ears had a ringing in them. Tayuya smirked. Good work, Dosu. Now hurry up and kill the freak so we can kill the pink, she ordered. Jirobo punched Lee straight in the face, sending him back into a tree where he crashed, making the tree vibrate as a few leaves fall down. Zaku and Kin charged Sakura as they engaged in a completely one-sided fight. Zaku and Kin's teamwork were just too good for Sakura to handle as Kin suddenly caught her by the hair and had a kunai at her throat. This could have been a lot easier, but you stupid leaf neen always gotta make things difficult, Kin muttered under her breath as a grin came across her face. Your hair is silky. I'm kinda jealous. To be honest, I wish my hair was this good. Sakura gritted her teeth in pain before she took out a kunai and cut her long hair, shortening it to just above her shoulders. She backed away from Kin before stabbing the girl in her calf, causing her to fall to her knees in agony before she whirled around and killed Kin with a quick swipe to her throat, blood spilling out like a waterfall. Kin! Zaku shouted in anger before he began punching Sakura in the face ruthlessly, giving her plenty of hits that would turn to bruises. He then dropped her to the ground as he prepared to give her a killing blow. Zaku, just finish her already, Tayuya said, slightly annoyed. She didn't particularly care for Kin, so it didn't matter that she died. But she was annoyed that Lord Orochimaru would most likely be displeased about this development. Suddenly, a dark, malicious chakra filled with rage and hatred exploded from the tree trunk Sasuke and Naruto resided in, getting everyone's attention. When Orochimaru placed his seal on Naruto, he never knew that he had opened a proverbial can of worms. He made a mess that was so great and terrible that he was sure to regret ever sending people to kill him. Placing a cursed seal on top of the In seal completely override it and revealed the true Naruto. Naruto emerged from the tree, his lone eye red with the black slit, glowing as black flame-like marks were spread across his body. He just stared at his hands. Being trapped in that cage, he haven't felt this free for months. A small smile etched on his face. It started as a chuckle, then it turned to a full-out manic laughter. He ha ha ha. The spine-chilling laughter echoed throughout the forest. On the edge of the forest, even the Sand siblings became terrified when a cold laughter echoed through the forest. Temari and Kankuro froze for a second while looking at their youngest brother Sabaku no Gara. To their surprise, Gara was on his knees while clutching his forehead and shivering. He suddenly said with a voice full of devotion, "Mother, do not be afraid. I will kill the person who made this sound. You will not have to worry about him." Temari nearly had a heart attack. There was something in this forest that could even scare a bijou. She hoped to never face someone like him in battle. All across the forest, people and even animals had a similar reaction to laughter.
Na Naruto.
Sakura questioned. She is scared. This feeling of death reminds her of Orochimaru. There's no way this is the same goofy blonde she grew to love as a brother. She can't accept it, she won't. And no fucking way. Tayuya cursed out loud. Seeing he's still not paying attention, she screamed at her comrades, "Attack him now while we have the chance." A reddish-purple chakra exploded from his body, halting everyone in their tracks as they looked at the blonde with a mix of curiosity and fear. Finally, Naruto began. He then looked at his pink-haired teammate. "Who did this to you?" She began shaking at the feeling of his chakra. It felt so ominous, so dark yet familiar. When did she experience this power before? She couldn't remember. It was almost as if there was a blank in her memories. Before she spoke out loud, Zaku spoke up. "I did you, tattooed freak. What the fuck are you gonna do about dash?" Zaku began smugly but was cut off as a chakra-infused clawed hand found themselves deep into his throat, busting his head of his shoulders, killing him instantly. "Who's next?" the blonde said with a fierce gaze. Jirobo snarled and charged towards blonde. Right behind him Sakan is trailing. Jirobo level 2 curse mark glowed into life as he turned into a ghoulish beast, and with a roar he slammed his fist towards the blonde. "You bastard!" A small explosion and crater was caused as Naruto swiftly jumped over the big beast and drop-kicked Sakan behind Jirobo. As Sakan went flying, the big beast turned around and went through a flurry of hand seals. Earth style. Sphere of Graves. A huge boulder made from rock in his hands and with the strength to destroy a mountain. He hurled the big boulder towards the blonde. "Son of a bitch!" Tayuya muttered before she disappeared, leaving Dosu all by himself. Dosu, in a panic, jumped out the way. Naruto stared at the rock impassively before his channeled corrosive chakra to his hands and put both arms in a X motion. He uttered his technique. Cleave. With a single swipe, the boulder was cut in fourths. It left Jirobo completely bewildered but not deterred, but unfortunately for him, before he tried to do another earth jutsu, Naruto in a blur, with a sword made of Kyuubi's chakra, sliced him in half. Jirobo fell to the ground, left there to bleed out. Naruto spat at Jirobo corpse. Pathetic. He turned around as he felt two separate chakra surge in power. Nothing was shown on his face except a single eyebrow raised, curious on their changed form. As two of Orochimaru's closest and most powerful warriors, Sakan and Yukon powered up in their level 2 form. They resembled Oni as their skin become red, gains yellow eye irises with dark black eye sclerae, and black curved markings appears from the corners of their eyes upward fashion. Their fingernails becomes longer and sharp, lips turns black, and their mouth is torn from ear to ear and gains canine teeth. They gain long, waist-length white hair, their chins elongated, and a single long horn grows on opposite sides for each brother's foreheads, symmetrically on opposite sides of their bodies. Their hardened skin turns black and folds like scales, appearing like spiky armor on their arms and legs. Beside them two wear two random sound jounin. The blonde looked at the men with an expressionless mask. A smile crept in his face as he laughed slowly as he licked his sharp teeth in anticipation. "Come, you insects! I must test this body," Naruto said ominously with a crazed look in his eye. One of them, having heard enough, lunged towards him, but having the power and fighting experience of a centuries-old tailed beast, Naruto could see the shinobi coming all the way. The man stabbed a kunai towards his face. Naruto sidestepped the strike and twisted around swiftly. He lifted his clawed right hand and ripped off the man's shoulder, sending his arm flying off. The sound Jounin screamed in agony until the blonde back handed him away. The boy laughed in sadistic glee. "Hi-ha-ha! With that level of speed killing, you would be considered a mercy," the blonde mocked. Sakan sneered at him and responded by dashing towards him, twisting clockwise, while swinging his right leg. Naruto watched the incoming attack and jumped back, slightly, avoiding the kick. When his left foot touched down the ground, the blonde sensed more movements. A second after touching the ground, another sound Jounin flashed just above him, and he swung his sword in a downward slash that was aimed at his right shoulder. Naruto leapt into the air and twisted around. He slammed his foot on the back of the man's head, sending him flying away. Naruto then landed on the ground. He then heard something approaching. Fire style, Grand Fireball Jutsu. The fireball was coming in from behind. It was a pathetic excuse for a fire. Almost lazily, swiped his right clawed hand and the flames just died down in the blink of an eye. "You are nothing but insects, unworthy to even stand before me. It is quite pathetic really for the dogs who decided to attack me. Your power is nothing compared to mine," Naruto said with a shake of his head. "Come. Let me end your suffering," he said, motioning for them to come. When they didn't attack him, he became impatient, so Naruto picked up the discarded kunais from the ground. He held them all with just his left hand and then flung them towards the sound shinobi while charging forward in a burst of speed. The sound Jounin dodged the kunai by tilting his head to the side. When he saw Naruto coming, he threw a right hook, but to the blonde. The speeds he reached compared to them, everything seemed to slow down. Sidestepping the attack, he watched the punch fly past him with both eyes. He held out his right hand and channeled corrosive chakra. He swung it and cut through the man's midsection, separating his torso from his waist. The gurgled sound of agony echoed throughout as the man pathetically attempted to crawl away. Naruto smiled savagely as he walked to the man before he dropped dead. "Come now. Dying by bleeding out would be too boring now, wouldn't it?" the blonde said ominously as he planted his foot on the masked man's head. Naruto applied pressure. The man's eyes bulged before his skull was completely crushed. Quickly Naruto fell on his back when he saw another sound Jounin stomping downwards. He rolled to the side just once to avoid the blow. When the man's foot crashed into the ground, Naruto's right hand moved swiftly with his corrosive claws still activated. The nails cut through the man's left leg, just above his knee. He stood up and another swing cut deep through the jugular and blood gushed out as the man fell down headless. "Only 2 more insects to go. Come face your judgment," he roared. Sakan and Yukon snarled at being underestimated. "You bastard, don't look down on us." Both brothers charged towards him. Naruto stood still and waited for what felt like eternity. They flanked both his sides, swinging their fist at the same time. The punch connected and the brothers smirked deviously. "You fool, we got you. He-ha-ha." Sakan and Yukon roared in laughter. With level 2 of their curse seal, Sakan and Yukon could deconstruct their body on a molecular level and enter an opponent's body. At that point, they were able to alter the cells and proteins of the target at will, effectively killing them, and then leaving the target to reconstruct their own body again. Naruto suddenly smiled, which stopped their laughter. "Did you?" the blonde said before proofing away in smoke. "No way. See clone." Both screamed out in confusion. The blonde flashed behind the Sakan who'd attacked him from the left. He grabbed him by the back of his neck and pushed him towards his brother. He shifted to the right and plunged his clawed hand through both of them, piercing their heart simultaneously. When both dropped dead, his eyes turned to Dosu, who was quite literally shaking in his boots. "Let's see what I can do to you, okay?" His neck twisted as he suddenly appeared behind Dosu, grabbing the teen's arms and pulling them from behind him as he placed a foot on Dosu's back before he began pulling. Based on your fight with Lee, I noticed you seem awfully attached to those arms of yours, Naruto said as the black markings on his skin glowing even more. It'd be a shame if you were to. He pulled back with all of his strength as the two arms ripped out of their sockets and off of Dosu's body. Lose them. Dosu screamed in agony as the now armless boy laid there, screaming in pain as he withered away. Naruto watched as the teen slowly died from blood loss as he stopped moving. He then looked at a terrified Sakura and a now awake Sasuke, and said nothing, simply walked towards his team. Sasuke narrowed his eyes at Naruto, and stood before him. He knows something changed. He just hope he's not a threat. The blonde entire aura is different, and in his state he couldn't defend himself. Sakura, still a bit scared, felt relieved. She's just glad Naruto is alive and well, despite the obvious showing of brutality before her. Sakura smiled shakily, and Naruto, I'm glad you're okay. She was cut off. You two should camp here for the night. We will move out in the morning. I'll be back, the blonde said quickly. It's only a matter of time before the cursed seal recedes back. He needed to put things in motion first before going back to the bubbly idiot. Naruto looked at both his teammates with cold and dispassionate eyes and disappeared. Sasuke watched his teammate dash away, clenched his fist. This is bad. I need to alert Kakashi of this, he thought to himself. He pulled out a scroll and pushed chakra through it. Chapter 3. Within the Shadows. Across the forest of death, in the eerie darkness of the foliage, a lone figure moved with an uncanny swiftness, navigating the tangled foliage with an agility that defied his usual demeanor. The twisted trees cast elongated shadows, concealing lurking threats, and the chilling screams resonated through the air. Yet, his gaze remained unflinching, devoid of fear, as he pressed forward, undeterred by the watchful eyes gleaming in the shadows. Death may linger, but he welcomed its presence only when earned. I can't believe I'm breathing fresh air again, Naruto said, shaking head disbelieving. Being trapped in a cage wasn't the best thing to experience. The sound of the fox chuckling rung out in his head. Kyuubi snorted. That arrogant snake thought he was taking advantage of an unstable situation, not knowing he benefited our cause. But how did he manage to bring us out? That couldn't be on purpose. I'm sure even he's not that smart, the blonde asked in a questioning tone. The Inlock seal your Hokage put on you was overridden by the overwhelming amount of chakra from that cursed seal Orochimaru gave you, that caused your young half to submerge into darkness until the cursed seal recedes, which can be at any moment. So we have to make the time we have count, Kyuubi said with a serious tone of voice. Naruto understands what's at risk and simply agreed with the underlying meaning behind those words. If we messed up, we'll be stuck in a cage forever. He wouldn't accept that under any circumstance. He snarls, the third will pay for his transgressions, but not only to him but towards his mother. Indeed, in order for this plan to come to fruition, you'll need to keep suspicion off your back, and we have no time to learn a forbidden jutsu. A dark voice rung out his head. Naruto nodded at the reasoning, agreeing with the sentiment. I agree, we'll just overload a clone with your chakra. 3 taels worth should be more than enough. I need you to seek out Orochimaru. You'll have your freedom, just don't get too excited, because even though you can last longer doesn't negate that one hit equals death, Naruto warned Kyuubi as he jumped through the trees. The 9 tails scoffed, humph. Who do you think I am? Just focus on your end, human, and I'll take care of my half, Kyuubi said, ending contact. It will be easy to find Orochimaru. The scent of snakes can't be hidden from his nose. After that, Naruto continued in silence until he heard screams. As the echoes of a desperate scream reached him, the agile ninja hastened towards a nearby quarry. There, a colossal brown bear, its menacing presence evident, threatened a red-headed girl he recognized. Without hesitation, he engaged in a calculated dance with the ferocious beast. Darting between the massive paws, he skillfully exploited the creature's blind spots, evading its powerful swipes. Swift movements and strategic strikes weakened the menacing animal. Utilizing the environment, he maneuvered around the rocky terrain, confusing the bear. The red-headed girl, wide-eyed and captivated, witnessed the display of prowess, mesmerized by the calculated precision of his actions. Her initial terror transformed into awe as he skillfully incapacitated the beast. Effortlessly, he channeled a bit of power to his hand, turning it to claws, which bury deep into the tough skin of the bear. The last swipe splits its head when the bear is immobilized, killing it before it can suffer for too long. With that final, decisive move, the threat was neutralized, leaving the quarry in silence, except for the relieved breaths of the rescued girl. He then lands in front of the Uzumaki girl and smiles softly. I can't believe we ran into each other like this again. Naruto's small smile scares her. She is stuck to the spot in pure fear by this monster. She senses the malice from the blonde's curse seal. She's afraid that he'll kill her. Please don't kill me, she begged. I won't kill you or hurt you. Say, what's your name? Naruto soothes gently. Karen, she cries quietly while introducing herself. Karen, I'm Naruto, please don't cry. He moved a bit closer to her. She shuffled a little, clearly unsure of this person. Stay back. Don't hurt me, she begged once again. Now her saying chains around threatened to pierce him. Didn't I tell you I'm not here to hurt you? Plus, why would I hurt family? Naruto intoned gently. Karen gave him a confused but still untrusting look. Naruto sighed softly to himself at the look. Listen, we're both Uzumaki. Can't you feel it? Our chakra is similar. Look, feel for yourself. Karen and Naruto interlock hands. He fully encased the surrounding in his dense chakra. His power was like an overflowing ocean. Suddenly chains started wrapping around him like a hug. Karen closed her eyes and casted her mind's eye of the Kagura. Her eyes snapped back open in shock at the warmth of his power. Her mother always told her that their clan was wiped. Never in her life she thought she would find a survivor. You're really? Karen intoned but couldn't finish the sentence. Naruto smiled gently at the recognition in her eyes. She realized it, that he was telling the truth. Your hair is just like my mother's, it's beautiful. There's no doubt that you're a Uzumaki, he said, still slightly sad about his mother not being alive. She blushed, the same color of her hair. No, never complimented her like this. Naruto traveled to her arms and narrowed his eyes. Karen, your arms. What happened? Who hurt you? Karen shuts her eyes in shame. Hundreds of bite marks, leaving horrid red scars all over her skin, are plainly visible. The sizes range wildly, making it clear that this is the work of a great many people. MIV village, said weakly. Why? Naruto anger building is evident. Karen sniffles. My chakra heals people. Kusa makes its shinobi bite me to get better quickly. They used up my kachan and they're doing the same to me. Naruto looks in the heavens. His face is blank as stone. He will burn Kusa to the ground. Those thoughts is crossing his dark mind. No one will ever bite you again, he said firmly. I don't have a choice. Bitter tears steam from her eyes. You do now, Naruto insists. Karen looks up at him this time. Naruto's chakra continues to stream out slowly, letting Karen feel up close just how similar their chakra is. She crawls to him, hoping it's all not some cruel dream or illusion. Naruto lets her feel his arms and the chakra that exudes from it. Her own chakra resonates with it, making splashes of light blue chakra flick off their skin joyously. Welcome home, Karen. She throws her arms around him and sobs into his chest. He became like a shield for her, the light that outshined the darkness. I swear I will protect you. You deserve to live a happy life, he continues. Karen remains glued to Naruto for their short journey to the edge of the village. What if your village say no? What they say doesn't matter, we're going find somewhere else that we can be together. Either way, I'll keep you by my side, he said strongly. Karen melts at Naruto's words. She quickly discards the Kusa forehead protector and leaves it littered on the cold ground. As they started walking, he sensed people approaching them. His lone eye darkened and both stopped suddenly. Naruto? Karen asked in confusion. Naruto stepped to the side and a shadow clone came to life. He put his hand in a prayer motion and closed his eyes. Give me some space, Karen, he asked softly. She nodded at the request. Fox, Leave me with 7 taels worth of chakra, he muttered. His chakra glowed as his eyes snapped open. Slowly the clone became more feral, then went back to normal. He then looked at the clone with a serious visage on his face. I'll complete the exams and I can't break character. The world needs to think I'm still the stupid, docile idiot. You'll take care of Karen. You already know what to do after that. Do as planned. Hurry, people are coming. Clone Naruto then looked to Karen and smiled softly. All right, let's go, Karen, we need to leave. She nodded and snuggled on his side as they left the village. It's been a while since we've seen each other. Isn't that right, Sensei? Naruto said casually. Several shadows appeared behind the blonde. Naruto, Kakashi intoned with a pained expression upon his face. He wanted to give a student benefit of doubt, but it was per the Hokage decree that he needed to subdue his student. That ominous mark on his neck wasn't helping his case either. Asuma stepped forward, a serious visage etched upon his face. Listen, kid. We've been ordered to take you in. Don't make this harder than what it has to be, he said, inhaling the cigarette then flicking it away. Naruto became amused by the situation and shook his head slightly. There's a S-rank missing ninja that infiltrated the village, and yet I'm the one is chased. Tell me who's the real enemy here. Kakashi stepped closer. You are Naruto, right? If you're not controlled by the 9 tails, then there shouldn't be a problem. The silver-haired Jounin tried to reason with his student but saw the young blonde shake his head. He became angry. He didn't want to fight his own student, the son of the man he looked up to. Naruto, don't you understand? The 9-tailed fox is evil, Kakashi yelled. To me, shinobi is evil. I used to respect you and everything this village represents, but much has changed since I was sealed away for months. Naruto intoned impassively. Kakashi narrowed his eyes. Then you are lost. The 9-tailed fox is nothing more than a beast intent on destroying everything our predecessors had built. To throw away the peace our forefathers strived so desperately to achieve and maintain is ridiculous, Naruto. Didn't you want to be Hokage? Naruto's lone eye sharpened, and he clenched his fist in anger. Such arrogance! Red and purple chakra exploded from his tenketsu. His curse mark glowed ominously as the flame-like pattern etched across his face. His chakra force was so strong it pushed Kakashi, Asuma, and the 2 Umbu behind him back slightly. So much chakra, one of the Umbu said, covering his face from the wind and debris. His chakra, it's completely different from just a moment ago. It's fiercer, darker. Can that really be the dumb blonde kid my father spoke highly of? Asuma said, shocked by the amount of power Naruto is producing. This isn't no normal chakra. Is this the power of a bijou container? What is this? The other Umbu intoned nervously. Kakashi slowly exposed his Sharingan. It's the power of darkness. Naruto just stared at them with all the hatred he can muster. If any of you criticizes my way life, let me kill all your loved ones. Live through isolation and being hated for something out your control. And when you finally find light, let it be stripped away from you as you sit in darkness for months, not knowing when you're going to be free. Naruto snarled, only then you can understand the hatred I have with you, shinobi. Kakashi, now with the resolve to end this pointless back and forth, readied himself. Naruto, this isn't going to go like it did the last time. Give up peacefully or I'll bring you in by force, he warned seriously. Naruto donned a feral smile and licked his sharp teeth in anticipation. Let's test that theory, shall we? He said, hungry. He then casually swept his right arm from left to right, while uttering his technique he learned from the fox. Cleave. Suddenly dozens of cuts appeared on the 4 Jounin across their body. For them it was instantaneous, they couldn't even react to the attack. Grunts of pain can be heard from everyone, but it was nothing fatal. The message he sent was loud and clear though. There's a way he can cut them down. Kakashi's mind was racing the most though. He couldn't understand why he couldn't at least track that attack. Damn it, what was that move? Even my Sharingan couldn't see through it. That shouldn't be possible. Naruto's smile grew as he prepared for the battle ahead of him. Come Senii. Prove to me my way of life is wrong. Show me your will of fire, he screamed, dashing towards them. Land of waves. After traveling for a few hours, Clone Naruto and Karen finally reached the bridge in Wave Country. When they reached the bridge, Naruto paused momentarily to look up at the gate entrance, and the name of the length of steel and concrete crossing the channel before him, engraved on the plaque. He blinked in astonishment when he saw the name. "No way," he said lowly. Karen caught on to his whisper of disbelief and quickly looked in the direction he was. Her expression mirrored his when she saw the title of the bridge, the very structure laid out before her, plastered right above her head. "The Great Naruto Bridge. Wow, you must be famous here, huh?" Karen pointed at the sign, then back at him. She looked between the blonde and the sign several times, her incredulous expression unchanging, before she unexpectedly burst out laughing. Naruto glared at her as she bawled away, slapping him on the shoulder and clutching her chest as she struggled to breathe through her extreme display of amusement. "A bridge is named after a fish cake. I can't believe this," she wheezed through chuckles. She wiped a tear away from her eye before grinning up at the sign. "Are you done?" Naruto asked, eyebrows twitching. "Yup, for the next few seconds," Karen snickered. The blonde shook his head at her and continued on, with her continuing to laugh outright at his own expense. So he decided to put the issue behind him. The moment his feet touched the surface of the bridge, Naruto instantly felt a surge of nostalgia cross his mind. His memories took him back to his first real battle with an enemy shinobi outside of Konoha. Zabuza and Haku, two powerful combatants, the latter is whom he held in high regard, and respected beyond any other foe he had ever fought. He smiled softly. Karen spotted the small grin, and matched it with her own, snide one. "What? Did the name catch on?"
No.
"I'm just thinking," Naruto replied smoothly. "You know, if this bridge was named after you, they must hold a high opinion of you," Karen exclaimed, smiling warmly at her savior. "Thanks." The blonde shook his head yet kept smiling. "That makes me feel loads better. Returning to the place where it all began. This strengthened Naruto resolve after everything is over with to start anew." Suddenly he stopped and turned to Karen. She looked at him worriedly. "What's wrong, Naru? Is everything okay?" He adorned a small smile and nodded. "Yes, Karen, everything is okay. But I have to leave you here for the time being. I need to tie up some loose ends." Karen's eyes widened. She just got with him and now she's losing him already. "And no. Take me with you. I won't slow you down, just don't leave me, please." Naruto became somewhat solemn. Karen. Darkness shrouded his figure. The red head became somewhat scared. He continued, "Look at the darkness around me. You won't find peace with me right now. There's nothing with me on the road I'm traveling but another battlefield." She closed her eyes in fear, feeling the intense pressure emitting from him, then suddenly it disappeared. He rose her chin upwards in a loving manner. "We'll see each other soon." She nodded sadly, accepting the reality of things. She nodded in understanding and hugged him tightly. He smiled and reciprocated the hug back. She looked up. "Promise me you'll come back to me, Naru." He chuckled softly. "You have my word." He gave her the most loving smile he can muster. She blushed cherry red once again. He pulled out his wallet and gave it to her. "Here is some money. Get a hotel, and if you see an old drunk named Tazuna, just say you know me. He'll help you out. Okay?" She smiled and nodded. "I'll see you soon," he said and disappeared. He soon reappeared in front of a grave site. It was a quiet, solemn place where only a few knew the true significance of what lay there. Naruto wore a serious expression as he approached the tombstone, his heart heavy with memories of the past. Naruto closed his eyes and slipped into the dark recesses of his mind. His cerulean gaze snapped open, and now he has control over his body. He willed the mental landscape to shift. The dank and rancid sewer changed into a vast green field of blue flowers. Uzumaki Naruto stepped forward and made his way to the large tree in the expansive clearing. He turned his gaze towards his caged friend and inclined his head towards the ancient beast respectfully. "Hello, Nine Tails," he intoned lowly. "It has been a while, but you're finally free. Temporarily at least." The blonde took a seat on the soft blades of grass and leaned against the large tree. The nine-tailed fox stepped towards the bars of his cage, and he stared at him with an unblinking crimson gaze. It has been a while. Naruto's lips quirked upward in a satisfied smirk. He went into a blissful silence before the fox spoke out. It seems the village will be attacked. The beast commented in a low drawl. Naruto arched an eyebrow at the news. He had not known. He leaned forward curiously. The fox released a sharp, vindictive grin as he shared his findings. Naruto nodded silently at the news and he leaned back against the tree. He drummed his fingers against the warm ground as his mind raced with the new information. Konoha will lose half its fighting force. Naruto heaved a heavy sigh and he opened his eyes slowly. He stared at the blue flowers thoughtfully about his team. No, Uchiha and Haruno were no longer his concern. Dead or alive, they had nothing to do with him. He had moved on. The blonde genin leaned forward and touched the petals of the azure flowers with gentle fingers. They were blue like the ocean waves. They were the color of home. What happens to Konoha no longer concerns me. Naruto spoke resolutely as he stared up at the ancient beast with glacial eyes. I have much greater things to concern myself with than the petty squabbles of half-witted villages. Kyuubi grinned wide and anticipatory. Naruto smirked at the ancient being and he gazed determinately at the blue flowers. Are you ready for what's to come? Can you burden hatred once again when everything is set in stone? The fox asked. Those people are nothing but ants compared to us, and they will pay if they decide to get in my way, but before we kill Madara we must deal with the nuisance that dare to seal us away. Kyuubi is impressed to think a mere human would be on the same page as him. Maybe this time he will put his trust in a human. He closed his eyes and listened to the sound of the distant waves crashing against the jagged rocks. It was his fresh start, his new beginning, and nothing would stop him from reclaiming his freedom. Both have the image of freedom in their heads. On outside world, he kneeled before the shrine. Naruto reached out and gently touched the mask that lay atop it. It was the mask of Haku, a friend he had cherished immensely. Haku's story had touched Naruto deeply, and the memory of their battle and Haku's sacrifice had stayed with him ever since. He clenched his fist. Without too much thought, Naruto tied the mask securely to his face, concealing his features behind it just as Haku had done in life. He could feel the coolness of the porcelain against his skin, a constant reminder of the person who had changed his perspective on what it meant to be strong. The mask is a reminder, a symbol of the sacrifices that ninja made in pursuit of their dreams and goals. But today he had a different purpose in mind. He wanted to honor Haku's memory in a new way, to carry on his legacy, to make a world where no one is used as tools, where kids didn't have to live without their parents and where even Bijou can find peace. With the mask of Haku concealing his face, Naruto made a solemn vow. I'll carry your memories with me, Haku. I'll be strong for your sake. I won't forget your kindness and your strength. Standing before the shrine, Naruto felt a newfound sense of purpose and determination. He knew that he had a long journey ahead of him, but he was ready to face whatever challenges came his way. With Haku's mask as his symbol, he would continue to grow stronger. He closed his lone eye concentrating on the fox chakra. Finally, now then, let's hunt for a snake, Kyuubi intoned ominously. With that, he disappeared in a burst of speed. Underground Umbu cells. Hiruzen stopped by the door at Naruto's cell. He can't be placed in a regular cell. There's no way they'll risk the Kyuubi going out of control, so in case of the worst he was placed in a fortified room of seals. The Hokage placed the food down and knocked. Not twice but 5 times. There was no response. He was certain, though, that Naruto was there in the room but simply ignoring him. He sighed and opened the door and walked in. The place was cold and eerily silent. Hiruzen sighed slightly. Many thoughts racked the Hokage mind. He knows Naruto was a miserable, lonely child, but he is also aware how dangerous this child can really be. He wished he still kept his exuberance, his smile, his light. That was at least something good. But nothing made him smile anymore. There were still many problems that didn't look like they were going to go away, and there wasn't much he could do about it. To feel so powerless to change things, Hiruzen had never been so frustrated, and he was called the Professor. He had learned every fire-based jutsu in the Fire Country. He had solved many puzzles, and yet, Naruto's life was one he could not solve. No matter what he said, the villagers would undo it with their glares and blatant whispers of contempt. No matter how he tried to advocate for the blonde, he can never justify and undo the damage the young blonde caused. Shaking his head, Hiruzen silently sat the food on the table and looked forward. There was Naruto sitting in a corner. His lone eye were cast into the darkness. He had been here all this time, just silent, just never reacting. When did it start? How did it even come to this point? Naruto had been happy. He had smiled and laughed. He had made sure his seal. But now he can tell something was different. He spent the whole time sitting in that corner, motionless, as if dead. Pained him. Naruto. Hiruzen forced a smile as he walked over the child. His tone was gentle. Naruto didn't react until he stopped by the wall. Hiruzen tapped the red head on the shoulder. He almost startled him. Lost in thought. Naruto faced the third for a moment. There wasn't much on his face. He looked at the food on the table. Once more, he looked into the darkness as if looking for something. There wasn't much to look at, just the bricks and bugs. But he looked at the insects as if he wished he was free like them. "Are you here to kill me?" Naruto finally spoke. His tone was quiet and slow. Hiruzen winced at the statement but nodded in the negative. "No, of course not, Naruto-kun, but we do need to talk." Silence overtook the room for a few seconds. Noticing Naruto's reaction well lack thereof, he continued. "The incident at Wave and now the incident in the Forest of Death. Would you like to explain yourself?" He stared at Naruto, waiting for an answer. Naruto still staring into the darkness, feeling something there but chose to ignore it. "I did what I had to," he said impassively. Hiruzen narrowed his eyes. "This is dangerous. To think it's came this far, something had to be done. No, it must be done for the sake of the village. Naruto-kun, what you did was assault several ninja and Umbu personnel of the village. Don't you understand the implications? Granted, given the circumstances, Orochimaru is under investigation, but it doesn't change the level of cruelty you showed your comrades." He took a deep breath and stared intently at the young man. Naruto. Hiruzen cut the grandfatherly tone, since being nice was getting him nowhere. "One of my jounin almost died a few hours ago, and Bijou Chakra was found at the scene." Naruto, after hearing the underlying question, made lone eye narrowed slightly and darkened but quickly went back normal. He stayed quiet, but the third caught the look already. He got up and walked towards Naruto. The third placed both his hands on Naruto's shoulders. Naruto lone eye widened in shock, then quickly turned into rage, slapping his hands away. Hiruzen's lips twisted upside down. He was apologetic. "I'm sorry for not being there for you sooner, Naruto." He stared into those confused blue orb for a moment before walking towards him, hands glowing ominously. "Remember what I said. When I'm out, I'll show you something truly interesting, Hokage," Naruto warned. "I am so sorry," the third intoned. Fuinjutsu. In lock. Weeks later. The night was dark and quiet, a stark contrast to the bustling atmosphere of the Hidden Leaf Village during the Chunin exams. Geku Hiate, a seasoned jonin, moved through the shadows with the skill and grace that only a master of stealth possessed. His mission was a perilous one, a covert operation known only to a handful of trusted individuals, aimed at uncovering the truth behind the suspicious activities during the Chunin exams. With each careful step, Hiate drew closer to the clandestine meeting spot. His mission had led him to this point, and he was determined to unveil the secrets that threatened the village's safety. Little did he know that another sinister presence was lurking in the darkness, awaiting his arrival. As he reached the designated location, Hiate's instincts sent a shiver down his spine. He sensed someone watching, someone who had anticipated his every move. His hand slid toward his weapon pouch, ready to defend himself against any threat. From the shadows emerged Kabuto Yakushi, a man whose loyalty lay firmly with Orochimaru, one of the village's most feared enemies. Kabuto's cold and calculating gaze bore into Hiate's very soul, his presence sending an ominous chill through the air. "Quite the impressive spy," Kabuto remarked with a sly grin. "But your skills won't save you tonight." Hiate's heart raced as he realized the perilous situation he had walked into. His mission had been compromised, and he was now face to face with a formidable adversary. Without hesitation, he drew his katana and lunged at Kabuto, the night air filled with the clash of metal against metal. Their movements were swift and precise, a deadly dance of skill and determination. But it became increasingly evident that Kabuto possessed a level of expertise that surpassed Hiate's own. Wounds opened on Hiate's body, and the pain threatened to overwhelm him. Yet, he fought on, driven by his unwavering dedication to the village and the mission he had undertaken. Seemingly after a while, Hiate gained the upper hand on Kabuto. The white-haired spy knew his death was inevitable, but suddenly, Hiate was sliced in half. He died with a shock looked plastered on his face. His vision blurred as the reality of his situation set in. Kabuto loomed over him, his voice laced with malevolence. "Well then, that's surprising. You were a worthy opponent, Hiate, but your loyalty to the village has cost you dearly." As the life drained from him, Geku Hiate's thoughts turned to the village he had devoted his life to protect. He had given everything to complete this mission, even his own life. His sacrifice would forever be remembered as a testament to the unwavering dedication of a true shinobi. Kabuto looked up to the short masked man. "Well boy, clearly based on the height. May I ask, how can little ol' me help you?" "My knight in shining armor," Kabuto said condescendingly. The voice mixed with malice spoke out, "Take me to Orochimaru Chapter 4. Under the Veil." Hiate. Being an ANBU meant walking side by side with death almost every day. As such, witnessing the death of a teammate ended up being a part of the job description. Hence why none of her peers appeared overly shocked about seeing Hiate dead on the ground. However, witnessing the love of her life like this made Yugugo freeze. Her analytical mind fought bravely to overcome the huge pain in her heart, but eventually lost. Suddenly, her shoulders trembled with the mask covering the tears flowing from her eyes. Despite being the team's second in command, right now protocol just wasn't in her mind as she shunshined away, leaving her team behind to deal with the situation. Right after the event with Hiate's death, the Hokage had gathered all the Jounin to tell them the news. "I had gathered everyone to relay the terrible news. Today, a team from ANBU had found Geku Hiate dead." Immediately after the Hokage relayed the terrible news, murmurs started to spread amongst the Jounin. The rumors had quickly started, of course. The fact that every available Jounin stood inside the village walls was of course troubling. If what happened to Hiate happened in a mission outside village walls was one thing, but with him here, no doubt this was the work of one of the shinobi teams from the other villages. But that sprang 1,000 questions in itself. While Geku Hiate was a Tokubetsu Jounin, his fame wasn't that high in the bounty station. No one would have risked breaching the village, risking arrest or worse, to hunt Hiate. And the ANBU personnel knew each and every shinobi from the other villages that came for the Chunin exams. None of them even bothered looking at the Chunin exams proctor, much less target him specifically. Anko and Kurenai came together to the meeting and both flinched at the news. Most of all, both were of the same mind, to find Yugugo as soon as possible to be there for their friend. "Is there any leads as to who could have done this, Hokage-sama?" The Hokage turned to the aloof Kakashi. "The details are scarce, I'm afraid. Traces of corrosive chakra were found in a first analysis, but we simply can't come to any conclusions at this point. As soon as this precise piece of evidence became known, everyone immediately made the connection with the Nine-Tails host or the shinobi from Sunagakure. And of course, the Hokage knew what everyone was thinking as soon as he opened his mouth. And I know that most of you would point fingers at Naruto or one of the shinobi from Suna. Right now, I have Naruto in custody and ANBU teams scouting the Suna shinobi from the shadows, but so far nothing out of the norm." It was clear to the elder Hokage, though, that his Jounin personnel didn't enjoy hearing that their leader was seemingly dismissing Suna's involvement in this matter. "This can't be ignored. What are your orders, Hokage-sama?" The Hokage then turned to Ibiki, in deep ponder as he puffed the pipe. "Even though I can't immediately accuse Naruto nor Suna for Hiate's murder, whatever happened or whoever did this have relation to the Chunin exams, stating the obvious in everyone's mind. As such, placing every one of you in the stands is paramount right now. Ibiki, gather with Shikaku and the ANBU personnel to increase security outside the stadium. Right now, we must at the ready for any possible threats looming, both inside and outside the stadium. Dismissed. No sooner had the Hokage said so, all available Jounin left the room in a shunshin, leaving the Hokage alone. Even his personal advisors had left, leaving Hiruzen Sarutobi alone. The walls close to Hiruzen's position suddenly shifted, before Jiraiya revealed himself, hidden in the room the entire time. What have you found thus far? As you said, none of the shinobi from Suna are behaving any differently. And no sign of Orochimaru as well, sensei. Hiruzen frowned at that. His prodigious student was slippery like that. Sneaking in and out of anywhere was one of the trades that made the snake Sannin so dangerous. The Kazekage is due to arrive tomorrow, isn't he? Hiruzen nodded briefly, already knowing what his student was thinking. I have already placed a team of ANBU to escort him and his entourage since they crossed Fire Country. While the move in itself would cause suspicion, it is not outside the norm. Jiraiya scratched his chin, before turning to his sensei once more. Do you want me to stand by your side in the arena tomorrow? Despite it being a show of strength, it's not like Konoha to show its hand beforehand. No, that would be ill-advised. If Orochimaru is truly behind all of this, then he will show himself when we least expect him to. It's best that you remain hidden until the threat is revealed. Jiraiya knew his sensei's line of thought and he didn't like it one bit. He will come for you, no doubt about that. Hiruzen nodded, concurring with his student. Indeed, but I can handle him if it comes to a direct standoff. It's the village that I'm worried about, Jiraiya. The Gamma Sannin had his doubts leaving the Hokage alone against the snake. However, it would be naive to assume that Orochimaru won't place the village in jeopardy while he faced the Hokage. If it happens, this fight will be on the snake's terms. After all, a snake never attacks unless it's sure that the target won't be able to retaliate. However, Hiruzen was also quite lenient with the snake Sannin in the past. So, the perverted wondered if history would repeat itself if they faced each other. Hiruzen, for his part, took the Sannin's sudden quietness as humor. Could be said that Jiraiya was worried about his chances against the Sannin, or worried about the village, but Hiruzen couldn't really tell. What, you don't believe I can handle him, Jiraiya? I may be old, but I'm still more than able to teach my student a lesson or two. The Gamma Sannin smirked at the old man's teasing, but it was an empty smile, quite unlike the Sannin's usual mood. Oh, it's not that. I know how strong you can be, when pissed. The last time they sparred, Hiruzen mopped the floor with Jiraiya. What I doubt is whether or not you'll finally fight him seriously this time. As soon as Jiraiya finished the accusation, he saw the Hokage narrowing his eyebrows at him, even flaring his chakra and increasing his killing intent. Though the pervert Sannin stared at the Hokage, just as serious. It was no secret between the elite of the village how Orochimaru's actions were only possible due to Hiruzen looking the other way at times. And despite sometimes leaving in denial about that, Hiruzen certainly couldn't fault Jiraiya for what he said. The hidden ANBU detail became uncomfortable in the room as the two powerhouses stared at each other. It was rare for most to see such tremendous energy nowadays, so one of the junior ANBU had fallen on the ground, with lack of air, due to the sudden attrition. After this, the pervert Sannin simply smirked, easing the situation. Well, see you tomorrow then, sensei. The Hokage smirked with a nod as the Sannin left the room, while the other ANBU assisted the unconscious junior ANBU. Chunin Exam Stadium. The day of the exam finals, almost all of the Konoha citizens and the village's many visitors slowly marched towards the stadium. Many of the shinobi were already inside the stadium. The Jounin were placed in different sections of the audience, while seemingly chatting and having a good time with one another. The Chunin proctors were in one place, together with the genin who participated in the exams. The most influential clans of the village had also a place for themselves, such as the Hyuga clan filling most of the seats. Many sets of white eyes and long robes filled the seats. The other genin were seated together as well, with Ino and Choji sitting together with their respective clan members. The Jounin sensei were all seated together. Kurenai, Kakashi, Asuma and Guy. Anko had decided to tag along with her best friend as they looked down at the arena. Yesterday, right after leaving the Hokage's office, both women had tried to search for the distraught Yugogo in pretty much all possible locations. her house, which happened to be in a building filled with ANBU operatives, Yugogo's favorite sushi restaurant, and even the ANBU HQ where they would be sure that Yugogo would be, but she was nowhere to be found. Do you think she will be all right? Kurenai exhaled hard at the question, pondering that herself. Despite needing to be here both for Shino's sake as well as the Hokage's orders, Kurenai's heart went to her friend. Yugogo-chan is strong-willed for sure, but she was head over heels for him. I can't imagine the pain she is in right now. The snake wielder then lifted her sleeves, before a brown snake came out. I've let my snake summons to at least check on her from time to time, though I'd imagine that she can escape your house anytime and go back to the bar once more. They had talked extensively last night about whether or not they could keep the ANBU Kunoichi inside her house, or if they ever should do that, no matter how much assistance they provide. Unfortunately, this is something that Yugogo needs to cope with. As both women's thoughts went to Kakashi, they knew Scarecrow Jounin had gone through similar pains. Plus, Kakashi happened to be Yugogo's role model while in ANBU. The man in question could very well play a role in aiding Yugogo in this situation, but they doubted that Kakashi would effectively do anything about it. We should check on her the minute the exams are over, then. Anko nodded, concurring, before all eyes turned to the Hokage's seat just as the Kazekage arrived, followed by 2 bodyguards. No sooner had the Hokage greeted the Kazekage and exchanged a few pleasantries, the Hokage had quickly announced the beginning of the Chunin exams' final round, before the genin competitors entered the arena forming a line. Naruto, Neji, Shikamaru, Temari, Kankuro, Shino, and Gara. Sasuke haven't arrived yet. They calmly entered the arena amongst the cheers of the crowd, before they gathered in the middle as a Konoha Jounin was there already waiting for them, wearing a blue bandana just like Hiate, though this man happened to be chewing a toothpick by the looks of things. Everyone was expecting that it would be the same proctor from the preliminaries. Most people were making bets. The finals of the Chunin exams had arrived. Some people just wanted to enjoy good fights, while some wanted to enjoy the good fights while making some money off the tournament. No one could be blamed really for making bets. It was what made the tournament worthwhile watching. Well, the streets were full a few hours ago, but now they were all quiet. Only a select few could be seen within the streets of the village. The majority of people were gathered at the stadium which the finals are to be held. The stadium was full of people. There were no empty seats. Each seat was taken. To some, the stadium was a bit too small since not everybody could get inside the stadium. The Fire Lord, as well as other leaders of other countries, were also present at the stadium. Even some leaders of small villages were present at the stadium, all in the name of the Chunin finals. They were present to observe the next generation of powerful shinobi and also to see the strength of genins from other villages. Konoha had the most genins in the finals. It was good because it also gave them a chance to see if Konoha was still producing strong shinobis as it had been over the previous years. It certainly is lively in here. Don't you agree, Hokage Dano? The Kazekage suddenly spoke. One could not see his face clearly due to the Kage robe he wore. The Sandaime looked at the Kazekage and smiled. It certainly is. Before the conversation between the two Kages could go further, a man appeared before the Hokage. He had shoulder-length brown hair which hanged about his face with brown eyes. He wore a forehead protector like a bandana, and a standard Jonin outfit and a senbon in his mouth. Should I start with the finals, Hokage-sama? The man asked. The Sandaime nodded in approval. All the contestants were already present along with other important people. There was no need to keep the crowd waiting any longer. When the audience quieted down, the Jounin proctor named Shiranui Genma addressed the lined-up genins with the rules. Genma stepped forward and jumped at the middle on the arena just in front of the contestants. He smiled at them before looking back at the crowd, which had become settled. "Welcome everyone," he said loudly for everyone to hear him. "My name is Genma Shiranui, proctor of the finals. I would like to welcome you all to Konoha's Chunin Selection Exam Finals." Genma yelled out to the crowd, who welcomed his words with cheers. "We will now begin with the matches between the contestants that have worked hard and reached the finals of this tournament. As you can see, the terrain is quite different than the other parts, and this is a one-on-one fight until the last genin remains standing. The fights shall proceed until one is either dead or admits defeat, but I can step in at any time. Genma then allowed some time for everyone to acknowledge the rules or lack thereof, before continuing. Okay, so the first round is between Uzumaki Naruto and Hyuga Neji. The rest shall clear the arena right now. Shikamaru and Shino had briefly wished good luck to Naruto before the 6 genin left the arena. Genma then stood on the side as Naruto and Neji eyed each other for a while. The 2 genin had eyed each other for a while, both measuring each other up. However, before Genma could authorize the match, Naruto and Neji were quite surprised by the sudden noise from the crowd. It was not a noise of cheer, however, but of boos and curses, and the blonde genin didn't need to focus his hearing to see exactly what the crowd was saying. He looked around quietly as he observed the seemingly unison voice of the crowd patently obviously against him. His face betrayed nothing, already knowing how the village felt about him. Still felt about him. He shrugged and donned a goofy smile. Neji narrowed his eyes at the blonde fool. "What are you smiling at, loser? Can't you see you're a disgrace to the village? Fate deemed it so." Naruto continued his foxy smile, not concerned about the Hyuga's disrespect. He didn't even waste his time responding. Genma raised an eyebrow at the weird interaction. Seeing both were ready, he rose his hand about to begin the match. "Okay, if both contestants are ready then, begin." Boom! Exposition rocked the village as giant summoned snakes busted through the wall of the arena, causing everything to go into chaos. Few minutes earlier, at the main gate, the 2 eternal gate guards of Konoha, Izumo Kamizuki and Kotetsu Hagane, were playing cards to pass by time. They were easily bored since no one would come to the gate during this time and check into the village, so you have to pity them and find it logical that they were even bored. They have been given this post for the last 2 years. Even though the pay was good, it of course came with drawbacks. The only people that came through the gate were civilians, traveling merchants, and the occasional musician, along with some of their own ninja. But today was going to be very different. "Hey Izumo, when is something interesting gonna happen?" whined Kotetsu. "Got any twos?" "Be careful what you wish for, you might just get," replied Izumo with a smirk. "Go fish." Their thoughts were soon interrupted when a horde of snakes to charge to the village. Had it been one, he may have attempted to stop it, but it wasn't just one. There were more than 20 large snakes that could swallow more than 100 men whole and still demand for more. 3 of the monstrous creatures hissed their way into the village. They slammed into the buildings along the way, destroying the buildings. And then the unthinkable happened. While people cried, trying to escape the falling buildings and flying debris, the snake started spitting out shinobi. It was then that he realized the village was under attack. His eyes turned into his partner in crime. The man was already pushing for the gates to close, to stop more of those damn hissing reptiles from crawling into the village. He jumped into the walls, watching. Around the walls, more large snakes were trying to climb. As if prepared, more snakes were sliding throughout the village, getting ready for battle. No, the battle had already began. It was going to be chaos. He never thought he would live to see the day where someone would be brave enough to attack the leaf, his beloved home. "What you gawking at?" Kotetsu shouted at him. He looked down, the gates were closed. Boom! A snake slammed into the gate. He hoped there was no bijou. How would the village survive another trauma like that? Boom! They were slamming into the gates. Kotetsu was sweating bullets now. Izumo knew any more of this and the gates would probably not hold on. Behind them, roars of battle were already started. It was like the enemy was already within the village. How that was possible baffled him. Umbu flashed past him, standing above the walls, with the gates below. Rather impressively, they launched lightning attacks toward the snakes. In a puff of smoke, after hisses of pain, the snakes disappeared. The realization dawned on him, Orochimaru. He was the only known snake summoner, and most likely the one with the power to launch this daring attack. He jumped down to Kotetsu. "Sorry," he apologized for his days. "We can't stay here. We need to jump and try to save civilians. Usher them to safety." Kotetsu pointed at the immediate buildings where the snakes had crashed and where the enemy shinobi had started attacking. Without warning, Both dashed toward the target in the comfort that with the gates closed, no more snakes would enter the village. With Hiruzen. A moment later, Jiraiya appeared in front of Hiruzen's sensei. I will deal with Orochimaru and his summons. You need to stay here to command things. Hiruzen shook his head. Had he been willing then, had he taken a decision then, he would have stopped Orochimaru. He wouldn't have sent him. He would have done it himself. Orochimaru was his problem and he would deal with it.
No.
You deal with the summons. Do it now before he comes here. He then looked at his fellow Kage. I'm terribly sorry about this, Kage-sama. Please find your people and evacuate. Raza waved his hand dismissively. If it's Orochimaru we're fighting, I'll help you. I'll stand behind you as backup. Consider it a favor to one neighboring village to another, he said, smiling. Hiruzen smiled back as he took off his robes. Well, it looks like my student will have his hands full. Jiraiya frowned at this. We are still looking for him. It is going to be a disaster if he appears. He then slammed his hands on the ground.
Summoning technique.
Jiraiya screamed as he summoned the toads into battle. And to think he would summon them over an attack by Orochimaru. It wasn't just the Sandaime alone who had blundered. He had too. There were many times he came across Orochimaru and he didn't do anything. He'd even tried to bring the Sannin back to Konoha. A hopeless cause if action. But friendship sometimes compelled one to do that. This was a step too far. Something that could never be forgiven. Why have you summoned me, Jiraiya? Gamabunta demanded the moment he appeared in a puff of smoke. Jiraiya didn't have to answer the question. Immediately, he sensed the presence of the damn slithering reptiles and went on alarm. Konoha was under attack. Manda was probably around. It didn't take time for him to spot the dark creature hissing as it crushed buildings, charging toward them. Umbu chased after it, trying to burn it alive with Katanjutsu. But it must slid away from them. Grr. I hate that damn snake, Gamabunta said, withdrawing his sword. You owe me after this, Jiraiya. He quickly held up his sword as Manda threw himself at him. He positioned it carefully in front of him and the snake crashed into it with its head. Orochimaru sat pretty atop, a wide grin on his lips. Manda hissed, his forked tongue escaped from his mouth. Gamabunta quickly jumped back. He didn't want the crawling insect to spit out poison from close range. Jiraiya glared at Orochimaru. It was good that their sensei wasn't around here yet. He was going to want to face this person. Jiraiya could face him. The buildings were burning. Battles were already resulting in deaths. Some snakes had already passed the walls and were laying siege in the village. It was just pure destruction. There was no other intention aside from destroying things. Orochimaru was truly intent on trying to destroy the leaf. There wasn't a lot of manpower behind. But the summons and the bijou were making things complicated. How low you have fallen, Orochimaru. To attack the village that made you. I can't believe you would do this to sensei. Kuku. Orochimaru laughed. Don't be surprised now, Jiraiya-kun. You were planning on killing me. I decided to do the most sensible thing. And it was sensei's decision that I should be killed. If you think you're capable of destroying Konoha, you have one thing coming for you, Orochimaru. Jiraiya jumped down, taking a stance. Go deal with the other snakes. They are causing more problems, he said to the toads. I'm clumsy, so they might slip through, the other toad said before jumping away. You want to handle both Manda and Orochimaru? Gamabunta asked. I can handle them. Push comes, I will use Sage Mode. I cannot let the destruction continue and allow Orochimaru to escape this village with his life, Jiraiya said in a serious tone, hands held together. Don't be all cocky, Gamabunta shouted, but he understood and departed from the scene, heading straight toward the village gates. I would love to fool around with you, Jiraiya, and finish the job I should have done long ago, but you're not my opponent, Orochimaru said, folding his hands. Deal with him, he said to Manda. You ordering me around? Orochimaru, I'll deal with you later, Manda exclaimed angrily. Kuku. Orochimaru laughed, ignoring the snake. I'm making a request. I will pay, of course. Don't forget, you still owe me from last time. There is plenty in this village. I will deliver, Orochimaru said, trying to jump away, but Jiraiya jumped toward him. He didn't look back. Jiraiya narrowed his eyes toward his right, seeing Manda's tail cutting through the air as it flashed toward him. It was going to hurt if it hit him, but this momentarily lapse in concentration was enough for Orochimaru to make his escape. Before the tail could hit him, Jiraiya held out both his hands, positioning his body to face it. As it was about to hit him, both hands touched the tail, using it to flip in midair while avoiding the swing. He quickly disappeared and landed on the rooftop, staring at the large snake, wondering how the hell he was going to deal with it quick enough to chase after Orochimaru. He couldn't leave Manda. It would just go on a destruction spree. The Umbu were busy cleaning up the walls of the other snakes, and they were doing it swiftly. It was just the ones within the village. Not that many of them. With the toads in the scene, this would be over quickly. The shortest invasion ever recorded. Orochimaru was a fool to think this would result in Konoha being destroyed. With Hiruzen stared at his former student, not with anger, but with a look of disappointment, sadness even. To think he had failed one of his students to such a level that he would end up hating Konoha to the point of trying to destroy it. Perhaps this was how this cruel world fated him over his failures. But this just summed up his life. He should have done something about Orochimaru long ago. It had been pointed out to him long ago, even when Orochimaru was younger, that there was evil about him. But Hiruzen had been blind. Even when he opened his eyes, he'd thought his favored pupil would eventually change. How wrong he was. Tobirama would have been disappointed in him. No, he was sure his sensei was. He wouldn't take long to know. After all, he was willing to put an end to this charade, even if it meant sacrificing himself in the end. For this village, Hiruzen was going to give his last breath. Don't look at me like that, sensei. You'll make me feel bad, Orochimaru started, with a small grin on his lips. You still call me sensei? Well, you are my sensei. You taught me a lot about snakes. You led me to this path. If not for your knowledge, I likely wouldn't have come this far. Hiruzen doubted it. Orochimaru was a once-in-a-generation genius. Pity he'd become evil. Hiruzen would have made him Hokage. Maybe even if he hadn't realized the extent of Orochimaru's lust for power, he would have still made this person Hokage. Your arrogance knows no boundaries, Orochimaru. You actually think you can destroy the hidden leaf. Smart, yes. But it is your arrogance that will ultimately cost you, Hiruzen said, ignoring Orochimaru's mind games. Hiruzen removed his robe and took a stance. But sensei, I don't want you to die. I want you to witness the destruction of the hidden leaf.
Destruction?
Can't you see you're losing? Orochimaru laughed. Sensei, you're not in my position to speak what I see. The numbers we are losing are nothing. You have yet to see all my cards. Hiruzen narrowed his eyes. Those words had a chilling effect on him. What could Orochimaru be talking about? I like that look, Orochimaru hissed gleefully. And sensei, you're going to have the grand view as I destroy the hidden leaf. I just want you to watch. Enough of this, Orochimaru. Come. Hiruzen said, taking a stance. As you wish. Orochimaru didn't lunge at his sensei. He held out his left hand. Multiple snakes burst out. They increased in size and length, stretching toward his sensei. Given their size, they quickly hit the ground and just slithered toward the old man. It was not advisable fighting atop of the Hokage Tower. It was an important building. It would only get destroyed if he fought here. Hiruzen watched the large snakes, bundled together in their hisses, as they snaked toward him in menacing glory. He dashed along the edges of the top of the tower, just as they were above to reach him. The snakes followed him, and he held out his right hand, summoning a large shuriken. As he continued to make a run from the snakes, he hurled the shuriken toward the center of the snakes. Soon, the snakes reached him, and just as they were about to bite him, he disappeared in a puff of smoke, replaced by a large shuriken planted with explosive tags. The snakes couldn't stop themselves from taking a bite at the shuriken. The moment they did so, the tags exploded. The heads of the snakes exploded, pieces sent flying as their bodies caught flames. Orochimaru's eyes shifted toward the middle where the old man was. He saw more tags and then quickly detached himself from the snakes and jumped back. The second he landed, he sensed a spike of chakra from above. The tags hadn't been set off. A dummy by his sensei, the old man was in mid-air, jumping toward one of the pillars with his hands around his mouth. Fire release, fire dragon flame bullet. Hiruzen's bloated mouth expelled chakra converted into flames. He released it in the form of a stream of flames, burning in the air as they traveled toward his former student. Seeing the attack coming all the way, Orochimaru responded by clapping his hands together. He released a powerful gusts of wind, so powerful it left cracks on the tower as it moved toward the incoming attack. The jutsu collided in midair, exploding into a fiery of crimson flames that formed a large ball above the Hokage tower. Sensing his sensei jump away, Orochimaru dashed toward him. As he sped past the rotting bodies of the snakes, the explosive tags glowed. He cursed. Boom! As the smoke clears, the tiles in which they were standing cracked under the force of their chakra-powered dash as Hiruzen immediately went through a sequence of hand seals. Ninja art, tile shuriken. Orochimaru observed as many tiles left the roof and turned into shuriken from Hiruzen's technique. The snake then laughed and jumped to the air. His tongue turned to a large viper that attacked Hiruzen and lodged its fangs in Hiruzen's neck, making the old man flinch, and the snake Sannin laughed, joking about his sensei's old age. Orochimaru then used the snake to drag his body towards his sensei, considering the amount of venom that he was injecting in Hiruzen's bloodstream. In mid-distance, though, Orochimaru frowned as Hiruzen's body turned into mud and melted away. Releasing the snake back inside his mouth, Orochimaru then landed on the ground and looked around for his sensei, before his eyes turned right where Hiruzen appeared with a finished hand seal sequence. Earth release, earth flow river. The place where Orochimaru was standing turned into a mud river as the snake Sannin was instantly dragged down the roof. Is this it, sensei? Orochimaru just chuckled at being dragged, while doing hand seals, but before he could finish, Hiruzen beat him to it with a sequence of his own. Earth release, earth dragon bomb. Orochimaru looked startled as a dragon head emerged from the mud river and unleashed a full bombardment of mud balls at him. Still, it didn't look as threatening, but Hiruzen had other plans as well, making even more hand seals, before unleashing a fire beam technique that mixed with the mud bombs. The result? Orochimaru was set aflame, screaming in pain. When the mud river vanished and there was no sign of Orochimaru anywhere, Hiruzen just narrowed his eyes, visibly irritated at his student. Stop the stupid act, Orochimaru. Please don't treat your old sensei like this. The hollow laughter of the snake echoed in the clearing, until Orochimaru emerged from below the roof, while a smile was on his face. Yes, very good sensei, though I think I deserve better coming from you. Did you truly think that this level of jutsu would be enough against me? Hiruzen, though, merely sked at the comment. So, how about we stop playing around, sensei? Or are you so desperate to finish this and go save this pathetic village? The Hokage frowned at the small jab. To believe that he would hear this from his own student was like a punch to the gut. He truly needed to be present and protect the village, not waste his time in this pathetic fight. Still, it didn't look like he would be going anywhere, not with Orochimaru and this two-line barrier technique that his students' lackeys created around them. In the end, Hiruzen had to consider that the village had the means to protect itself without him for a while. So, grabbing the fire hat for a while, Hiruzen permitted himself a moment of relaxation as he inflamed his chakra coils, ready for the true fight. Both inflamed their respective chakra to the maximum as the roof started to shake and the dust began to lift. As student and sensei stared at each other once more, neither seemed perturbed about the combined onslaught of their chakra clashing with one another. No sooner had they flared their chakra to the brim, both superior shinobi dashed to close the distance. Hiruzen grabbed a lone shuriken from his pouch and hurled it at Orochimaru, before going through hand seals.
Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique.
Afterward, the lone shuriken turned into dozens, while Orochimaru went through a sequence of hand seals of his own. Summoning, Impure World Resurrection. Hiruzen immediately cursed his old student for daring to use this technique on him. As he saw the first and second coffins rise in front of him, Hiruzen frowned when he saw the third one rise. Doing hand seals of his own, Hiruzen managed to cancel the third coffin from rising as well, just as the shurikens embedded on the first two coffins. Orochimaru just chuckled at the vague but useless attempt to stop him. Despite the third coffin not being useful, the first and second ones were more than enough for what he wanted to do. The Hokage was starting to sweat profusely, considering that he knew precisely whom Orochimaru had brought from the dead. Truly, from the atrocities the snake had committed, this one easily topped it all. When the coffins opened, Hiruzen stood face to face with two of his own predecessors, the Senju brothers, Hashirama and Tobirama. The snake was visibly thrilling to see the look of pure shock coming from the Hokage. "So, what will you do now, Sarutobi-sensei?" The corpses belonging to the first and second Hokages slowly walked outside the coffins, like zombies at first. Their eyes were devoid of life, and even many of the usual expressions and mannerisms that were familiar to Hiruzen were present. Hashirama Senju was exuberant, expansive, and could easily attract everyone to his cause. Tobirama Senju was calm, collected, and rarely talked unless it was necessary. Well, Tobirama didn't look much different than when he was alive, but Hiruzen knew his sensei better than most. Once Hiruzen Sarutobi could just picture himself much younger looking up to these two as his role models. Now, thanks to his student, he was able to meet them once more. However, this was not the meeting that Hiruzen wanted to have. Not by a long shot.
Hashirama-sama, Tobirama-sama.
The two previous Hokage then stopped as they heard the familiar voice, though both clearly were struggling to realize what was going on right now. After all, seeing an old Sarutobi Hiruzen could be quite surprising. "It's been too long, Saru," Hashirama commented on it, but Hiruzen noticed that it still lacked the old Senju Hashirama's mannerism. Hiruzen hardened his resolve. "Here I come." Gathering enough air inside his lungs, Hiruzen finished the hand seal sequence and ignited the air inside his lungs, releasing it all in one great white fire beam. Fire release, fire dragon flame bullet. The deeply concentrated white fire beam charged at the previous Hokages like a mad train, taking most of the tiles in its path. However, the Nidaime Hokage merely went through a small sequence of hand seals before gathering water inside his lungs. Water release, water encampment wall. Hiruzen stopped his technique as soon as he saw the geyser of water from his sensei's mouth, instantly dousing the flames. Hiruzen saw as droplets of water still hovered in front of the Nidaime Hokage, before the man made a simple praying hand seal, molding his chakra. The water started forming around Tobirama like a small water typhoon at first, before climbing towards the heavens as the man exploded his chakra with a shout. Water release, water shockwave. The tidal wave created by the Nidaime Hokage was quite threatening indeed, but Hiruzen didn't wait 2 seconds before spitting mud on the ground and lifting a tall earth wall to block the incoming wave from dragging him away. Earth release, mud wall. Hiruzen, now on top of the mud wall, stood tall looking down at his three opponents. The power of his predecessors is amazing. Even after all this time, a fraction of their power is enough to almost break his will. Anger started to set in as a vein bulged on his head, the complete mockery to everything he stood for. He had enough. No more of this charade. He'll just use something that'll completely evaporate everything. He now knows he can't win with a head-to-head combat. No, he must play to his student ego. Hiruzen then looked at Orochimaru with a serious look. Hiruzen unsealed weapon and pushed himself in the air, and with his mastery of wind style suspended himself. Huhhhh. He grunted as he spread legs out and his arms out across from each other, and his chakra level skyrocketed. Orochimaru, you claim to be the strongest, a genius and a immortal. Well, then prepare yourself. Consider this retribution for all the atrocities you've committed, Hiruzen screamed. Orochimaru continued smiling at the ordeal. What is he doing? Yelled a random leaf ninja. Jiraiya observed silently as the ground began to shake. He saw the veins on his sensei forehead and his muscle bulged. A white ball of fire began phase in and out of existence in front of him. Chakra struck from his body, striking the ground, creating craters and small explosions. The wind began to pick and blow debris of rock around the battlefield. He's lost his mind. He going to destroy us all, yelled another leaf Nin. Hold your ground. He's still in control. Let's see how this plays out, ordered Jiraiya. You're not one for simply showing off, sensei. This attack isn't your endgame. What's your plan? He's bluffing. There is no way he'll fire an attack with that much power from here. He'll kill his comrades in the blast, said a random Odo Nin looking up in the sky. The whole battlefield froze as they felt the power of a Kage. Intriguing, sensei, yelled a smirking Orochimaru with a calculating gleam in his eye. Thunder began to echo in the background, and the ground below began to rumble at the power Hiruzen was putting out. The intense look on concentration on his face suddenly turned to a smirk. Edo Tensei, did you really think you can win with dead men? Now if you really think you're the greatest of the Sannin, then just try and stop this, roared Hiruzen. So that's what he's doing. He's provoking Orochimaru in challenging his attack. Genius, thought Jiraiya with wide eyes. We need to move back and take some cover, he ordered. Konoha ninja proceeded to retreat out the blast range. Fire release. Fire dragon's wrath. Suddenly, everything went white as a massive white-hot blast of fire erupted from in front of Hiruzen, headed straight for the snake Sannin. Boom! Smoke covered everyone's vision. There is nothing left. The backside of the stadium and any building within a 30-mile radius was completely eviscerated. Hiruzen was exhausted, completely out of chakra. He gave everything, and finally he achieved something he thought once unbelievable. Orochimaru was finally dead. He smiled triumphantly, panting hard. Finally, pant long last pant. Finally he. Squelch. His eyes widen. He looked down to see a corrosive chakra-covered clawed hand piercing through his chest from his back. Is dead, a familiar voice asked from behind him. What? His eyes began to blur. He coughed up a glob of blood and slowly turned to the side. You remember, don't you? His eyes widened in horror. In the Kazekage white robes was someone he least expected. He sputters his name. Naruto. I did say I'll show you something interesting, didn't I? The blonde said, smiling like the devil. Chapter 5, Battle of the Beast, Part 1. As the chaos of the Chunin exams reached its peak with the invasion of the hidden sand, a mysterious figure skilled in sealing techniques seized a fleeting opportunity. In the midst of the confusion, placed a subtle but potent chakra drain seal tag on Naruto, aiming to expedite the awakening of his dormant curse seal. Knowing if he runs out of chakra, he has to rely on the seal placed upon him. The man smirked to himself as he adjusted his glasses, disappearing in the chaos. Unaware of the subtle interference, Naruto battled against the sand forces with intensity he can muster, not knowing his chakra gradually diminishing as the seal siphoned away the energy he exerted in every jutsu. Unbeknownst to him, the cursed seal stirred within, reacting to the orchestrated drain on his chakra reserves. While helping a group of civilians, suddenly he stopped and gripped his head in pain. The Ein seal glowed on his head ominously. Seeing him vulnerable, a sound Nin was about to seize the opportunity until Kakashi and Guy appeared in front of him, both in battle stances. Naruto, you go after Sasuke, he went after Gara. Shikamaru, Kiba, and Neji have already gone after him, but I think they will need your help, Kakashi said. We will deal with this one. Guy nodded. Yes, Naruto-kun, let your flames of youth burn brightly by saving your comrades. Naruto turned around. Fine, he said, uncharacteristically stoic. Kakashi, I narrowed dangerously at the blonde. Naruto glanced at him and disappeared out of sight. Naruto was running at top speed outside the walls of Konoha. By the direction in which the Sand siblings took, he could pinpoint their general location. He would be able to find them given that there would surely be battles. Sasuke and the others would defiantly be fighting them. If Sasuke was not there, they would not to fight, but Sasuke did whatever he wanted, so he would not listen even if his comrades told him not to fight. Naruto sensed a large amount chakra around the forest he was currently headed towards, so he increased his pace. A few minutes later, Naruto arrived at the location his fellow genins were fighting. A sound of chirping birds was welcomed into his ears. Naruto stopped on top of a tree and observed what was going on. He watched as Sasuke rushed at Gara with his right arm palm sparkling electricity. He looked exhausted but still pushed through. Sasuke charged towards Gara, but the red head materialized a tail and a large right hand. They were features of a monster, but Gara had willed them. Gara was very much in control, and with the creepy smile on his face one could tell he was enjoying himself. Sasuke attempted to pierce through Gara's chest, but Gara brought out his mini Shikaku hand and blocked the jutsu. The power of the jutsu cut through Gara's hand but did not reach his chest. Sasuke gritted his teeth and tried to get away from Gara. However, before he could, Gara's tail was swung, hitting the Uchiha on his chest, sending him crashing towards the trees. Gara's hand reformed again as he laughed maniacally. More! More! Come at me with everything you have! Gara yelled like a mentally unstable person. His bloodthirsty nature had taken complete control over him. Gara ran towards Sasuke and hit him on his chest. Sasuke groaned as he was compelled to the tree, almost breaking it in half. Gara grinned evilly as he picked up Sasuke by his transformed hand. His other hand began to pummel Sasuke continuously. Gara kicked Sasuke into the air and waited for Sasuke fall on his path so he could kick the Uchiha again. Just when Sasuke was about to be kicked, Naruto appeared in front of Gara and drop-kicked the Tsunagenin in the face, sending him flying. Sasuke hit the ground with a thud. The Uchiha grunted in pain before seeing his blonde teammate. It seems like the Uchiha princess needs my help again. The last Uchiha, I twitched at the insult, but he scoffed. Humph, you finally decided to help, idiot. Sasuke asked rhetorically. Well, regardless, I'm glad you're here. I can't take him by myself, Sasuke said, donning a small smile towards his friend. Moments after that, Naruto was smashed through trees by Gara. He sailed through branches until he landed against a tree and slumped against it. Naruto grunted in pain as he sat up to look at the insane Suna ninja. Gara had a maniacal grin on his half-demonic face. You are weak, Uzumaki. You lack power. Sasuke landed on Naruto's branch, looking concerned as he saw Naruto's strange black markings on the right side of his body. He realized he needs to mitigate this situation before it gets out of hand. Naruto, get out of here. Get Sakura and run. I'll handle this guy. Sasuke clenched his fists. If I can't win here, then I'll never be strong enough to defeat him. Never be strong enough to protect my home. Naruto looked at Sakura, pinned to a tree trunk with Gara's sand slowly crushing her. Naruto stood up and wiped the blood from his lip. He looked down at Sasuke. Don't worry, Sasuke. I won't lose here. Naruto flipped through hand signs and slapped his palm to the tree branch. A puff of smoke revealed a small orange toad. Hey there. I'm Gamakichi. Got any sweets? Naruto flipped out. I can't believe this crap. What's with you stupid toads? I can never get a useful one. This is really not the time for this. The small toad jumped onto Naruto's head and gave him a raspberry. So you're an amphibian hater, huh? Gara had had enough of this. Suna Shuriken. Naruto saw the spinning discs of sand coming his way and cradled Gamakichi with his body. Taking the hits, he flew back and hit another branch. Gamakichi looked at him in concern as Gara cackled. You see, Uzumaki, only when you fight for yourself can you truly be strong. I'll wait for you to realize this and leave your friends here to die so you can escape. Naruto wordlessly placed Gamakichi down and turned to face Gara. The look in his eyes irked Gara, who sent another salvo of sand shuriken at Naruto, hitting him dead on and sending him back again. Naruto stood up almost immediately. A crazed look started to gleam in his eye as the curse mark on his neck started to glow. What is this feeling? I feel stronger. Like that didn't hurt at all. The blonde shook his head in the negative. No, that's not it. It's more like I don't care about the pain any longer. The loud sound of his heartbeat began ringing from his ear. Thump. Thump. More than important than pain, it's this impulse that rising from within me. I feel as if there's something violent boiling up from within. Let go. Thump. Thump. His head began to become less foggy as his curse seal glowed ominously. I see. Thump. Let go. Thump. This. His heart began beating faster. Thump. Let go of everything. This is my. Let go. Sasuke looked at Naruto with worry as he saw his strength returning to him. A burst of visible purple and red chakra erupted from Naruto. The blonde's look of confusion and awe at himself turned to a wail of pain as he clutched his head and dropped to the ground screaming. Rhea Agak. Then the screams slowly turned into chuckles, then, after a while, a full-blown manic laughter. Hiya! That foolish old man, he said, halting everyone with his proclamation. His Een seal was finally overpowered by the cursed seal once again. Without warning, a shadow paralysis connected to Naruto, and the sound lightning coursed throughout from Sasuke's Chidori. Shikamaru, with his rat sign in play, spoke out. We know the truth, Naruto, if that's really even you, he said seriously. Sasuke became serious. Naruto, I know you're not in control. Shikamaru, keep him in place, we can't let him roam free. He's dangerous, he warned, narrowing his eyes at the blonde. The blonde kept a small condescending smile on his face. The Uchiha seems to have the resolve to fix things. It amused him slightly. Naruto noticed his eyes and slightly quirked an eyebrow. Oh, so you finally matured your Sharingan. Then tell me, Sasuke, how much can you see with that Sharingan of yours? The Uchiha mulled over that question before shaking his head slightly. It didn't matter. Sharingan blazing. He was prepared to charge and incapacitate Naruto until suddenly the blonde appeared in front of him and grabbed Sasuke, right wrist in a tight grip. He completely perception blitz him. Naruto then punched Sasuke square in the stomach, causing bile and blood to leak out, and with an amp of chakra sent him blasting in the foliage. Another shadow paralysis connected on him and he saw Kiba in the air. Naruto shakes his head in disappointment. Katsuga! The boy screamed out, two vortexes heading towards Naruto. The blonde just scoffs. How boring! Grabbing both dog and Kiba simultaneously and throwing them to collide with Shikamaru. Neji dashed towards Naruto, but with every swing and jab his all-seeing eyes can't help him land a single hit. Neji snarls at the prospect of being weaker than the village's fool. Coward! Can all you do is dodge? He then put all his might into this last jab and collided directly on his chest. Neji smiled triumphantly until he was grabbed by his neck. Naruto narrows his lone, I don't get cocky. He slammed him on the ground, causing a small crater on the ground. You insignificant worm! Suddenly killer intent emitted throughout the forest as the blonde spoke out. Since the nuisances are out the way, how about we go for a round 2? His lone eye turned red as he looked up with much intensity. Jinchuriki. Chunin Exam Stadium. Smoke covered everyone's vision. There is nothing left. The backside of the stadium and any building within a 30-mile radius was completely eviscerated. Hiruzen was exhausted, completely out of chakra. He gave everything and finally he achieved something he thought once unbelievable. Orochimaru was finally dead. He smiled triumphantly, panting hard. Finally, pant long last pant. Finally he. Squelch. His eyes widen. He looked down to see a corrosive chakra-covered clawed hand piercing through his chest from his back. Is dead? A familiar voice asked from behind him. What? His eyes began to blur. He coughed up a glob of blood and slowly turned to the side. You remember, don't you? His eyes widened in horror. In the Kazekage white robes was someone he least expected. He sputters his name.
En Naruto.
I did say I'll show you something interesting, didn't I? The blonde said, smiling like the devil. Why betray the peace I'm trying to build? Hiruzen questioned, desperately wanting an answer. The now revealed Naruto stared at the man he once considered his family for a few moments before speaking out, answering his question. Peace? How can you obtain that with the shinobi system in place? Throughout my life I realized at a young age I wasn't free. Just a tool to the village, a tool to be used and discarded like so many people before me. And when I finally found light, when I finally found someone my age who actually accepted me and not cursed my very existence, your shinobi killed him. Then you, the man who's been entrusted by my parents, discarded me away. He proclaimed with malice and contempt in his voice. Hiruzen lowered his head. So many regrets, so many bad decisions he's made. He couldn't take it anymore. Tears began to fall down his face. ISC. So it's all been a lie. Why you've been pretending to be happy for so long? He muttered weakly, the light from his eyes beginning to dim. Naruto nodded. The world believed that Naruto Uzumaki was a lovable, dumb, docile idiot, but what is the real truth? Victors are those who look and plan ahead. I only pretended to be that way to one day gain the upper hand. Now the true contest is just beginning. With you dead, I have the first stepping stone to my goal. Bringing order to this world, something our forefathers and the Sage of Six Paths couldn't achieve. Naruto proclaimed. Hiruzen's eyes widened at the proclamation. Eso, why you mean? Naruto nodded, yes, this age of shinobi. Cleave. Swiftly he pulled out his clawed hand and cleaved Hiruzen in half, killing the Sedame Hokage. Is over, Naruto proclaimed strongly as he stood over the old Hokage, his robes flapping in the wind. Finally the first step is done and now he can prepare for what's next in line. His thoughts was cut off when he heard clapping. The smiling Orochimaru revealed himself. Tayuya, Guren and Kabuto by his side. Naruto looked at the Tayuya, recognizing her from the forest. He narrowed his eyes. She was about to make a snarky comment about the look he was giving her until a wave of chakra filled her senses. She took a step back in fear. Naruto, ignoring the man, closed his eye. Kyuubi, I'm done here. Make sure you destroy the clone when you're done. The clone loan I turned red and features turned more feral. Good. Marvelous. So when can I expect him so we can talk about the future? Orochimaru exclaimed, delighted at the accomplishment of this task. Kyuubi smiled menacingly as he looked towards Orochimaru and shook his head. Soon. Apparently he has to do something first, then he'll go to you. Orochimaru let out a long sigh but nodded, still smiling like a madman. Very well. Feel free to come by any time. Suddenly Kyuubi handed him a scroll, which caused Orochimaru to raise a single eyebrow. You're planning things being his back? You're truly a fox. Kyuubi scoffed, what the brat don't know won't kill him. Yet. He then disappeared in a gust of wind, causing Orochimaru to grin wider. Kukuku. Honestly, this has been the most exciting day I've ever experienced. He then made a few hand signs and slammed his hand onto the ground, a large snake appearing, looking at Orochimaru, awaiting orders. Deal with the trash that follows me. Don't let any of them live. The snake hissed in agreement as the purple barrier disappeared in an instant as Orochimaru and his companions dashed away, not wanting to deal with the pest that was Umbu. As Hiruzen's eyes dulled, he couldn't help but think of the past. Mini flashback. A 5-year-old Naruto was running through the forest trying to clear his mind. He always tried not to dwell on the negative thoughts, but it's been getting hard. He landed next to a creek with streaming water. He sees fish but has no way of catching it. He thought real hard about it until something clicked.
Aha, I'm a vesome.
He smiled brightly. He pulled a piece of fabric string from his shorts and tied it to a massive stick. Some time has passed and he caught about 5. After cooking it over a fire, he began eating alone. While enjoying his meal, a weird old man appeared out of nowhere and started sniffing his food. What do you got there? Smells good, an old man asked, smiling softly. The little boy yelled and face faulted. After scaring the living crap out of the boy, Naruto sat back up, tilting his head to the side. Oh, excuse me, sir. Who are you? Hiruzen just smiled at the young man, but before he said anything. Grumble, grumble, Naruto's stomach bubbled out loud. The pair looked at each other, then started laughing. Naruto smiled. Man, I'm hungry. Here, eat this, old man, handing her a fish. Hiruzen's eyebrow twitched, but he smiled. Oh, thank you, young man. This looks good. He bit it, but burnt his tongue. Ow, hot, hot, hot. The pair started laughing again. It was getting dark and the two was looking in the sky. Look at the stars. Really put the vastness of the world in perspective. Yes. I believe the world is boundless. Hiruzen said. Naruto smiled. Really? Wow, you sure know a lot, old man. Looking at the sky, memorized. Yes, the world is big, and we must do what we can to protect it and the people we care about. No kidding? Is it that big? But why protect? Because this is our world. It's our job to. Well, someone like me can't do it forever, so I'm going to have to rely on you, Hiruzen said, smiling softly. While going through her pockets, he pulled out a scroll. Here, have this, there's some stuff in there to help you get by. Every hero should be big and strong. I'm Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage. If you ever need something, you can hang out in my forest grounds, but you can't tell anyone about it, okay? It's located at the edge of the village. Naruto's eyes sparkled. He was never given anything. He grabbed it while nodding. He smiled brightly. The old man stood up and smiled once again. After that, he started walking away. Don't worry, old man. I will protect this world no matter what. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, protector of this world, believe it. The young blonde boy shouted. The old man smiled as he walked off. It's poetic how his story ended. It goes to show no matter how great a man is, his failures will always follow. Present day. A fog of smoke and debris finally seeped away from the battlefield. After the abundance of coughing, he jumped up to get a vantage point. Jiraiya stood atop the head of his massive toad summon as he watched Konoha forces engaging the Suna and Oto forces. Despite the fact that they had driven the enemy out of heart of the city, the enemy had been putting up a dogged fight. Suddenly, Ibiki landed atop the toad's head. Jiraiya-sama. Jiraiya put up his telescope and turned to face him. Ibiki, report. Jiraiya-sama, our forces were caught in several ambushes as they chased the enemy forces out of the village. They ended up getting caught in a crossfire by some of Otogekyure's ninja they had held back. Jiraiya groaned. They would win, but such an unnecessary loss of life was unsettling. Jiraiya was about to respond just as a cloaked Umbu landed on the toad. Bowing to Jiraiya, Jiraiya-sama, it's about Sandaime-sama. Jiraiya grinned widely. So Sarutobi-sensei finally killed the snake, did he? The Umbu flinched under his mask. Hokage-sama was killed in combat. The ninja stood in stunned silence atop the toad as the sounds of battle still rang out into the air. The toad Sannin sat there and stared into the heavens. He wonders when can he achieve peace to avoid things like this. His began to ball up to a fist and look towards the Umbu. Show me where Orochimaru. I'm going to stop them. I will possibly need backup as well. Make sure they come as soon as they can, the toad sage ordered. The Umbu nodded in the negative. It wasn't Orochimaru. What? Who was it then? Dark clouds started to block out the sun. It was as if the heavens was crying for the transgression that happened. The Nine-Tails Fox container.
Moments later.
Running up the Hokage monument, Jiraiya narrowed his eyes, thinking how everything turned out this bad. Everyone be on guard, he screamed out. The ninja behind him nodded and wordlessly dashed up the monument. The group landed and all could sense the immense power emanating from the boy ahead. His presence alone set off many alarm bells. As Jiraiya approached cautiously towards Naruto, he realized how different the blonde looked. He knew then that talking might be useless, but he needed a way to reach him. As shinobi though, he also have to be prepared for the worst. Naruto, Jiraiya called out in a soft but firm voice. Naruto didn't even acknowledge their presence, still preoccupied on testing his motor skills, flexing his muscle, opening and closing his clawed hands. There was a loud cracking noise, and the ninja winced. However, the blonde still didn't make sound, just testing the function of his body. The blonde slowly turned around and faced him. Everyone present tensed at seeing the blonde boy face. Even Jiraiya, the most experienced, was on edge seeing his student's lone red eye. Sannin. With Naruto. Naruto said nothing. He jumped up onto a tree branch and looked at Gara. Slowly his curse seal etched across his face. The wind around the forest seemed to pick up as Naruto's chakra surged. Having enough power to fight Gara, he was fully prepared to fight with the Sand Jinchuriki for a second time. You interest me, Uzumaki, Gara called with a dark look spread across his face. Mother wants me to devour you, and so I will. Your blood smells good to me. I can tell it is delicious, Gara said and dashed towards Naruto like a bullet. Gara tried slashing Naruto's chest horizontally with his claw. Naruto was able to predict the attempt, thus he sidestepped. He is faster than Gara, which made it easy for Naruto to dodge Gara's attack. Naruto caught Gara's left hand and spun around twice, picking up speed. He threw Gara and sent him crashing towards the tree. Gara recovered rather quickly and jumped at Naruto again. He was faster than before. His clawed fist crashed into a tree branch Naruto was standing on and shattered it. Naruto had jumped up, not intending to try and block the attack. The power behind the strike would have proved that blocking was useless. Naruto blurred out of sight and appeared behind Gara. He was going for a kick from behind, but Gara's tail stood in the way. The tail swung and hit Naruto with enough power to send him crashing down the ground. Gara turned around and grinned madly. "Is all that power you have? I want to see you go all out. A fight to death. Show it to me," Gara said as he jumped to where Naruto had fallen. Naruto stood up and gathered corrosive chakra on right hand. Cleave Naruto expelled the chakra on his hand into invisible blades. The two blades soared in great speeds and rushed towards the oncoming Gara. Gara brought out his tail and clawed arm to shield himself. The intensive cleaves began to cut through Gara's materialized arm and tail, completely dismembering it. The materialized parts in Gara's body crumbled down like sand. Gara fell onto the ground with his legs. "Ha ha 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 ha!" He started laughing like a maniac. "That's the power I want to see. I want more of it," he said, growing another tail and two hands. Naruto saw this and knew that it was a matter of time before Gara turned into Shikaku. He also smiled like a madman. "Come, you beast, prove your existence to me," he roared. Gara smiled and took off at a very fast pace and appeared in front of Naruto. Gara swung his right hand, attempting to hit Naruto. Naruto blocked the hit and attempted to hit Gara, but the Jinchuriki blocked his attempt with his left hand. Gara caught Naruto's right foot and threw the blonde away. Naruto was sent crashing towards the trees by Gara. Naruto just smiled as he tried getting up, but before his attempt could be a success, Gara appeared above him. Both Gara's clawed hands were speeding down towards him. Naruto could only bring both his hands to block. The power of the strike resulted in making his attempt to block useless. The double hand punch grounded Naruto. Gara jumped up, attempting to squash Naruto under his feet. This time was able to escape Gara's strike. Gara hit the ground with his legs, created a large crater. "That would have been nasty if I got hit," Naruto said to himself. Gara raised both his clawed hands, pointing at Naruto. He began to shoot sand bullets at Naruto. Naruto jumped around the trees, dodging the sand bullets. Gara only increased the number of bullets he fired at Naruto. He was laughing maniacally as he was enjoying watching Naruto dance around. It was quite an amusing scene for him to watch. Naruto realized running accomplished nothing. Charging up corrosive chakra in his clawed hand, he uttered his jutsu while swiping in the air. Cleave. Dozens of sand bullets suddenly split in half. Gara covered himself and grunted in pain when cuts and sliced appeared out of nowhere across his body. "You seem to regenerate every time I cut you. Well, let's test the limits on that, Gara," the blonde screamed. Naruto channeled chakra into his feet for more speed. He suddenly disappeared and appeared in front of Gara. He punched Gara on his gut with a powerful punch. He proceeded to punch Gara at his face several times before jumping up. Naruto swung his right leg towards Gara. The leg connected with Gara's face, sending him crashing towards the trees. Naruto landed gracefully on the ground, panting slightly. He held out clawed hand and converted his chakra inside his body into wind. "Wind release. Death of 1,000 cuts," he uttered, swiping towards the red head. The atmosphere crackled with anticipation as the air transformed into a razor-sharp symphony of countless invisible blades. As the wind blades surged forward, everyone bore witness to an ethereal dance of destruction. The first unfortunate opponent met an invisible onslaught, their body reacting before comprehension could catch up. A storm of razor-edged wind slices carved through the air, leaving behind a trail of severed leaves and branches. The wind blades darted through the forest, effortlessly slicing through anything in their path. Gara, caught off guard by the seemingly invisible assailant, desperately tried to evade the onslaught, but the relentless storm pursued them like an unforgiving tide. Leaves and twigs floated in the air, a testament to the devastation wrought by the wind blades. The once serene forest became a chaotic battleground, the air resonating with the eerie hum of the wind cuts. In the aftermath, the Gara lay defeated, his forms marked by countless cuts that seemed to appear out of nowhere. Gara let loose of a pained scream, And I refuse, Gara yelled out as he leaked considerable amount of demonic chakra. An explosion of chakra rocketed around him. I refuse to be beaten. Naruto just smiled menacingly, ready for battle against the raging beast. Chapter 6 Part 2. Running up the Hokage monument, Jiraiya narrowed his eyes thinking about how everything turned out this bad. Everyone be on guard, he screamed out. The ninja behind him nodded and wordlessly dashed up the monument. The group landed and all could sense the immense power emanating from the boy ahead. His aura alone set off many alarm bells. As Jiraiya approached cautiously towards Naruto, he realized how different the blonde looked. He knew then that talking might be useless, but he needed a way to reach him. As shinobi though, he also have to be prepared for the worst. Naruto, Jiraiya called out in a soft but firm voice. Naruto didn't even acknowledge their presence, still preoccupied on testing his motor skills, flexing his muscle, opening and closing his clawed hands. There was a loud cracking noise, and the ninja winced. However, the blonde still didn't make sound, just testing the function of his body. The blonde slowly turned around and faced him. Everyone present tensed at seeing the blonde boy face. Even Jiraiya, the most experienced, was on edge seeing his student's lone red eye. Sannin, Kyuubi intoned lowly. The possessed clone turned and faced him fully. Jiraiya's eyes widened. He knew then that something was wrong if physical appearance didn't sway him. There's no way Naruto would address him in this way. Jiraiya narrowed his eyes dangerously. The nine-tailed fox, so you're behind this? He then shakes his head disbelieving. This should be impossible. The seal should have kept you in place, but at least I know Naruto isn't behind this atrocity. He incite relief. The possessed blonde tilted his head in amusement. I wonder about that. You truly underestimate the boy's darkness that's within him. You should know about the curse seal, he said, chuckling towards the end. Jiraiya's eyes widened in shock at the revelation, remembering the conversation with his sensei. Flashback during Chunin exams. Jiraiya's eyes bore the weight of concern as he faced Hiruzen. Sensei, we can't ignore the situation that happened in the Land of Wave. There's something unsettling about the seal you placed on him. Hiruzen sighed. Weariness etched across his face. I know, Jiraiya-kun. The burden on Naruto is immense. I can't help but feel guilty for not doing more to support him. Jiraiya's fists tightened. I should have been there for him, old man. He's carrying a weight he shouldn't bear alone. The guilt eats at me. Hiruzen nodded solemnly. We've both made mistakes, Jiraiya. Naruto's strength is commendable, but we can't let him crumble under the pressure. We must find a way to help him together. The room fell into a heavy silence, both legendary shinobi grappling with the shared responsibility of guiding Naruto through the shadows of his destiny. Hiruzen flinched in surprise as his office door flew wide open with no prior warning. The gust of air the motion sent his way blew several documents off of his desk, and the impact of the doorknob on the wall shook the room. The culprit behind the sudden, jarring entrance was Anko Mitarashi. She looked as though she had hardly slept, with dark circles under her eyes, and her hair disheveled and messy. Most notably, she looked distraught. Good morning, Anko. The elderly leader greeted the frazzled woman calmly, irritated though he was for her unceremonious entrance. Reading the room told him that such complaints could wait. Anko took several deep breaths and pulled the door closed once more. We need to talk, Hokage-sama, she said with fabricated professionalism. Hiruzen rested his chin on his interlaced fingers and kept his expression unfeeling. I gathered as much. Now speak, he ordered. Anko quickly found a chair and pulled it up in front of his desk, seating herself in it a moment later. I have a pretty wild hunch, but one I think needs to be taken seriously, she started, straightening her jacket and fixing her forehead protector during a brief pause. I think Orochimaru is in the village. Specifically, I think he's in the 44th training ground as we speak, she revealed. Hiruzen felt his blood run cold. Anko Mitarashi was certainly eccentric, and her promotion to Jonin had raised several eyebrows amongst the administration. But she was far from dumb, and her intuition was sharp. The Toad Sage was about to jump into action until Hiruzen placed a hand out, halting his trek. Why have you come to this conclusion? Be thorough. The Hokage pressed. Anko promptly reached into her jacket pocket and produced something chilling. A thin, white snake. It appeared to be dead. Setting the inanimate creature on the desk, the Jonin allowed both Jiraiya and Hiruzen to study the evidence she had brought to him. I found it just outside the forest. Beyond that, one of the Oto genin struck me as strange. She looked normal, but almost too normal, like she was fake. Doesn't hurt that she was by far the tallest person there despite being a woman, she explained, a touch of nervousness in her voice. She then pursed her lips. I thought about confronting her. Her chakra felt off too, but for whatever reason I didn't step in. I let her enter the forest. I'm kinda kicking myself now, she said dejectedly. Hiruzen held up a hand to cut her off before she could speak further. Don't waste your energy on self-deprecation. As you said, this is a hunch. As of right now, we don't have any concrete proof, he said sternly. Anko nodded and took another breath to calm herself. If he is here, what do you think he's looking for? He'd never risk coming back without a goal in mind, she asked. It was a fair question, one that required nuanced thought to process. Before Hiruzen could answer, Jiraiya offered his own hypothesis. I could be wrong, but my first guess would be the Hyuga kids. There are 2 of them in that forest. Their eyes might be enticing to him, he suggested. It was then that 2 faces popped into Hiruzen's mind. I sincerely doubt it. There are several Hyuga children far younger and weaker than Niji or Hinata. If he wanted the Byakugan, he would have taken the path of least resistance, he said with a shake of his head. No, if he's here, he wants either the Sharingan or the nine-tailed fox. The exclusivity alone would attract him, not even mentioning the immense power of both of those things, he said. Anko clenched and unclenched her hands. In other words, Naruto and Sasuke are the most likely targets. Both are on Team Kakashi. If you're right, they don't have much time. 18 hours have already gone by since the start of the second phase. If he's in the forest, he'll be on top of them soon, she said. Hiruzen nodded rigidly. It made far too much sense to have not been predictable. The exams were the rare time during which a genin was entirely separated from their assigned jonin, without being among the general population. In short, they were intensely vulnerable. If he finds those kids, they're as good as dead. He'll slaughter them, Anko said darkly, reading the Hokage's mind. If he had been apprehensive to subscribe to the theory minutes prior, Hiruzen was now entirely sure of its validity. How quickly can you reach them? He asked, his tone now urgent. Anko glanced off in the direction of the forest, and then back to her leader. I can get to the forest itself in less than 2 minutes. Finding them in there is the problem. 10 minutes at least if I had to guess, she said honestly. The Hokage briefly weighed his options. Gathering a team of jonin would increase the chances of the knee-jerk operation being successful in some regard, but it would take more time than they likely had at their disposal. Just as he began to administer an order to Anko, something happened that left no room for debate. In an instant, the white snake on Hiruzen's desk flared to life, writhing and hissing. The sudden burst of motion caused both Anko and the elderly leader to back away from the creature momentarily. Once the shock had worn off, Anko drew a kunai and stabbed the snake through its skull, killing it once and for all. It was a bad omen, and both knew it. With a curt nod, Hiruzen looked Anko in the eyes. Go, as fast as you can. With her leaving, he then turned around to his student. Jiraiya, gather all the information about this. The mere mention of his name can't be by coincidence, Hiruzen said seriously. Before the Toad Sage left, he eyed his sensei one last time. I'm going to protect him this time, and after everything dies down, I'm teaching that kid everything to make up for past mistakes. It's the least I can do. With that, he disappeared in a puff of smoke. Flashback end present day. The Toad Sage looked towards his student whose body that was stolen from the entity in him, or that's at least what he believes. Many thoughts raged within his head on how to approach the situation, but he can't come with a solution that doesn't involve a fight. He blames himself for not killing Orochimaru sooner, blames himself for Naruto's miserable life. He's sure Minato is rolling in his grave for his transgressions. Realizing that battlefield is no place for these thoughts, he strengthens his resolve. Nine Tails, many people believe that you're a weapon of mass destruction. An unintelligent beast that dead set on destroying the world itself, but clearly our information was an exaggeration. You're obviously the mastermind behind this, but I'm sure manipulating a mere child is beneath you, but the question is why? How did you even manage to kill the Hokage without him noticing? Jiraiya asked seriously. Kyuubi smiled softly and thought about everything that was said. He then answered indirectly. Did you know that based on Eastern folklore in the Edo period, we foxes were depicted as spirits possessed of magic powers? These particular spirits were often depicted as mischievous and dangerous. We were known for tricking other people with the ability to disguise themselves via shapeshifting, but had sharp enough fangs to cleave through any surface and dismantle through anything from within. Do you understand now, Sannin? He spoke, answering his question with a question of his own. Jiraiya's eyes widened, recognizing he just got a hint about the technique Kakashi spoke about during his report. What do you dash? He was cut off. Enough riddles. A scream from a woman echoed out. Everyone turned around to see a masked Umbu taking off her mask, revealing to be Yugogo. Stand down. We need dash. Jiraiya tried to stop the purple-haired Umbu woman, but she pushed through him, her sword drawn towards Kyuubi. No, Jiraiya-sama, you're asking the wrong questions. Tell me, demon, did you kill Hiate? She roared. Everyone besides the Nine Tails tensed at the question. Kyuubi tilted his to the side in confusion. Who's that? She snarled in anger. You're telling me you don't at least know the names of the victims you terrorize? He's a swordsman. Tell me, monster, did you kill him? Still confused, he tried to wrap his head on who she's referring to. Swordsman, who are you talking about? His lone eye then brightened in recognition, then he smiled like a hungry beast. Oh, I see. That miserable human got in the way, so I cut him down. Clang. Suddenly Yugogo appeared before Kyuubi with a downward slash clashing against the smiling beast claws. Sparks and the sound of metal cringing can be heard throughout the surrounding area. Kyuubi began chuckling at the human whose eyes burned with hatred towards him. Jiraiya's first thought was to intervene, but this was the perfect opportunity to gauge the threat before him. After the clashing of steel against claw, Yugogo blade sliced through the air with precision, fueled by years of disciplined training. Her movements were swift and deliberate, aiming to strike down the murderous beast before her. However, Kyuubi, with over a millennium of experience etched into every fiber of his being, moved with a mesmerizing fluidity. As the swordsman unleashed a flurry of attacks, Kyuubi's responses were almost preternatural. Limbs contorted and shifted effortlessly, avoiding each strike with an otherworldly grace. It was as if time itself had become their ally, granting an intimate knowledge of the ebb and flow of battle. Yugogo's frustration grew palpable as each attempt to land a blow was deftly sidestepped or elegantly parried. The nine-tailed fox, like a phantom, danced through the onslaught, his movements a testament to a lifetime of accumulated combat wisdom. The squadron of Umbu prepared to step in and help her, but Jiraiya put a hand out and stopped them. He shook his head in the negative. If he is doing this to your captain, then there's no chance for you all. You'll just running towards your death. In the final moments of the battle, Yugogo, fatigued and disheartened, found herself kneeling and staring at the monster that killed her lover. Kyuubi, still smiling condensing, stood unscathed, a living testament to the insurmountable chasm of experience that separated them. The Umbu's valiant efforts had been in vain, eclipsed by the timeless expertise of an opponent who had mastered the art of combat over centuries. Suddenly, Spartan kicked her off the monument, crashing through several buildings. The surrounding Umbu quickly disappeared to give her aid. With that settled, he looked towards the Toad Sage with mild amusement on his face. Shall we continue? Let's talk about the future of the world. Naruto versus Gara. And no, I refuse, Gara muttered, as he leaked considerable amount of demonic chakra. An explosion of chakra rocketed around him. I refuse to have my existence erased, the redhead roared. The blonde became amused despite knowing the dangers that was knocking. He watched as the debris cleared. Gara had transformed into a chibi shikaku. Naruto smiled menacingly, ready for battle against the raging beast. I see. So this is your full power. You're dead, Uzumaki, Gara proclaimed, dashing towards Naruto. Fine then. Show me, Gara. Show me your will. Naruto roared, dashing towards transformed Gara. Both Naruto and Gara face blurred in manic glee as they clashed in the middle. The sand container made a makeshift sword out of sand, while Naruto donned a wind blade. The surrounding forested area shook as the both monsters collided. Naruto, still smiling, stared the deranged creature before him. The blonde lone eye sharpened, noticing something. Sensing chakra building up in the monster's sword, he jumped to the side, allowing it to crash on the ground in a loud thud. While in air, Gara's sand hand attempted to grab him, but he was quick and side-kicked the offending hand away. Naruto then flicked his wrist downwards towards the monster's face. Dissect! The sound of a loud whip crack was heard, and a thin line suddenly slashed on Gara's face, causing his head to jerk back, but the sand around the gash grew back. The monstrous red head smiled like a beast. Naruto landed on a nearby tree. Using that as leverage, he propelled himself towards Gara in a blitzing speed. The blonde extended his right leg, landing a vicious drop kick on his stomach, but at the same time Gara prepared himself by conjuring up a jutsu. Wind release. Vacuum serial bullets. When Gara exhales, several wind bullets spat out in various angles. Suddenly, multiple grotesque mouths opened on his sand body, adding more wind bullets. Naruto's lone eye slightly widened. He couldn't dodge, so he put his arms up in a defensive position as both was sent opposite directions in high speeds, crashing through the trees. Boom! Sasuke groggily woke up from unconsciousness. His vision was blurry, but his eyes widened when he saw his blonde teammate walking towards his general direction. He had a myriad of questions running through his head at this point. Slowly, under the fog of dust and debris, Naruto casually walked back to the epicenter of the battle. His clothes are now torn to shreds and the right arm sleeve is missing, a thin stream on blood going down his left brow. Soon, with a large crash, Gara came down with a huge smile etched upon his face. Gara, seeing the blonde next to the Uchiha, cackled from across the foliage. "You aren't strong enough, Uzumaki. Leave him behind and run. Nothing has changed. You still don't fight for yourself." Gara then flung more sand shuriken at Naruto, who scoffed and grabbed Sasuke by the back of his collar and ducked and weaved out of the way of the projectiles. After he had gotten through them all, he dropped Sasuke back on the branch. "If I was the old me, I would have definitely died," the blonde muttered to himself, as he brushed off the dust and debris off his shoulder. He then eyed the beast. "You're pathetic." Gara snarled. Suddenly, a hand of sand sped towards Naruto's face. The blonde casually tilted his head. As it passed by him, Naruto sliced through the air with a swipe. A thin line cut through Gara's sand-covered chest, this time cutting deep enough to make him bleed, causing the Shikaku host to reel back in pain. The mutant sand creature snarled and maneuvered his sand to grab the blonde from the back of his head, slightly catching him off guard. With great effort, Gara threw the blonde on the ground and dragged him face down throughout the foliage, leaving a mini trench. Seeing a boulder ahead, the redhead threw Naruto towards the hard surface, but to his disappointment, the blonde nimbly flipped through the air and landed on the rock in a squatting position. Standing straight up, his curse mark glowed in anticipation. Ash chuckled in amusement. "Is that all you got?" Gara growled like a wild animal and went on all fours. He channeled his demonic chakra to his arms and legs and disappeared in a burst of speed. Naruto's lone blue eye sharpened at the movement. With the flexibility and agility abnormal to his usual self, he backflipped as Gara came crashing down on the boulder. The blonde continued to black flip away as the sand Jinchuriki swung and swiped like a madman, desperately trying to kill his prey. Gara snarled and manipulated his sand to become giant size. He swiped down and with a loud crash, smoke covered the surrounding area. He smiled in triumph. Gara's smile was soon wiped off when Naruto appeared before him and, using his sand as leverage, drop-kicked the sand Jinchuriki across the face, sending him through multiple trees. "It's a shame." Gara turned around to see Naruto standing behind him. Naruto crouched on the branch and watched Gara try to stand. "You had a defense that only the fastest could bypass and only the strongest could breach, and what do? You cast it away for raw power when things get a little tough. Raw power can only overwhelm skill and finesse in extreme qualities." Naruto pointed at Sasuke, who was over by Sakura, Pakin, and Gamakichi. "You fight the weak and expect to be called strong?" He shook his head in disgust. Gara's eyes began to burn rage. He has hated many things in his life but this boy. He was going to kill him. Right here, right now. There's no way. Gara allowed the final shred of sanity and reasoning inside of him snap. There's no way I'm going to lose to a guy like that. His chakra surged once again. His body began glowing ominously. Naruto smiled, madly noticing Gara is going all out. Unconsciously, his curse mark began etching all across his body, which is unprecedented because controlling the Heaven Seal is supposed to be impossible at this stage. The ground began shaking between the two monsters, putting everyone on edge. You're still holding on? Let go, you beast. Show me your will to live. Roared at the raging monster. Gara eyes twitched madly, drool coming out his mouth, raggggggghhhhhhhh. With a feral roar, sand exploded everywhere. Naruto, every movement was a dance of defiance, nimbly evading the sinuous tendrils that sought to ensnare him. The air crackled with tension as the colossal beast unleashed its sandy onslaught. Gara, I acknowledge this power of yours. The blonde roared as he dodged and waves. With each sidestep, the Naruto's feet barely touched the ground, a ballet of survival amidst nature's chaos. The tendrils lunged, but he glided effortlessly, a masterful display of agility. The forest echoed with the symphony of their struggle. Seizing the very sand that threatened him, the Naruto used it as leverage and dashed towards Gara. Closing in on the monster's face, Naruto lone eye glinted with glee and madness. Everyone in the forest held their breath as he leapt. Naruto, seeing an opening, gleefully extended his right clawed hand. Squelch. Time seemed suspended from resounding impact. Naruto landed a decisive blow on Gara's chest, causing him to cough out a glob of blood. But suddenly Gara grabbed the blonde's wrist, and he began to chuckle, causing Naruto to raise a single eyebrow in confusion. Why, you're a fool! Gara exclaimed, gathering huge amount of chakra for one last blow. Grotesque mouths then appeared all over his body as he took a deep breath and released everything he had. Wind release, sandstorm devastation. Gara released a massive blast of air in Naruto's direction, tearing off branches and cutting into the bark of trees. The colossal hurricane descended upon the tranquil forest, a tempest of unparalleled fury. Winds howled with a deafening roar, tearing through the once lush canopy. The colossal force of nature uprooted mighty trees, their roots wrenched from the earth like skeletal fingers grasping at the tempest. The forest, once a serene sanctuary, now lay in shambles. Trees that had stood for centuries bowed to the relentless gale, their leaves scattered like confetti in the storm's wake. The air was thick with the scent of crushed foliage and the lingering sorrow of nature disrupted. A massive trench carved its way through the heart of the forest, a scar etched by the hurricane's wrath. It yawned wide, revealing the raw wounds of the land as if the earth itself had been cleaved in two. The once vibrant ecosystem was now marred by devastation, a testament to the awesome power of the tempest that had swept through. As the wind died down, Gara couldn't see Naruto, no sign of him either. A smile etched on his tired face. After that attack, he lost his transformation due to burning through all his chakra. He then held his chest in pain, not even having enough power to heal himself. You'll never be stronger than me, Uzumaki. If only you would have known that sooner. The redhead thought to himself between hard breaths, not seeing a black silhouette behind him. Gara knew. Temari's shout of warning did no good. Cleave. In the blink of an eye, Naruto executed a lightning-swift maneuver that defied comprehension. Gara stood frozen for a moment, unaware of the impending strike. Suddenly, a surge of movement, and the air whispered with the lethal precision of the swift strike. A cascade of cuts appeared on the redhead's body, as if painted by an invisible artist. He was caught in the deadly storm, felt the sting of each cut before realizing the assailant had even moved. The jutsu concluded as quickly as it began, leaving the opponent bewildered and marked by the intricate web of wounds. It was an instantaneous display of deadly precision. Gara then fell to the ground, barely breathing. Tears welled up the redhead eyes. I lost again, Gara said weakly to himself. His eyes slowly traveled weakly towards Naruto. How are you stronger than me? He asked, surprisingly calm for someone who was like a maniac. Because I have purpose. Naruto said softly, going against the nature of his curse seal. Purpose? What does that mean? He asked, desperately seeking an answer. A silence stretched between them as they stared at each other. Naruto turned his gaze away from the Sannin and he stared up at the dark clouds. His lone eye lingered in the heavens as the clouds flying ahead. The blonde lowered his gaze from the blue skies and turned to regard the silent Nin. Gaara's face gave nothing away. Naruto lowered himself on the ground and took a seat. His posture was non-threatening and his demeanor was neutral. He then thought about Haku's solemn words. But I knew that something else was taken from me. Something even more important, and that's what I truly despaired. My purpose stripped away. That the world itself didn't need me anymore. That I became unnecessary. The blonde clasped his hand on his Konoha Hiate and his eyes hardened. To seek something beyond yourself. Gaara's eyes widened. He let Naruto continue. I hope you don't think I'm being weird, but I believe you and I are similar. It's unbearable, isn't it? The feeling of being alone. Naruto began in a low tone. The blonde lowered his hand and curled his wrist tiredly. Naruto was not here to kill or make an enemy of Sabaku no Gara. The Chunin remained silent, but he tilted his head in acknowledgement of his words. His jade eyes were curious and his posture was neutral. Naruto gazed back with solemn eyes. I know that place, I've been there. Engrossed in that dark and lonely place. The bright blue of his lone eye dimmed significantly as he stared at the other chakra vessel in rare understanding. The blonde heaved a long sigh and turned his gaze upward to the heavens once again. I'm a monster treated with scorn and hated by everyone in the village for something entirely out of my control. My greatest sin was being born. Naruto confessed quietly. The Sannin remained quiet for a long contemplative moment. You have a demon sealed inside you, Gara confirmed. His voice was low and definite. Naruto nodded in confirmation. Since the day I opened my eyes into this world, all I saw was hatred and I was vilified for existing. All I have ever relied on was myself. All I had was myself. But now things has changed. The silence stretched between them, but it did not feel awkward or stifled. The Sannin gazed ahead at the heavens. His expression was closed off, but his jade eyes were thoughtful. What do you desire, Uzumaki Naruto? He tilted his head to the side and regarded him with curious jade eyes. I want to be free. I don't want to be a tool for the system any longer. Naruto spoke quietly. He then continued. Gara, you say you live for yourself. Do you truly live for yourself when you're undertaking missions on behalf of your village? Are you truly living when you're following the orders of the Kazekage? I think you're not living for yourself. You've only convinced yourself of such lies. Naruto turned to the Sannin and he pulled himself up. His eyes hardened and he stared at the genin unflinchingly. You're nothing but a slave to your village, following orders and answering to the whims of your superiors. Gaara's eyes widened at the offensive words. Naruto's eyes were patient and understanding. He maintained his calm in the face of Sabaku no Gara's confusion. Is that what you truly want, Sabaku no Gara? To live serving those who shun you and despise you? Gara glared at him slightly. What other choice is there? He hissed as the sand rose around him in large, hostile waves. Naruto's eyes gleamed and he tapped his finger to his Hiate in rapid successions. There is always a choice, Gara. All of us, from the moment we are born, we are free. This, he tapped his Hiate, denies us our freedom. This is a sign of our servitude. I would rather die than spend my whole life tethered to a village I despise. You have a family and the power to make change, Gara. Don't waste all that for some petty self-gratification. The blonde turned back to the clouds and he reached a hand out to the flying birds, gazing at them wistfully. I will be free. I'll make sure people like us isn't born again, he said, clenching his fist. The blonde then looked towards the reed head. Become stronger so you can choose a path you'd regret the least, Gara. The blonde whispered, moving his hands in a fast seal. He met the desperate and sad eyes directly. I have chosen freedom over a life of forced servitude. Naruto began walking away. Due to be low on chakra, Naruto did not notice someone behind him. Suddenly a foot crashed into his head. The kick sent him flying away. Naruto regained control over his body, flipped in midair, and landed down the ground with legs touching first then his hands. The kick was hard and had a lot of power behind him. Naruto had been unable to dodge due to the speed and unable to block because he was also off guard. Naruto didn't recognize the man who had kicked him. Unknown to him, it's Baki, Gara's sensei. Sensei, both the Sand siblings at the same time. Baki had seen what was going on with the different battlefields. He did not like what he had seen. Konoha just won the invasion. It seemed that they had prepared like they knew they were going to invade. If Gara had been taking part, it would not have mattered. But there was another thing he could do ensure that things went his way, kidnapping the Leaf's ultimate weapon. Konoha in its arrogance loved its power, and capturing this boy it would force Konoha to give in to their demands. Baki smiled inwardly. His plan was indigenous. "You will come with me," Baki said in a commanding tone. "I refuse," Naruto replied as his lone eye turned slit red, glowing in ominous rage. He cursed to himself, "Damn it, I'm almost out of chakra. The curse seal will soon recede, then I'm done for. I guess I have no choice then but to take you by force then," Baki said and blurred out of sight. He appeared in front of Naruto and attempted to punch him. Naruto desperately blocked the punch with both his hands. Baki swung his right foot towards his hip. The power behind the kick pushed Naruto back a few feet. The blonde TSK to himself in pain. He needed more power or he'll get captured. Baki suddenly appeared in front of Naruto with his right foot raised. He attempted to kick Naruto on his chest. Naruto blocked the kick by both his hands as he could not dodge despite being able to predict what Baki was going to do. The power of the kick sent Naruto flying away. Naruto regained his balance and touched the ground with his hands and legs so that he could stop. He began breathing hard. Naruto rose up and looked at Baki. The man was considerably strong, worthy of being a jounin. Fighting someone like him without Kyuubi power active would prove to be a nasty thing for him. Baki raised his twin wind blade. "This is over." Naruto narrowed his lone eye and prepared for battle. Baki began dashing towards the blonde until a voice stopped him in his tracks.
No.
"Baki, that's enough. It's over," Gara rasped out as if in a daze. Baki's eyes widened. But Lord Gara." Not getting a response, he sighed heavily and nodded to the siblings. Temari and Kankuro quickly picked up Gara and all four headed towards Wind Country. After they had made a distance between themselves with the Konoha group, Gara said two words that made his siblings almost cry. "Temari, Kankuro, I'm sorry for everything. Hokage Monument." Kyuubi made a clone, putting the Toad Sage on guard, but became confused when it disappeared. He then looked towards the suspicious Jiraiya. "Shall we continue? Let's talk about the future of the world." He was going to respond until he was interrupted. Kakashi rushed up in a panic. He looked between Jiraiya and Naruto. He questioned out. This isn't right. He was sure Naruto went to go help Sasuke. What happened to the kids? Are they dead? What the hell is going on? A myriad of questions echoed throughout his head. He then recognized that chakra and condescending smile. He narrows his eyes. "Kyuubi." Lightning coursed out his hands ominously. He was going to engage until Jiraiya raised a hand, indicating for him to stop. The Toad Sage stood there stock still, a serious visage etched upon his face. "There's no need for a talk. The future of this world is destined for great change, and it's the child of prophecy that'll bring about that change." The Nine-Tails scoffed. "You mean that brat? It's a meaningless endeavor. That ship has sailed. I must thank you, though. I wouldn't been granted this freedom if your Hokage didn't seal him away. I'm merely a clone. Go ask him yourself." He chuckled in amusement. Jiraiya became slightly guilty, but his resolve soon hardened. "Kakashi, go. Stop Naruto by any means. He's under arrest for the murder of Akage. If he resists, kill him," he said with finality. Kakashi lowered his head. This situation was truly horrible. How could this even happen? He blamed himself. Without saying a word, he disappeared. Kyuubi, hearing what he said, began cackling like a madman. Jiraiya glared at him. "What's so funny? If he dies, you die as well. That was the condition set by the seal of the Shinigami? Or did you forget?" The Toad Sage said, smiling triumphantly. The possessed blonde shook his head. "You don't understand. Even when I lose, I win. I can care less if you kill the boy, that doesn't hold no value, he said, shrugging. The Toad Sage sighed in disappointment. That's the problem with the shinobi world. So much hatred. Even you must understand why we must value life. Kyubi scoffed at the hypocrisy. A ninja telling me to value life? What a joke. Then tell me, Sanin, what is the value of one life? A simple question to which there is no right or wrong answer in the world of shinobi. Some would take that question and approach it from a monetary point of view, some from a cultural point of view, but most would take it from a spiritual point of view. But why would spiritual dominate over other choices? Because the gift of life is something we do not understand. We do not know how it begins nor what happens after it's over. But we do know that all life is precious and to be protected at all costs. But the question remains, how much is one life worth? Are some lives worth more than others? If so, then why would these lives be worth more if they are all the same? When would we be willing to trade one life in exchange for another? Or many others? You're asking many questions that I can't personally answer, for I am not omnipotent. But I can say, in order for peace to prevail, must value life, no matter the place of origin. Jiraiya said firmly. The blonde went silent for a few minutes until he donned an animalistic smile that sent shivers down everyone's spine. His teeth were all sharp incisors, which had curled up into a toothy grin that managed to be even more psychotic now. It's the same words his father preached thousands of years ago. Peace. Such a naive way to think. He remembers his father spouting the same nonsense. Mini flashback days of the past.
Ninshu shall unite humanity.
Those were the last words of Hagoromo Akatsuki, the sage of six paths, the creator, his father. Since the beginning of time, the human race had embroiled itself in conflicts of power, greed, and ambition. It was a cycle of never-ending violence that was supposed to end when the sage taught humans the power of chakra. With that gift, he had wished to give peace, yet humans have an uncanny habit of destroying themselves on their own. The chakra that was supposed to unite became the catalyst for even greater violence between the sage's two sons, Indra and Ashura. If only Hagoromo had understood humanity's fault lay in its twisted emotions, and granting them power would only embolden them. A proof of that claim itself was the conflict between the sage's sons, which began over a simple matter of succession. The sage who taught the world the importance of peace couldn't teach his own sons the same values. That was the beginning of a massacre that went on for centuries, and he not only was a witness but a victim to this peace. Mini flashback end present day. Peace. That is what you desire, isn't it, Sanin? Yes, that's the answer. Yes, that is it. Peace. Kyubi roared in a manic glee before dashing towards him. His speed was so intense that the earth below uprooted, and it seemed he disappeared in a red flash to the normal eye. Not expecting this type of reaction, Jiraiya was completely caught off guard when out of nowhere the blonde palmed his face, sending both off the ledge in high speeds. While both were careening towards the ground, the blonde donned a sadistic smile. I finally found the answer to your lifelong dream, Toad Sage. Aren't you proud? The beast mocked. All the while Jiraiya tried to struggle and claw his way out his strong grip. Using the momentum, the blonde threw the Toad Sage through multiple buildings in the village square. Boom! Kyubi landed gracefully on the neighboring building roof, looking down at the Toad Sage. He then saw masked men with brown hair appear down below, helping Jiraiya out the rubble. The blonde stood there patiently as the Sannin struggled to catch his bearings. He stood strong and stared into the beast's lone eye. You mortals have been running around for centuries running things, and now it's time for me to choke the life from you. That's true peace. Say goodbye to the village the third taught you to love, because you'll be joining him soon. I will not die here. I sense your chakra. You don't have enough to beat me. Jiraiya called out, his voice firm. Naruto, I know you're in there somewhere. This isn't the path you should be taking. Remember your dream of becoming Hokage and bringing peace to the ninja world. Kyubi smiled at Jiraiya, his slitted red eyes locking onto his former mentor. Hokage? A naive dream from a long-gone past. What good did it do? Look around you, human. The world is in constant turmoil, suffering from the ignorance of its inhabitants. Jiraiya's eyes softened with understanding. I know the world can be cruel, but the answer isn't to destroy it. We must find a way to change it for the better, not eradicate it. A sinister grin crossed Kyuubi's face. Your words are meaningless. My father felt the same, but I've grown beyond those childish dreams. I will bring true peace. It's time to show the world the futility of their ways. As the tension escalated, the ANBU unit kept a safe distance, ready to intervene if needed. Jiraiya knew he had to act carefully, as Kyuubi is a formidable opponent even if powered down. I won't let you destroy everything, Jiraiya said, adopting a defensive stance. Heh. Funny you have no chance of victory, yet you continue this resistance, knowing full well you can't win. You humans are so fascinating in your flaws. The blonde chuckled at such blasphemy as the flames raged in the background. With lightning-fast reflexes, Naruto lunged at Jiraiya, his claws extended, and the ground beneath him shaking with each step. The two clashed with incredible force, their blows creating shockwaves that rippled through the surrounding landscape. As they exchanged blows, Jiraiya continued to speak, hoping to reach the Naruto he once knew. You've been through so much, and I understand your pain. But this isn't the way to heal. Embrace your humanity, Naruto. Don't let Kyuubi's power consume you. He tried to get Naruto to take back control of the clone's body, but it was a fruitless endeavor. Kyuubi roared, his rage echoing throughout the battlefield. Humanity? It's nothing but a curse. A horrible sickness that cursed these lands for centuries. The path to my utopia lies in strength and control. Something you mortals will never attain. Jiraiya dodged a powerful swipe and countered with a swift kick, creating distance between them. True strength comes from understanding and compassion, not domination. The battle raged on. The surrounding environment bore the brunt of their power, and the ANBU unit struggled to keep the collateral damage under control. In the end, the clone was destroyed when Jiraiya gave up on talking to the fox. He wanted to get more information, but it was too dangerous. Even though he won the fight, a bad feeling in the pit of his stomach still lingered. He shook his head. Right wasn't the time for petty regrets. He needs to stay strong his village and help Kakashi. He then disappeared. Outskirts of Konoha. I'll ask you again, how much can you see with that Sharingan of yours? Sasuke. He began, his voice edged with a solemn conviction. The sun began to set, casting shadows over the field. Naruto spoke to his brother in all but blood with eyes of resolve and nothingness. Look around. The world is stained with chaos, and strength is the only currency that matters. Sasuke, usually an expert of that thought process, furrowed his brow in confusion. Naruto, what are you talking about? Even though I have my opinions about how things are done, I still believe things can change over time. Naruto's gaze bore into the Uchiha's soul, an intensity that seemed to drown out the moonlight. Change? Your still naive strength is the only constant. The weak are trampled upon, forgotten. You need to embrace the power that will make you invincible. You should know this very well, he said, pointing at the Uchiha eyes. Sasuke clenched his fist when the image of Itachi flared to life. A shadow fell over Sasuke's face as doubt crept in. But isn't there more to life than just strength? What about the bonds we've formed, the people we care about? Naruto's lone eye gleamed coldly. Bonds? You should know this. They're shackles. They hold you back. Strength is freedom. Imagine a world where no one can dictate your fate, where power is the only truth. As the words hung in the air, Sasuke felt a chill creeping over him. Naruto's persuasive allure tugged at the edges of his consciousness. Strength, freedom, Sasuke whispered, grappling with the seduction of Naruto's words. He pressed on, his voice low and hypnotic. You have the potential for greatness, Sasuke. Abandon the illusions of compassion and embrace the strength that will set you free. Gain the power to kill Itachi. In that moment, Sasuke's darkness teetered on the edge, torn between the light of friendship and the alluring darkness of vengeance. Suddenly, he was ripped out his thoughts when he heard a familiar voice. Naruto, you're under arrest for the murder of Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage. Kakashi spoke out. Sasuke's eyes widened at the news as Naruto turned around slowly. We shouldn't keep meeting like this, sensei. Chapter 7. Naruto, you're under arrest for the murder of Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage. Kakashi spoke out, jumping behind the pair with a squad of Umbu following him. The blonde still facing the Uchiha narrowed his lone eye at the news. The QB told them about that? What is he planning? His face then glowed in recognition, remembering the original plan. Everything is in place. Sasuke's eyes widened at the news as Naruto turned around slowly. He began to protest the accusation. Naruto would never dash. We shouldn't keep meeting like this, sensei. The blonde muttered out. Honestly, something is truly unforgivable. To harm the village you're hailed from. Naruto, just turn yourself in, don't make this hard. Kakashi said with disappointment riddled in his voice. Tell me it isn't true. Tell me it isn't true, Sasuke shouted. Naruto donned a small, unnerving smile. Yeah, I killed that old bastard. He deserved it. He turned around and began walking. I'm going down my own path now. Get strong, Sasuke, so your eyes can see the full truth of the world. You think we'll let you just leave? One Umbu member asked, darkly blocking any exit. The blonde looked at the group impassively. Kakashi felt pain and guilt burning throughout his heart, but he stood firm. Naruto, you once told me you wanted to prove world wrong. Don't tell me you've forgotten that. Naruto scoffed. You're going lecture me now? A bit late for that, don't you think, sensei? He shook his head in disappointment. You're always late when it matters the most. The blonde finished, causing Kakashi's eyes to widen slightly. The copy Nin then sighed tiredly. And Naruto, Sakura began, shaking uncontrollably. We are your family? Don't we mean nothing to you? Naruto met the pink-head eyes full of pain and confusion. The blonde didn't feel any guilt. He came too far for that, but he couldn't help but think of the rare act of kindness Sakura gave him a few weeks ago. Flashback 1-month training arc. Jiraiya giggled as he wrote furiously on his notebook. He and Naruto had gone to a waterfall in order to train his water walking. That much was true, but what Jiraiya didn't tell him was that it was one of his favorite places to do his research. When they had started training early in the morning, because of the previous training with his teammate, Naruto had gotten down most of the Toad-style taijutsu. After the taijutsu portion of the training was over, he had Naruto fight one of his clones while water walking. The blonde had made good progress, and it would only a matter of time before he was finished. Jiraiya had to admit that he was impressed at the level at which the kid learned. The Sannin heard a loud cheer followed by a round of laughter and instantly knew that his student was done with water walking. Naruto turned towards Jiraiya and grinned. You better stop peeking on those girls, Jiraiya-sensei. I beat the clone, and that means that you have to teach me how to summon toads. Jiraiya sighed and dropped down from the tree. All right already, Jiraiya exclaimed with a frown. Sheesh, kid. Has anybody ever told you that you're too loud? A lot of people actually, Naruto confessed. As long as you know that, Jiraiya said with an annoyed expression as he took off the scroll he carried on his lower back. The Sannin opened the large scroll and Naruto could see that there were 2 names written in blood. I need you to sign this using your blood. It's the first step in using the summoning jutsu. Naruto smiled in excitement. No problem, pervy sage. The blonde bit his thumb and drew blood. He began to write his name next to the one that read Minato Namikaze. All done. Jiraiya couldn't help but sigh. Maybe having a hyperactive blonde as an apprentice wouldn't be that good after all. Now you need to do the hand signs I taught you. Remember that the toad summon depends on the amount of chakra you put into it. Naruto smiled and went through the hand signs. He slammed his hands into the ground and watched as a poof of smoke appeared. He smiled in excitement but groaned when he saw a small green toad had appeared. What did I do wrong? Naruto whined with a frown. I told you to put more chakra into it, Jiraiya scolded. Now do it one more time but put more chakra into it. The blonde frowned and did as instructed, only to summon a slightly bigger purple toad. Naruto growled and went through the seals one more time only to summon the previous green toad. Jiraiya frowned. It looks like he'll have to use that chakra after all. That's enough, kid, Jiraiya said, ignoring Naruto's complaints. We have to go over some things now. The teen groaned but walked over to Jiraiya. What are we going over now, Jiraiya-sensei? The toad Sannin chuckled. We have to start a new training schedule. I didn't plan on you learning to water walk so quickly, so we have to make some changes. Jiraiya explained. We'll still work on your taijutsu first, but it will grow on level as time goes on. Right after the taijutsu, we'll be having sparring matches to help you learn how to use it in battle. After the sparring, I'll help you with your wind chakra control. Jiraiya continued. When the wind training is over, I'll teach you the basics of sealing. The art of sealing is very useful to ninja, and if you have enough skill, you can create your own seals. When we're done with that, you'll continue to try and summon bigger toads. Naruto nodded. I got it, Jiraiya-sensei, but will I still be able to train on my free time? Jiraiya grinned. You're welcome to train whenever you want, but I assure you that you won't have the energy to do so when I'm done with you. The Sannin had a glint on his eye that made Naruto shiver involuntarily. We're done for today. I'll see you tomorrow morning, kid. The Sannin disappeared in a cloud of smoke. Naruto sighed in contempt and stretched his sore muscles. He couldn't wait to get started with his training, but that glint on Jiraiya's eye had told him that he'll be in pain in the future. The blonde chuckled and summoned 2 clones, like Jiraiya had instructed, and began to work on cutting the leaf. The sun was setting when Naruto was making his way home. It had been a long day, and he knew that it would be nothing compared to what was to come. He walked through the streets and played his oblivious act. He had learned how to pretend that he didn't notice the stares the villagers threw at him, but he could still feel the gazes on him. How he hoped that the stares would stop. Naruto! He heard a voice scream. The blonde turned around and was met with the sight of his teammate running towards him. Are you okay, Sakura? Naruto asked as the girl tried to catch her breath. She frowned and pointed at Naruto's clothes. Look at you, Naruto. You're a mess. Naruto took a look at his clothes and noticed that his clothes were in fact cut up in some places and filled with dirt. What happened to you? Naruto grinned lightly. I was training with Jiraiya-sensei. The blonde answered. I think I was cut up when he tried to teach me how to block a kunai with my new taijutsu. Sakura sighed. You idiot, you're always going overboard. Naruto, look, you have blood in your jacket. She said in concern. You're coming with me. Going where? Naruto asked in slight concern. Sakura took hold of Naruto's sleeve and dragged him with her. I'm going to take you home and clean your wounds. Naruto stiffened. Are you sure your parents will be okay with me being there? He asked in alarm. I don't want to bother them. The girl chuckled. Are you kidding? She asked with a smile. They've wanted to meet you for a while. The blonde's eyes widened. Are you serious? He asked incredulously. Why would they want to meet me? She sighed. Naruto, you're my teammate, she said with a small smile. You beat Kiba by not giving up and took everyone by surprise. Ever since you became a ninja, my parents have wanted to meet you. Naruto didn't say anything. He just remained silent. Noticing Sakura gave Naruto an odd look. What's wrong, Naruto? Why are you so quiet? She whispered to him. It's not like they'll eat you alive or anything. Naruto kept his gaze to the ground and only grunted in response. Sakura threw him a worried look and dragged Naruto towards a tree. Grabbing her first aid kit with a frown, she posed a question that's been bothering her. Why do you not want to meet my parents, Naruto? Naruto lowered his gaze and sighed. I really didn't mean it like that, Sakura, he said with a sad expression. I'm just not good with adults. Her face softened and she sighed. I'll let you off the hook this once, she said with a small smile. But if you ever deny a girl's request to meet her parents, you'll pay the consequences. Naruto gulped and laughed nervously. It won't happen again, I promise. Good, she said before checking Naruto for any wounds. Satisfied, she looked at her friend sadly. The blonde had a look of exhaustion on his face that seemed alien on his face. Why do you train so hard? She asked. I know you want to be a Chunin, but isn't this a bit too much? Naruto gave a small smile and shook his head. I'm not training to be promoted, he began. I'm training so I can protect everything I love. They both stared intently into each other's eyes, until both blushed slightly and the blonde looked away. I've been unable to help you guys with my own power and want to change that. I don't want to watch as you guys get hurt. I want to be someone you can always rely on, Sakura. She now looked at Naruto in a whole new light. She hadn't expected an answer like that and gained a new respect for her teammate. His dream of being Hokage didn't look like a ridiculous idea anymore. She actually believed that with more experience he could actually become Hokage one day. I have to go, Sakura. I'm really tired, Naruto said with a weary smile. She smiled. I'll see you later, okay? Naruto gave a foxy grin. Of course, maybe we could train together one day. She nodded in agreement. I'll get stronger too. Naruto looked at Sakura in confusion. You were right about what you said. I feel like a burden on you guys sometimes and I want to change that. I'll follow your example and get stronger. Naruto smiled. You'll get stronger for sure, Sakura, he said with a grin. We should train together sometime. She grinned. Just you wait, Naruto. I'll be a lot stronger next time we meet. Don't think that I'll just let that happen. Naruto smiled. I'll get stronger so we can both protect our loved ones. Sakura gave Naruto a sweet smile. Now go get some rest or you won't be able to train tomorrow. Naruto chuckled in response and left the area with a single wave. Present day. Our bond is insignificant to me. Everything I have with you, ninja of the hidden leaf, is built on lies and treachery, Naruto said coldly. But know this, Sakura. I've always hated you, all of you. The pink-haired girl eyes widened, then welled up with tears. Her heart, no, her soul hurt. The mere sight of you all always makes me sick. Just slaves to a system with no free will at all.
Mia Ketzel.
The blonde finished a bit harshly. He then turned around. But you of all people should understand the value of obtaining absolute strength at least. The blonde muttered towards the Uchiha. Damn it, Naruto. Sasuke said lowly, anger evident in his voice. Who are you fooling with this act? He screamed. Why yeah. Why are you doing this, Naruto? Stop trying to push us away. Whatever you're going through, we can help you. Sakura cried out in tears. Isn't it obvious? Naruto said darkly as he turned back around. I'm a demon, remember? That's why they placed the seal me. Isn't that right, sensei? The blonde asked, giving Kakashi a knowing look, pointing at the Ein seal, glowing on his forehead. Kakashi felt a feeling of regret in his heart, but he cast it to the side to complete his duty as a shinobi. No, Naruto, I never seen you as a demon. None of your comrades did, but what you did is completely unforgivable. So are you turning yourself in peacefully or not? The surrounding area became tensed with silence. Then, after a few moments, Naruto let out a burst of laughter that was genuinely filled with amusement. I took down a bijou host and I killed your Hokage. You think a jounin and mere squad of umbu can take me down? He asked rhetorically, his wrist cracking as he twisted it. Please try it. He met Kakashi's eyes and his curse mark glowed ominously. Kakashi sighed once again and soon the sound lightning echoed throughout. Then all I can give you is just death, he said with finality. Seeing the situation was about to escalate, Sasuke stood between Naruto and Kakashi. Wait, Naruto, don't do this. Remember, you want to be Hokage. You told me that you have the desire to bring about change. How can you do that by doing this? Sasuke asked, desperate for his friend to stop going down the path he's walking towards. Naruto, looking at everyone, impassively collected himself before speaking. I haven't changed my goal, Sasuke. I am going to bring about change to this world. My view of being Hokage is not the one who is accepted by all, but the one who accepts all hatred. The one who accepts the world for what it is and not what it can be, is worthy of that title. Hatred within humans can't be destroyed, so I rather take it upon myself to divert it. To me, a Hokage is someone who uses his own flame to sear away the darkness of the 5 villages and keeps living by eating the ashes. What I seek is revolution, Naruto proclaimed, staring into the heavens. Hearing those powerful words sent everyone in shock. It made everyone question whether the blonde lost his mind or not. But it left a resounding impact on Sasuke. Every time he sees Naruto's face, he sees his brother. He put his head down quietly and stood behind Naruto. This caused the blonde to smirk. I see you agree, Sasuke. I'm glad you came to your senses. Treasonous bastard, was yelled at by the umbu who were itching to kill the traitor. As soon the order was given, they'll waste no time in killing the nuisance before them. Kakashi looked towards the blonde. That's not peace, Naruto, that's slavery. We have the right to choose their own path, whether good or bad. That's what makes us human. Is all about wave. Naruto narrowed his lone eye. Dangerous, watch it Hitaki. Ignoring the blonde, he continued. Is this what Haku would have dash? He was cut off. I thought I told you not to talk so readily. Your words are worthless and meaningless. The blonde roared with renewed strength, flexing his chakra upon them. His mental state after all this time is starting to slip. That's enough, Naruto. A new rung out. You don't get to go around killing anyone you please. There's a right way to do this, Jiraiya proclaimed, arriving to the field. There is no right and wrong in war, Jiraiya. It's an eye for an eye. Those who take away other freedoms don't deserve to live. The blonde retorted. So that's what this is about? We hurt you by the accidental death of Haku, so you retaliate by slaughtering our Kage? Betraying your home? Working with Kyuubi and Orochimaru. Literal monsters who wiped out an entire villages. They killed men, women, and children. They thrive off chaos, Naruto. Do you not care? Jiraiya said, taking a step towards Naruto. Everyone stared at Naruto, awaiting his answer.
No.
No, I don't. You sealed me into darkness. You lied about my parents and then you killed my friend. Everything has been taken from me. Never again. Never again will I allow an enemy to have the chance to take any more. This world will be changed. I will decimate any opposition that threatens my peace. The blonde roared. Then you'll have to go through us because what you are seeking is not peace, Naruto. World domination and peace aren't the same. Please, Naruto. Just surrender yourself to Konoha and face trial for what you've done, Jiraiya said, taking another step to Naruto. Naruto, please, that's enough. You need to relax and come with us. Kakashi tried to reason. Naruto looked straight at Kakashi and became angered. Really? Like always you do nothing. My mother died and you remained idly by. I get a slave seal and you still do nothing. This proclamation made Kakashi and Jiraiya eyes widen. They realized that Naruto knows information he shouldn't be privy to. You know your parents? Who told you this information, Naruto? Naruto snarled. Honestly, that's all you got from that? Out of everything you could have said, dismissal was your answer. Jiraiya shook his head in disbelief. Naruto, you have to understand, for the sake of the village we dash. He was cut off when a wind-coated kunai sliced through the air. He dodged and narrowed his eyes at the blonde. If he wasn't careful, he would have died. The village. You shinobi always think you're doing the greater good because of the village, while undermining the evil you support. Obsessed with the shinobi creed. Obsessed with the village, a worthless urge that enslaves you and creates wars throughout the nations. All the 5 villages do is limited our freedom, which in turn leads to psychopathic mass-murdering robots. You all fear what you don't understand. The blonde proclaimed, his madness overcoming him. These words caused Sasuke's eyes to widen. Naruto was literally mirroring his brother. He's becoming a monster. He clenched his fist. He has to do something or he's afraid another massacre will happen, but at a much bigger scale. Stop this, Naruto. That is enough. Jiraiya ordered, but suddenly Naruto threw his headband and stabbed a kunai through the leaf symbol. The hidden message was loud and clear to everyone there. I have my own dreams to fulfill, my own path, to reach the next level. I have had enough of this. There's no hope left in this pathetic world ruled over you shinobi. The people of this village are all the same. Change is impossible in this fog of ignorance. I'm done. Naruto uttered throughout. The treasonous words made all the ninja get ready for battle. What are you saying, Naruto? Sakura interject. My days playing ninja with you kids of the Hidden Leaf Village is over, he said with finality. Sasuke watched everything unfold. He had enough. He noticed that he still had enough chakra. He had to make a choice. A tear left her eyes as she went through a few hand signs and charged Naruto with a Chidori. The blonde was so engrossed in madness the blonde didn't even notice. Squelch. He stabbed his hand through back, piercing his chest from behind. Naruto's lone eye widened in pain. He tilted his head to the left slightly in confusion and gasped. He furrowed his brows as he didn't understand. Everyone stood in shocked silence.
I'm sorry, Naruto.
The Uchiha muttered in sadness. G guessed why you chose your path then, why you loved this village so much that you'd even kill me. Dropping to his knees, as he coughed up blood, Sasuke went to his with him. I can't let you become another Itachi.
I'm sorry.
Sasuke said, eyes shedding tears, but the clear liquid began to turn red. Heh. Would why you laugh if I told you that all I wanted was a normal life? Thank why you for being there for me, Sasuke. Naruto rasped out before breathing his last breath and collapsing on the floor. Sakura began crying, tears cradling the dead corpse of her friend. Sasuke began hyperventilating. He did the one thing he promised never to do. Allow his new family to die. Kakashi, noticing, placed a hand on the Uchiha's shoulder to calm him down but gasped in shock when he saw his eyes. Sasuke began morphing into its MS, but he couldn't maintain it and passed out. Jiraiya cursed. The whole situation went to shit. He sent Kakashi a glance. This whole situation could have been avoided. If I was there for him. Minato is truly rolling in his grave. He truly died for no reason. He signaled the Ambu to clean up the mess and to take the kids back to the village. Kakashi sighed. Honestly, I don't know about that. After the Forest of Death debacle went down, I had Naruto in custody before we placed him in a holding cell. While you was gathering information on Orochimaru, it was my job to seal the curse seal, but while doing that Orochimaru himself appeared, and he said some ominous things. The look on Jiraiya's face became serious as he clenched his fist. Explain. Flashback right after Forest of Death arc. Kakashi took a deep breath and readied himself. It had been quite some time since he had attempted any sort of complex fuinjutsu. He was competent in the field, but hardly a specialist. Unfortunately, time was of the essence, and enlisting the help of a more skilled sealer was not an option. At least I didn't have to make the array. The Jonin thought to himself as he checked each section of the formation that Naruto was laying in the center of. The boy had still yet to awaken since he lost consciousness after the battle between him, Naruto, and Asuma. He shook his head. This situation is the worst kind to be in, Minato. Please forgive me, he muttered to himself. Sighing to himself and stepping back away from the complicated circle of symbols and characters. I'll line him up with a therapist if he struggles too much with it. He decided, adding the thought to his mental to-do list. He then weaved a sequence of hand signs before slamming his palm down just in front of the array. The circle quickly began to glow, with chakra rising up from it like smoke from a fire. Tightening his focus to ensure that the process went along smoothly, Kakashi performed the final procedure. Stepping inside the circle, the Jonin pressed his palm to the mark on Naruto's neck. The chakra coursing through the array then flowed inward, soon finding its way to the Uzumaki boy. A few moments later, the circle went dark, and Kakashi removed his hand from his skin. The mark was now encircled with a seal on all sides. The process had been successful. Releasing a breath he had been unknowingly holding, Kakashi stepped out of the circle again. It's probably better that you weren't awake for this. It's a painful thing to go through, he thought as he studied his sleeping student. Then, just as the copy ninja had taken a step toward her to escort her out of the subterranean chamber they were currently residing in, the sound of echoing footsteps caught his attention. For such a powerful village, Konoha's security is lacking. Instantly recognizing the voice that had spoken, Kakashi whirled around and drew a kunai. As his ears had informed him a moment earlier, they were no longer alone. Strolling past the stone support pillars with casual ease was Orochimaru, who was curiously wearing what appeared to be a Jonin flak jacket and a forehead protector bearing the symbol of Otogekure. Forcing himself to remain calm despite his nerves, Kakashi stood tall. That's my job, actually, he shot back calmly. Orochimaru halted his advance at the final pillar before the array, leaving him 20-odd feet from Kakashi and Naruto. Precisely my point, he said vaguely. Being quick-witted himself, the copy ninja easily caught the insult laced into the older man's words. He ignored it. You're here for something. Come on out with it. We both have better things to be doing, the Jonin said. Orochimaru chuckled and made a wide gesture with his arms. Well, even a man like me gets homesick from time to time. The leaves are such a beautiful color this time of year, he replied with mocking humor. Kakashi narrowed his eyes. You've never been one for sightseeing, and as far as this village is concerned, you're not welcome, he said bitingly. The Sanin's expression remained relaxed and confident. He then glanced past Kakashi. "It won't work, you know," he said, gesturing to the sleeping boy in the ceiling array. The silver-haired ninja tightened his grip on his kunai handle. "What do you want with Naruto?" he demanded. Orochimaru did not give him a straight answer. Instead, he seemingly switched the topic. "You've changed since last I saw you. You've acquired something new. Gaining that overwhelming power must have aided you greatly throughout the years," he said vaguely. It took Kakashi little time to deduce what he was referring to. "And? What of it?" he countered. The snake Sanin's pale lips pulled into a dark smile, the tip of his reptilian tongue just barely flicking out. "Is it so wrong of me to want it as well?" he asked, once again allowing the younger man to connect the dots himself. When the trail of verbal breadcrumbs led Kakashi to the obvious conclusion, he scowled. "You want the Nine Tails' power," he said. Orochimaru, much in contrast to his expectations, shook his head and stepped forward. "No, no. Think bigger than that. More ambitiously. I want absolute power. I have no interest in a pale imitation," he corrected. Kakashi's eyes widened slightly. What was being suggested was both deeply disturbing and far too in line with the exiled Sanin's modus operandi. Seeming to sense that he had instilled a degree of unease, Orochimaru began to walk forward again. Immediately, Kakashi uncovered his left eye and dropped down to one knee. Within seconds, a mass of sparking blue electricity encased his right arm, with the sound of wailing birds reverberating through the chamber. "Take another step forward and one of us dies. Right here, right now," he said threateningly. Orochimaru halted his advance once again, but his posture remained unbothered. "Go right ahead. Flip that coin," he challenged, a look of total calm on his pale face. A tense silence then overtook the chamber, with neither man budging an inch. After a few moments had passed, Orochimaru turned on his heel. "Whether you choose to acknowledge it or not, he will come to me in search of power. You know what he is deep down. It's in his nature," he said, vanishing into the shadows immediately after. Once the man was well and truly gone, Kakashi allowed his jutsu to fizzle out into silence. For a time he simply stood inert, alone to mull over what he had been told. He'd killed me. What was even the point of threatening him? Kakashi wondered to himself, finding that he was shaking slightly. Getting his breathing back under control, the Jonin swiftly retrieved Naruto from the array and exited the chamber. Things were even more dire than they had seemed. Present day. The Toad Sage looked into the heavens, concealing his sadness. "I guess. Couldn't be helped. Come Kakashi, we must start funeral proceedings and begin the rebuild of the village." Not saying any more, the silver-haired Jounin picked up Naruto's cold body and both began walking back, deeply in thought. It's clear that Naruto's demise cast a profound shadow over Jiraiya and Kakashi. Jiraiya, who had a paternal bond with Naruto, felt a devastating blow to his heart. The weight of regret settled in, echoing the missed opportunities to guide and protect the young ninja. He couldn't help but reflect on the parallels with Naruto's late father, Minato, and the burden of not being there for Naruto during his formative years. Kakashi, too, was engulfed in sorrow. As Naruto's former sensei, he grappled with the anguish of losing a promising student and the sense of responsibility that came with it. Thoughts of missed chances to bridge the emotional gap between them haunted Kakashi, amplifying his regret for not providing the support and understanding Naruto needed. Both Jiraiya and Kakashi found solace in memories of Naruto's resilience and determination, but the pain of his absence lingered. The Chunin exams became a somber turning point, forcing them to confront the reality of a lost opportunity to shape Naruto's destiny and offer the guidance he desperately sought. As they trekked back to the village with Naruto's corpse in hand, Jiraiya and Kakashi reminisced about Minato, sharing a collective sorrow over the tragic parallels between father and son. The weight of their regrets pressed heavily on their shoulders, a poignant reminder of the impact they could have had on Naruto's life had circumstances been different. A full day has passed and the whole village was in a state of mourning. As the funeral procession wound its way through the hidden leaf village, a palpable sense of grief enveloped the atmosphere. Villagers, young and old, walked in hushed silence, their eyes reflecting the pain of losing the venerable third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. The air was thick with sorrow, and the once lively streets now echoed with the somber footsteps of mourning citizens. Faces that once bore smiles were now etched with sadness, and tear-streaked cheeks revealed the depth of the collective loss. The absence of their leader was felt not just in the grandeur of the ceremony but in the subtle details, the villagers' lowered gazes, the trembling hands clutching flowers, and the occasional stifled sob that escaped into the mournful air. As the procession approached the memorial site, the clouds gathered ominously overhead, casting a shadow over the village. The sun, a symbol of hope, was obscured, leaving the world draped in muted tones. Then, as if in perfect synchrony with the collective sorrow, raindrops began to fall. The gentle patter of rain echoed the tears of the villagers, creating a melancholic symphony that accompanied the procession. At the memorial, the faces of the attendees mirrored the anguish in their hearts. The eulogies painted a vivid picture of Hiruzen's selfless deeds, how he had tirelessly worked to protect the village, mentor the next generation, and embody the ideals of a true Hokage. Each heartfelt tribute intensified the heaviness in the air, emphasizing the void left by his departure. In that moment, the Hidden Leaf Village stood united in grief, the rain serving as a poignant metaphor for the tears shed not just for a leader, but for a beloved patriarch. The pain was not merely witnessed. It was felt in the very core of every villager, creating a poignant chapter in the village's history. Land of lightning. It's raining hard. It was as if the heavens were crying. Is this a sign of something ominous? Itachi wonders while looking up in the heavens. Kisame, leaning against a tree looking bored, glanced at his companion. "No, Itachi. When are we going to have some fun, huh? Let's go cut some people up. Wouldn't that be exciting?" The large blue man smiled manically, showing his rigid shark teeth. Itachi didn't respond to him. He never indulged in Kisame lust for murderous activities. He will never understand the nuance of life, not a brute like him. Itachi kept staring in the sky until they both felt their chakra ring pulse. "We have a summons," Itachi said stoically. Kisame grins in amusement. "Hey, I guess we got caught dawdling." In a dark lair, several figures gathered together. "You're late," a deep voice drawled out. "We've just came from getting intel about the Jinchuriki in Kumo when you summoned us. Took us longer than expected, but here we are," Kisame retorted. The Rinnegan leader looked impassively at them. "I have heard some important news that can be detrimental towards our cause. Orochimaru has attacked the Leaf and killed the third Hokage, but the nine-tailed host is dead. I need you two to track his corpse down while the residual chakra is still within his body." Itachi and Kisame nods and look towards another member direction. "I heard from my spy, Kabuto, that apparently the Leaf Jinchuriku was in leagues with Orochimaru. Doesn't seem likely, but stay vigilant. Orochimaru probably wanted him for a new body." A Sasori figure added. The Rinnegan figure standing in the dark of a cave looked out amid the rainy plains of the country he sought to gain control over. "This sounds very suspicious. His corpse would undoubtedly be the well-guarded. You two make sure to make this as clean and short. We can't afford too much attention on is just yet." "Yes, Pain-sama. As you wish," they both said in unison and disappeared. A pair of legendary eyes shone through the darkness of the cave. "It is only a matter of time until my will shall be carried out. The world will know the true meaning of pain, and I will be known as the god that will lead this world to peace, one way or another." While walking out the cavern, Itachi didn't show it, but he was surprised. "What the hell is going on over there?" he thought. Kisame smiles hungrily. "Working with Orochimaru? This brat sounds formidable. Maybe I'll test him before we take him in," he stated as they walked away. "Even more of a reason to find him. We can't allow Orochimaru get that type of power," Itachi stated stoically. A brutal homecoming was in store. Village hidden in leaves. Normality could not be said for the gloomy clouds that reigned over the village hidden in leaves. The sound and sand invasion had come and gone. The Konoha had remained standing. She had stepped out of the invasion as the winner. Konoha had battled against two hidden villages and won. Despite the victory, it still felt like a loss to many of the broken hearts in Konoha. A victory had been ensured, but it did not come without a price. Konoha had paid a high price for her victory, a price that she thought she would have never had to pay. The death of the Sandaime Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, the professor, and the death of the son of the fourth Hokage, Naruto Uzumaki. The invasion of sand and sound might have been a failure to their end. However, Konoha had suffered a great loss. The Sandaime had lived through two great shinobi wars. He was a man of peace, loved and admired by many for his ways. He was the only Hokage to have served 2 terms and was the only man to have been Hokage for the longest period. The professor was indeed a great man in the eyes of many. Amongst his achievements were the 3 legendary shinobis, the Sanins. He had been their sensei and groomed them into the powerful shinobi they became. Unfortunately, the grandson he loved was the cause of his death. Naruto had been the reason the Sandaime had left the world of the living. While Konoha was trying to move on from the death of its Hokage, you see a little boy still at the gravesite with his face in his small hand crying. A feeling no child should ever experience. Yet this is the reality of the shinobi world. The boy had lost almost everything: his parents, his grandfather, and boy he used to see as his brother. He was confused and heartbroken. He wasn't dumb. He heard the whispers among the populace about what Naruto did. But why? He couldn't figure it out. Everything was so confusing to Konohamaru. A voice knocked him out his thoughts. It is pointless to grieve over those whose no longer living child. Hearing that, Konohamaru's eyes widened and turned around to see a bandaged-up old man. The sound of the old man cane can be heard as he approached the small boy. If there's any meaning in death at all, it's to take advantage of it. That's the essence of being a shinobi. The old man finished. So what's the meaning to life then? Konohamaru posed a question that's been bothering him recently. The old man eyed the young man intently. There is none unless if you give your all to the great tree. Only then a sapling like you can obtain true purpose and power to prevent this, he said, pointing at the thousands of graves. Life has no meaning, the boy thought to himself. He then looked up towards the old man. How can I get strong enough to prevent this old man? Danzo then looked towards the child and put his hand out. Join me. Chapter 8. In a dimly lit room in the Hokage office within the hidden leaf village, the weight of grief hanging heavily in the air. The passing of the third Hokage had left an indelible mark, and the burden of moving forward rested on shoulders of the next generation. In a secluded meeting room adorned with the symbols of the hidden leaf village, the 4 pillars of the village gathered. Shikaka Nara, Hayashi Hyuga, Kakashi, and finally the Toad Sage Jiraiya, their expressions reflecting the gravity of the situation following the death of the third Hokage. The atmosphere crackled with intensity as they deliberated on the path forward. Shikaku, his strategic mind in focus, began, eyes narrowing. As troublesome it sounds, since the third gone, our village needs a strong and unified leadership. Hayashi, as the commander of the defensive forces, you and your clan play a crucial role in safeguarding the hidden leaf. I hope you're ready for the burden upon your clan. Hayashi nodded, his face stoic, not showing any unnecessary emotions. Of course, I'll ensure our defenses are fortified. We can't afford any weaknesses, especially in these uncertain times. Our eyes allow us to always keep watch inside and out the village. Not only the village but the pride of the Hyuga is on the line. Kakashi, his Sharingan eye glinting, spoke next. Me and my fellow Jounin will take on the role of strengthening our ninja forces. It's time to intensify training and prepare the next generation for the challenges ahead. Jiraiya nodded in agreement, leaning forward with a sense of urgency. I'm going after Tsunade. She has the skills and strength needed to lead, but she's hesitant. I won't take the mantle of Hokage, but we need someone with the resolve to guide the village. Shikaku, you'll need to take the mantle until we convince Tsunade to come back. Shikaku, sensing the weight of responsibility, sighed tiredly. Troublesome, our unity is crucial. The village relies on each of us to fulfill our roles. Jiraiya, bring Tsunade back. Hayashi, fortify our defenses. Kakashi, mold our future. I'll hold down the mantle. We can't afford to falter. The room fell into a contemplative silence, the weight of the third Hokage's absence hanging over them. Each shinobi understood the gravity of their responsibilities and the need to forge ahead in a united front. Emotions and determination lingered in the room as the four shinobi dispersed, each prepared to face the trials that lay ahead in their respective roles, bound together by the legacy of the third Hokage and the collective destiny of the Hidden Leaf Village. In that dim room, the torch of leadership passed between them, each bearing the emotional burden of their roles. As the meeting concluded, Kakashi's gaze lingered towards the Toad Sage, who had been quietly thinking to himself, "I'm going to train Sasuke. We need his strength for the challenges ahead, and I believe you have the potential to surpass even the highest standards." IRRG. Kakashi stopped mid-sentence, gripping his Sharingan. The intensity of the pain made the silver-haired Jounin fall to one knee. The throbbing sensation in his head was almost unbearable. Jiraiya, seeing him writhe in pain, went to go check on him. He placed a hand on his shoulder. "What's wrong, Kakashi? Do you need a medic?" The pain soon subsided and Kakashi stood up, opening and closing his red, gleaming eye, testing it. "I honestly don't know, but I'm fine now. I need to speak to Sasuke first. Afterwards, I'll see a med-nin." The Toad Sage nodded and both went on their separate ways. The air crackled with a sense of duty and shared grief, as Jiraiya prepared to leave on his mission, and Kakashi steeled himself for the challenges ahead. The legacy of the third Hokage loomed large, propelling these two stalwart shinobi into roles that would shape the destiny of the Hidden Leaf Village. Uchiha Compound. It was the same dream again. A dark street, a red moon, a bleak silence. School bag over his shoulder, stuck in a child's body. The circumstances were always the same. They never changed, no matter how much time passed. He was almost used to it now. He didn't panic. He didn't question why or how. He already knew. As such, the deep breath Sasuke took upon finding himself back at the gates of the Uchiha sector once again was purely to prepare herself for the final act. The only part of the dream that still hurt. With his eyes veiled by hair falling in front of his face, Sasuke began to walk forward. Every 10 steps he passed over a body. Some of them he knew all too well. An aunt here, a cousin there. An uncle once in a while. Others he hardly recognized. Just faceless corpses adding to the bloody tapestry painted on the streets. Stumbling over a lifeless arm splayed out from one of the bodies, the Uchiha boy tripped forward and caught himself on his hands before he could fully hit the ground. Working his way back upright with blood staining his palms, Sasuke continued on silently. His pace was painfully slow, as his stride was short. For minutes on end, he wordlessly maneuvered his way through the mass grave. He knew the route, he knew the steps to take. He knew how little it mattered if he wasted his energy running. He never made it in time, no matter how quickly he sprinted. He had long resigned herself to the sight she was numbly approaching. It was truly horrible how efficiently they had all been killed. Well over 36 people and not a single one left alive. Not a single twitch amongst them. Lifeless and inert. He was as skilled as he'd always been hailed. He had silenced an entire neighborhood in less than a night. A few hours at most. In the worst way, this was his finest display. His magnum opus. Soon enough, Sasuke found himself standing less than 100 feet from the steps of her old home. The largest house in the sector. The home of Fugaku Uchiha and his family. Staring up at the frame of the building, the raven-haired boy tossed his bag aside and allowed autopilot to take over. Thinking too hard about any of it would only make it more painful. There was no point in suffering more than was necessary. With robotic posture and a blank expression, Sasuke made his way to the front steps. Sasuke climbed up onto the front deck. The main door was slightly ajar, with evidence of a break-in. As always, the foreshadowing of the scene to come was ominous. Pushing the door open and stepping inside, the Uchiha boy internally braced himself. A short walk down the hallway led to another open door. Entering through it, Sasuke was met with the greatest horror he had ever known. For what may have been the 1000th time, a rush of grief and agony crashed through him. In a loose pile, his mother and father lay dead. Their clothes bloodied, their bodies lifeless, and their eyes soulless. Standing over them was his most hated enemy, Itachi Uchiha, his elder brother by 6 years. Dressed in a gray flak jacket, black pants, and wielding a short blade, the elder of the two siblings stared at his brother with dead eyes. "You're late," he said calmly. He had run through their conversation time and time again. No matter what he said, no matter how loud he screamed, he felt the same way. Helpless, betrayed, and viscerally angry. Clenching his small fists, Sasuke met his cold gaze. Why? He hissed. It was his default question. The answer was always the same. It never changed. Not in tone, not in wording, not in implication. To test the limits of my abilities. Itachi replied, not a shred of empathy or emotion in his voice. Sasuke bared his teeth and dug his nails into his palms as burning tears streamed down his cheeks. He hated himself for bothering to ask yet again. It was the definition of insanity. To make the same mistake repeatedly, expecting a different result each time. Gripping a kunai he had pulled from a corpse, Sasuke stepped forward. It's already done. You came too late. I killed them, Itachi said as his broker approached him shakily. Just like you killed Naruto. Sasuke stopped in shock as reality warped his hand that held the discarded kunai plunged into the blonde's chest. Naruto stood before Sasuke, his eyes reflecting an unspoken sadness, a gaping hole in his chest. As the wind carried a chilling breeze, Sasuke felt an unsettling darkness enveloping him. The Sharingan blazed crimson in his eyes, a mirror of the anguish and conflict within. Naruto's voice, a mix of confusion and betrayal, echoed through the dream realm. Sasuke, why are you doing this? We're friends. We're family. Sasuke's actions betrayed his connection to Naruto. The Chidori descended with a sickening sound, and the vivid image of Naruto collapsing, betrayed and broken, seared into Sasuke's consciousness. As Naruto's life force drained away, the dream intensified. The haunting eyes of Itachi seemed to materialize in the shadows, condemning Sasuke with a silent accusation. Time seemed to slow down as he backed away from Naruto's corpse. Each step took an eternity. In between it all, a conglomerate of voices pierced his mind, echoing all throughout the void. Son, his father. Sasuke-kun, his mother. Sasu-kun, Naruto. Sasuke, a mixture of all. Sasuke. Sasuke. Snap out of it. Kakashi's voice suddenly spoke out. His eyes snapped open as blood and tears poured profusely down from his face. The world around Sasuke then began to crumble away. The house, the bodies, Itachi, Naruto, it all melted into darkness. Said darkness then shattered as well. What he found at the end of the breaking of her lucid dreaming was confusing, to say the least. Staring at him with wide, concerned eyes was his sensei. Slowly his MS slowly retracted back to his cold black eyes. What are you doing here? He asked in confusion, struggling to process the situation he had awoken to. Kakashi took several moments to answer him. Finally he sighed tiredly. We need to talk, Sasuke. The Uchiha with bags under his eyes responded a bit irate. We'll make it fast. I need rest. He said the last part a bit softly. The atmosphere was heavy with grief, and the weight of responsibility hung over their conversation. Because of the third Hokage's passing and Naruto's demise, there's a void of power that needs to be filled. I sought a private moment with you to have a serious discussion about the future. The Jounin began. Sasuke's eyes slightly widened at hearing the blonde's name, then his head dropped. Kakashi, seeing his student reaction expression hardened, he approached Sasuke and placed a hand on his shoulder. Sasuke, I know you've faced a great loss, but the village is in a vulnerable state. I believe you have the potential to become a formidable leader in the future. Our generation needs to step up to fill the void of power that's left. Sasuke, still grappling with the recent events, met Kakashi's gaze with a mixture of determination and uncertainty. Soon his expression became angry. Slowly his eyes morphed into the Mangekyo. Why? He muttered softly. He slaps the silver-haired Jounin hand away, then stood before him. Why must I do this for the village? Haven't I done enough? I've lost everything and it's my fault. I'm too weak. I'm always too weak. What do you know about it, huh? Sasuke screamed, staring up at his sensei. Kakashi approached Sasuke once again with a solemn expression, his Sharingan hidden beneath his headband. Sasuke, I know the weight of your pain, the burden of feeling weak. He began, eyes reflecting a depth of understanding. During the Third Great Shinobi War, I lost my comrades Rin and Obito during a mission. My friend Obito, he was a Uchiha, but during the war he sacrificed himself and gave me his eye as a gift. He gave me his eye protect Rin, but she jumped in the way of my attack, sacrificing herself for the village. Kakashi explained, his voice carrying the weight of those memories. Now my mentor's son is dead, Naruto is dead. I'm a failure, Sasuke. Their deaths haunt me every day, and I carry the regret of not being able to save them. As he spoke, Kakashi's gaze drifted out the window towards the heavens, where memories of battles and losses played in his mind. I stand before their graves, haunted by the past, but I keep moving forward. It's the only way to honor their memory. You see, Sasuke, acknowledging your pain doesn't make you weak. It's how you choose to carry it that defines your strength. Sasuke, absorbing Kakashi's words, stayed quiet, but he realized that even the revered copy ninja had faced profound losses. It was a shared understanding of grief. Kakashi continued, I know you've been through a lot, but the village that your clan helped build needs strong leaders now more than ever. I want to train you, guide you, and help you develop the skills necessary to protect and lead our people. I failed Team 7, I failed you, I failed Naruto. But this time with your help, I would love to make amends and work towards a better future. Sasuke, sensing the weight of the proposition, finally nodded in acknowledgement. I'll do what it takes. I won't let the village fall into further despair. I will help lead the village my family helped create. Kakashi's eye glinted with resolve. Good. Training will be rigorous, and the path won't be easy. But with your potential and my guidance, I believe you can grow into a shinobi capable of shouldering the responsibility of leadership. As they stood together in the solemn aftermath, Kakashi and Sasuke began a journey that would not only shape the young Uchiha skills, but also prepare him for the future leadership that the village would inevitably need. The legacy of those they had lost lingered, propelling them forward into a new chapter where Sasuke would carry the torch of responsibility for the Hidden Leaf Village. Root Hideout. Deep within the secret chambers of root bases, Danzo sat alone thinking about previous events. He felt things were moving into the right direction, at least for him. With that old fool finally dead, he can rise up as Konoha's savior. The only gripe he has is that the weapon of the leaf is gone. For village in the short term, however, at this rate it was a trajectory leading toward their fall. And the blame was solely on Hiruzen's hands. The naive fool was truly no longer fit to be Hokage. He should have retired long ago, but he still held on. Danzo couldn't tolerate any more of Hiruzen's teachings infesting the village to core. Hopefully with him gone, leaves from the great tree bloom stronger. When Itachi appeared in a flock of crows, Danzo wasn't even the least surprised. He had figured the man would meet him after such events. What if it was a trap? He scoffs, but of course if it was, he had measures for anything. Though he wasn't going to show hostility. Danzo. Itachi, what brings you here? I can assure you that my end of the deal is being kept. Danzo said, leaning against the chair. He soon realized he's a mere clone. It seems you have been busy. Someone had to become comfortable to make the proper steps to steer the village into the right path. We've been placed in a hole and I am trying to get us out. Are you sure you had nothing to with it? Itachi interrogated stoically. Danzo narrowed his eyes. Are you accusing me of something? Am I? I'm sure I merely asked a question. Itachi replied with no emotion. You would do anything to get power, even if it meant working with Orochimaru. Danzo just stayed quiet, not confirming nor denying anything. Itachi shook his head. He didn't want to think about the flames of war Danzo fanning. He was angry about it, but he could only sit in there and try to put them out as quickly as he could before they became raging wildfires. You've done well to make enemies, but I have come to discuss something different. It involves the late legacy of the fourth Hokage. The room became tensed as Danzo gripped the table. Speak. Explain yourself. I have intel that he was potentially influenced by Orochimaru, but there's no concrete evidence. I need you to keep an eye on his corpse. The clone spoke with Itachi's calm demeanor. The Akatsuki is planning to steal the Nine-Tails fox from his body. Konoha is in grave danger, and you must act to protect the village. Danzo, though resentful of the Uchiha clan, couldn't ignore the urgency in the clone's words. "What is your motive in warning me?" he questioned, wary of potential hidden agendas. Itachi's clone maintained its composure. "My motives are irrelevant. The safety of Konoha comes first. You must utilize your resources and steer the Akatsuki away from the village. Fulfill your duty, Danzo." Danzo, faced with an unexpected command from an unexpected source, understood the gravity of the situation. Despite his reservations, he acknowledged the threat. "Stir the Akatsuki away from the village. Do your job," Itachi said, disappearing in a murder of crows. The man sat in silence. Danzo was seething. This is Hiruzen's fault. It was truly difficult to imagine that they were trained by the same man. Tobirama was not this weak-minded and naive. He looked at the ceiling and broke the silence. At first the old fool was allowing his guilt to get the better of him. The Nine Tails belongs to Konoha. To let things continue as it is simply because it is hosted by Minato's child is naive, Danzo said in a flat tone. Fu and Toryun kneeled and the latter spoke out. "Sir, what's our orders?" The War Hawk continued ignoring them. "I will take action. He's made many mistakes in his tenure, but no more," he proclaimed, walking towards his men. Danzo stared down at the group of men and one small boy, Konohamaru, kneeling in front of him, and then said, "We must secure the future of the great tree. Our time has arrived to step out of the shadows." Countryside. Itachi's deep scarlet eyes glowed in recognition once his clone dispersed. "Should you really keep that eye of yours activated?" Kisame asked Itachi. "I really do not want you to die before giving me a good fight." Itachi only glanced at the infamous criminal and then back at the stream of water in front of him. He stared at his reflection. Life took turns that no one truly plans for. He would have been a great shinobi for the leaf. Well, he technically still was. But he was forced to watch his beloved village from afar because of the blood he had to spill, for its safety and future. He was merely looking forward to the day Sasuke grew and then faced him. The time was not now. There were still things to do. Yet he worried if he would have enough time. Any day now, the Akatsuki could track down all Jinchuriki and they would have to move. But at the moment the leaf is in trouble, so he has to act decisively. But more importantly, Orochimaru was showing an unhealthy interest in Sasuke and now looked at him with hunger. It was a situation that could prove both fatal for both him and Konoha. He shook his head silently. "There are many things to worry about, Kisame. You're my partner. Don't want anything happening to you." Of course, there was the order to keep watch of the Uchiha. However, he did consider Itachi as his only friend. They got along, and there was that understanding between them. "We should move to a closer distance just in case something happens. We have already been given our assignment." Kisame spoke once more. "I was thinking we could go and test their mettle. Konoha is supposed to be powerful. We can't do that. It is not yet time. If we act now, we alert the others of our agenda and the hidden villages will take protective action." Kisame grinned. "It would just make things interesting." Itachi glanced at the man for a moment. "There is something I must do during the mission." "What?" "Sasuke might be there. I want to observe his progress and see if his Sharingan has evolved. That means the going after the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki body is my responsibility. Should I go with you? Just in case. You'll just cause unnecessary troubles." "That is a little cold, Itachi." He knew Kisame was joking, but it was true that he would cause trouble if they went there together. In his thirst for battle, there was no telling what the man would do. Either way, that wasn't exactly his reason. He just wanted to go alone. There were personal matters he needed to solve and Kisame didn't need to know. Itachi then looked towards the cloudy sky as it began to rain. The feeling of dread permeated throughout the surrounding area. He slightly narrowed his eyes. He hadn't had this feeling since when the Kyuubi emerged 13 years ago. Hidden Leaf Graveyard. The heavens wept relentlessly, releasing a torrential downpour upon the land of fire. Raindrops cascaded from the darkened clouds, drenching the landscape below. The once vibrant hues of the flora now wore a muted, rain-kissed sheen. Amidst the deluge, animals sought refuge. Their usual activities paused as they retreated to shelter. The rustling leaves whispered secrets of the temporary withdrawal of life, a muted symphony punctuated by the rhythmic drumming of the rain on leaves and soil. The air hung heavy with the scent of wet earth, a mingling fragrance of renewal and melancholy. Puddles formed, mirroring the world above, and rivulets carved ephemeral pathways through the landscape. It was as if the heavens, burdened with unseen sorrows, chose the tears of the rain to cleanse the earth. The village, cloaked in the ethereal embrace of the storm, stood witness to a celestial morning, an intimate dance between the heavens and the land, where the tears of the skies mirrored a collective lament, and nature itself bowed in quiet reverence. In the pouring rain, Kakashi stood alone in the graveyard, a heavy weight of sorrow in his heart. The tombstones around him marked the painful chapters of his life: Obito, Rin, his sensei, Kushina, and now Naruto. As thunder rumbled overhead, he couldn't escape the haunting echoes of his failures, feeling each loss like a cruel reminder. His gaze fixated on the graves, and the raindrops mixed with his silent tears. The memories of his past mistakes played in his mind like an unending loop, blaming his own perceived weakness for the tragedies that befell those he cared about. "I couldn't protect them," he whispered to the wind, the weight of guilt pressing on him. Each life lost felt like a testament to his inadequacy, his shortcomings as a protector and mentor. The rain continued to drench him, mirroring the torrent of regret that flooded his soul. The horrible news traveled quickly. The news of how the Sandaim's passing had spread around the village like a wildfire. For a moment, the village came to a standstill. You realized just how much he was valued in this nation. The streets were of anger and mourning. Generations have been around with the old man as Hokage. He'd fought wars for the leaf, given the leaf the Sannin, and now he had gone to rest with other Kage. Not only that, but to a problem the village felt could have been avoided. Discarding those negative thoughts, he took out some sake and poured it into a glass, taking his first shot. He was on his second when Anko showed up. She didn't say anything but just sat beside him, grabbed the bottle and took a huge gulp. She glanced at him and then stared at the empty field ahead. When Orochimaru fled from Konoha, there was some negative thought toward me because I'd been his student. I was just a child when he took me in, Anko said in a thoughtful tone. I didn't have friends, but the old man helped me a lot. He was always helpful. Kakashi glanced at Anko and back where his eyes had been. Now I feel uncomfortable. I'm not used to hearing you talk like that, he said in a quiet tone. It was really unlike her. When had he even seen her looking sad? She had her moments, but Anko was, well, Anko. He shook his head, thinking about her personality. And I've never seen you looking like a zombie. You missed one of my many moments when Lord Forth died. There were days I was lifeless, you'd think I was a dead man walking. He admitted without emotions. What did he mean to you? Minato-sensei was more than just a mentor to me, he muttered softly to the tombstones. He was like a father, guiding me through the darkness with unwavering support. The memories of Minato's teachings, wisdom, and the bond they shared flashed before Kakashi's eyes. He believed in me when I doubted myself, and in his absence, I carried his teachings as a guiding light, he continued, his words barely audible over the rain. Kakashi then turned his thoughts to Kushina, Minato's wife, and the warmth she brought to their lives. Kushina was like a mother to me. Her spirit, her strength, they left an indelible mark on my heart. Losing them both, it's a wound that never truly heals, he replied, now deep in thought. Those were the mental scars he would forever live with. But the death of his student, the Fourth's legacy, was something else. Naruto's death almost killed his heart, but not his will of fire. He knows he has to keep moving forward.
People D.
That's just the natural selection from being a shinobi. I can't imagine losing so many people in such a short time, Anko answered, eyeing Kakashi carefully. You okay? I will be. You came to see me? Nah, I was just passing by, she said. Heard from someone say a dead man was walking along the streets. I came to check if this was true. Kakashi slightly smiled but did not laugh. Humph, I may have overdone it a little, he said, then looked towards her. You okay? Yeah, Anko nodded. I was prepared because I warned him. I knew this was coming. Everyone who knew was involved knew it was coming. That cursed seal can absolutely corrupted even the most brightest of light with evil. Except if you were having denial issues. She glanced at him. You were not surprised, were you? Kakashi shook his head in the negative. From the look in his eyes, I knew he didn't have long. We all knew that the hatred would overwhelm him one day. It was foolish and unrealistic to think he'll overcome hell like his mother. Well, rather him gone than him causing hell. She stood up and then put a hand on his shoulder. She then picked one bottle. I'm taking this with me. You must pay for it, he said sarcastically, not really meaning his words. Anko leaned in and lowered his mask, then captured his lips. The delicate of her touches. Purposefulness. Hunger. Desire. Lust. She pulled away and then grinned. Paid in full. Kakashi, not feeling nothing, watched her leave. After a couple of moments, he stood up, but staggered a bit, nearly falling. That was a first. He knew his limit, so he never drank past it. Was it the whirlwind of emotions? He shook his head and then looked back at the tombstone. Kakashi then vowed silently to carry the burden of his failures, letting the rain wash away the visible tears but unable to cleanse the invisible wounds within. Suddenly he clutched his eye where his Sharingan is. It began to throb uncontrollably. He still couldn't figure out the reason as to why. Unknown. In the infinite expanse of the dark void, the figure remained blind, deaf, mute, and immobile, suspended in an existence that defied the laws of life and death. It felt neither fear nor the capability for tears, as the absence of sensory input left it disconnected from the usual human experience. The unsettling stillness gripped the figure as it drifted in the lightless abyss. Gravity seemed non-existent, and the absolute darkness swallowed any trace of surroundings, leaving the figure isolated in a disorienting emptiness that transcended the boundaries of comprehension. Time itself felt frozen, adding to the haunting atmosphere that clung to every movement. Suddenly, a surreal transformation unfolded. Hundreds of thousands of spectral hands emerged from the void, reaching out to touch the figure. Each ethereal grasp treated the figure as a sacred entity, a vessel of divine power. The souls attached to these hands sought connection and redemption. As the figure was touched, an overwhelming light radiated from its being, cleansing the lingering souls. It was a blessing, a power that allowed the lost spirits to move on. The figure, devoid of the usual tools for survival, became a conduit for transcendental grace. With each touch, a portion of the figure's overwhelming light was bestowed upon the individual souls, filling the void within them. The figure, unknowingly holding the key to their salvation, became a beacon of hope in the vast darkness. After a while, the figure's eyes, previously hidden in the darkness, suddenly opened. A single blue eye gleamed through the void, revealing a presence that transcended the limitations of its senses. The eye reflected a profound awareness, as if the figure had become a nexus between the ethereal and the unknown. Chapter 9. Itachi and Kisame stood atop the towering monument, overlooking the village bathed in the soft hues of the sun. The wind swept through the elevated perch, causing their dark robes to billow like ominous shadows. Kisame's sharp gaze scanned the village below, while Itachi, seemingly lost in contemplation, stared into the distance. The breeze whispered through the air, carrying a faint echo of distant chatter from the village. Itachi's raven hair danced in rhythm with the wind, framing his stoic face as he brooded over the current state of affairs. His Sharingan eyes, usually sharp and focused, now revealed a subtle turmoil, reflecting the internal struggle within. Kisame observed Itachi's contemplative demeanor and spoke in his deep, gravelly voice. This village. They avoided total destruction, but seems like the damage was extensive. Do you still have any lingering feelings for your old home? A brief pause lingered before Itachi responded, his eyes never leaving the horizon. No, none at all, he murmured, the words carrying the weight of unspoken strength. The wind continued to swirl around them, emphasizing the gravity of the moment. As they silently surveyed the village, Itachi's thoughts delved into the complexities of his relationship with his little brother. The burden of duty and the desire to protect Sasuke weighed heavily on him, creating a storm of conflicting emotions beneath his calm exterior. The rustle of his cloak echoed the turmoil within, a silent reflection of the tempestuous journey that lay ahead for the Uchiha brothers. After a few moments, Itachi and Kisame moved gracefully through the dense foliage, their footsteps masked by the rustling leaves. The sunlight casting an eerie glow, creating a mosaic of shadows as they approached the back entrance of the village. The faint sounds of crickets and the gentle whisper of the night wind surrounded them. As they neared the gate, a vigilant guard, alert to their presence, barked, "Halt! State your business!" Itachi halted, his Sharingan eyes gleaming ominously. Without uttering a word, he met the guard's gaze, and a subtle intensity emanated from his eyes. The guard, caught in the hypnotic pull of the Sharingan, found himself unable to look away. A moment of silence hung in the air before Itachi's low, compelling voice broke it. "You will forget you ever saw us. Open the gate and let us pass." The guard, entranced by the illusion woven by Itachi's genjutsu, nodded mechanically. His movements were slow and deliberate as he opened the gate without making a sound, allowing the two shinobi to slip into the village unnoticed. Kisame, ever watchful, followed Itachi as they continued their clandestine journey through the shadows. The guard, released from the genjutsu, blinked in confusion, momentarily unable to comprehend the encounter that had just transpired. Soon after arriving at the silent cemetery, the two men stood with unwavering composure before a weathered tombstone. The gray clouds hung low in the sky, casting a somber color over the graveyard. The wind, carrying the whispers of memories and the scent of fading flowers, swept through the rows of gravestones. The air was heavy with the weight of grief, as though the very atmosphere mourned in solidarity. The rustling leaves seemed to echo the sighs of departed souls, creating an ethereal symphony of loss. The distant cawing of crows added a mournful undertone to the scene, a macabre chorus in harmony with the solemnity of the moment. The tombstone, bathed in the muted light of a reluctant sun, bore the weight of memories etched in cold stone. Itachi, as stoic per usual, pointed towards their goal. "Kisame over there, the legacy of the fourth. Let's not waste time." Nodding, the man dug up a brown casket box from the ground. Without uttering a word, both soon disappeared. 3 decades on Earth had taught Kakashi Hatake a number of things. Some mundane, others not. Bills could realistically be paid any time within their scheduled week. Collecting companies were made of people, after all. They hated the process just as much as any other person. Groceries were best bought in bulk. Attempting to buy when immediately needed almost always cost more in the long run. Much more than such trivial day-to-day maxims, a single lesson had drilled itself into his skull permanently. If something felt amiss, chances were it was. With experience on his side, he knew better than to write off the unsettled murmurs of the crowd as he and Guy made their way through the busy midday streets of Konoha's central sector. Passing a short look to his equally seasoned comrade, the men exchanged a curt nod and began to follow the buzz. Tracking sound was a tricky procedure. It varied from place to place, and determining an epicenter was a pain. In large part, it was trial and error, or at least it would have been. Luckily, ominously, for the Jonin pair, the source of the widespread commotion was making no attempt to hide its presence from those with the sensory capabilities to detect them. There was a set of massive outliers among the unthreatening auras of the civilian populace. 2 enormous sources of chakra. They stood out so starkly from the crowd that they may as well have been glowing. As both he and Guy picked up their pace and pushed through the swathes of people, Kakashi felt a bead of nervous sweat trickle down his forehead. Bystanders all around were milling about with a strange shuffle. They can feel it too. Something's wrong. They just don't know what they're afraid of or why, he thought to himself. In fairness, neither he nor Guy knew exactly what had so disturbed the peace. In some ways, they were just as blind. The only difference was that they were warned enough to know what such an intense shift likely preceded. Soon taking to the rooftops to cover ground more quickly, the men bounded across several buildings. Moments later, they were staring out over the town square. In the center of the slowly draining area stood 2 figures reading a directional map posted on a bulletin. Their postures were not hostile outwardly, but the taller of the 2 was absolutely oozing bloodlust. Both appeared to be male, donned in black robes stylized with red clouds. The more belligerently tempered man had an oversized sword wrapped in bandages strapped to his back, and what little Kakashi could see of his skin almost looked blue in color. After another few moments of silent observation, both Jonin leapt down from their high ground. By the time they touched down seconds later, the majority of those once permeating the square had scuttled out into adjacent streets. The sound of the two shinobi's feet making contact with the ground prompted the two cloaked men to turn around. In addition to their robes, they were both wearing wide-brimmed hats with small strips of white cloth hanging from the sides. With their postures now open, and their fronts facing toward the Jonin, Kakashi was given a solid look at their faces. Though slightly obstructed by the strips of cloth, he was able to form a concrete guess as to the identity of the shorter man, and a less confident, but still well-founded assumption for the taller, but the off thing is about him that he has a small wood box in his hand. For a time, neither party moved. The tension in the air was palpable. The deadlock was broken when two puffs of smoke appeared on either side of Guy and Kakashi, with Kurenai Yuhi and Asuma Sarutobi each being revealed within them respectively. Though the two new arrivals both took initial steps forward, Kakashi halted them with a raised hand. "I felt something coming for the better part of a week, but I still didn't expect it to be you of all people," the copy ninja said to the shorter of the two men. With slow, deliberate smoothness, the man removed his hat and tossed it aside. With his features fully revealed, a hushed collective gasp could be heard from Kakashi's three comrades. "For a man who's known as a bit of a no-show, you're certainly out early for this, Kakashi," said Itachi Uchiha. The elder brother of Sasuke had certainly grown up a bit since the last time Kakashi had seen him, 7 years prior. He was several inches taller, his voice was deeper, and his face was more mature. He had always had stress lines on his face, but they had deepened. He was now a man, if quite a sullen-looking one. One thing had not changed in the slightest, however. His eyes were as piercing and analytical as they had always been. "I might have been late, but your friend made a show of it. Even for me, that was hard to miss," Kakashi shot back. Itachi's freshly activated Sharingan shifted over to his partner, who had also removed his hat to reveal an almost shark-like face. "If I'd had it my way, this conversation never would have happened. We don't mean you any harm as of now," the Uchiha said. Kakashi pulled up his forehead protector to reveal his own dojutsu, his eyes narrowing. "I find that hard to believe. What are you here for? What's in the box? This can't be just petty theft. Out with it," he asked. The sword-wielding man, whom Kakashi rightly recognized to be Kisame Hashigaki of the Hidden Mist, then made his voice heard. "We're here on business. Nothing that concerns you. Now, if you're all eager to contest us, I'm more than willing to let this get messy," he said, brandishing his sword from his back and pointing it toward the quartet of Jonin. At the unsubtle threat, Guy and Asuma each drew kunai. Much to the group's surprise, Itachi shook his head. "We've already drawn more attention to ourselves than I would have liked. Kakashi-san in particular won't fall easily. Your methods are too grandiose," he chided Kisame. The swordsman scowled, but lowered his weapon. Itachi then turned his attention back to Kakashi. "He's correct. What we're here for is no concern of yours. I'd suggest stepping aside," he said calmly. As unprovoking as his tone was, there was a threatening underbelly to his words that did not go unnoticed by Kakashi. There had always been a hidden edge to Itachi, and his multi-year absence as a rogue had only sharpened it. "As far as I'm concerned, you being here at all is grounds to toss you in a jail cell or kill you. You're practically on the cover of the bingo book," the silver-haired ninja said, holding his ground unflinchingly. Itachi sighed and unbuttoned the top 3 clasps of his robe. "Is that so? Well, in that case," he said, vanishing into thin air before his sentence could conclude. Kakashi then felt breath on the back of his neck. "I'll make this as clean as I can," the Uchiha finished. Whirling around reflexively, Kakashi barely managed to catch Itachi's wrist before he could drive a kunai straight into his abdomen. They matched strength for a tense few instances, and the resulting stalemate was telling. For all that neither man budged, a vein popped on Kakashi's forehead, and Itachi's expression remained unchanged. Their struggle was interrupted briskly, as Kurenai and Asuma both came charging in from both sides. Reacting with more immediacy than Kakashi could muster, Itachi kicked the copy ninja square in the chest and sent him flying back into the bulletin board. As he crashed down onto his back, Kakashi caught sight of the short exchange that took place between his fellow Jonin and the rogue Uchiha. In a space of time insufficient for Kakashi to even complete his fall, Itachi froze Asuma in place with a mere glance and doubled him over with a harsh knee to the gut. With only Kurenai remaining, he sidestepped her linear blitz and knocked her out cold with a chop to the back of her neck. Each movement was completely lacking in fat, and he had performed them all effortlessly. In one exchange, he had completely incapacitated Kurenai, and by the time Kakashi regained his bearings, Asuma had yet to rise from his knees even though the blow to his gut not having been particularly devastating. Rushing to his feet, Kakashi stole a look to his right, where Guy was fiercely engaged with Kisame. Things had spiraled out of control and quickly at that. Worse yet, they were down 2 combatants right from the start. Numbers were the same on both sides, and if Itachi's ease of dominance was any indication, they were in no way evenly matched despite that fact. Ignoring the ache in his sternum, Kakashi drew a pair of kunai and ran in to engage once more. Itachi produced his own blade and met his aggression with patience. For nearly a minute they dueled in close quarters. In that time, Kakashi was unable to strike the Uchiha even a single time. At numerous points, time would seem to skip forward ever so slightly. One moment, he would be facing square with Itachi, and the next, without any movement or use of a substitution, the rogue Uchiha would be right behind him. As a result, he was countered at every turn, and his nose was soon made to bleed. Finally, after a dozen or so confusing exchanges, Kakashi was knocked backward for a second time. He managed to keep his footing, but was forced down to a knee by the ringing in his ears. He was being comprehensively battered. "You can't look him in the eyes, Kakashi." The copy ninja jerked his head left, where Asuma had regained his autonomy at long last. The advice was obvious, and Kakashi had done his best to avoid direct eye contact with Itachi throughout their scuffle. Unfortunately, it was far easier said than done. Their eyes had met in passing multiple times amid the chaotic dust-up, and Kakashi had paid the price. The genjutsu had been subtle, but it had robbed him of his effectiveness. Spitting blood out of his mouth, Kakashi readied himself for another round. "You were a good kid, Itachi. It's a real shame you became such a rotten man," he said. The rogue Uchiha responded by vanishing once again. When he appeared, he was within inches of Itachi, with his eyes boring into Kakashi's. The ability to recognize a problem and the capability to solve it were two very different things, and for all his awareness, the gap in speed and strength was simply too much for Kakashi to parse. In a fragment of time too small to be perceived, the world around the Jonin completely melted away into a jumbled stew of colors. His body numbed, his hearing muffled, and his sight blurred. Even his sense of smell was suppressed. When his bearings were returned to him, he was no longer in the town square, and he was no longer a free man. He was strung up on a wooden cross, with his arms and legs tied in place by thick leather cords. The cross was standing in an endless shallow pool of water reflecting a deep red light from the featureless sky. He was in another reality entirely, almost certainly a genjutsu, but one completely unlike anything he had ever experienced. He was not alone either. Standing before him with a sword in hand was Itachi. "It wouldn't have come to this if you had simply stood down like I asked," the Uchiha said, almost sounding disappointed. Kakashi struggled against his bindings, but they held painfully firm. "I have a job to do. Besides, you wouldn't even give me a real explanation for why you're here at all," he said. Itachi stepped forward, testing the distance between them with his blade. "There are things you don't understand, Kakashi-san. Plots in motion you aren't even aware of," he said, stabbing the sword into the Jonin's side. The anguish and sensation felt all too real. He felt his skin rip, his blood flow, and his organs puncture. To make matters worse, a crowd composed of clones of Itachi soon appeared, and its scope may as well have been infinite. "Don't bother straining. This is my world, and you're my subject," Itachi said, his voice echoing 1,000 times over in the swarm of copies. Kakashi was unable to respond, as he was stabbed by 2 clones before he could do so. For what he felt to be 3 entire days, The Jonin was repeatedly skewered all over his body. Every time it seemed as though Itachi had run out of places to stab, his wounds healed just enough to be usable. After 72 hours of torture, the dark red world of anguish cracked and broke. Suddenly back in the town square, Kakashi found that he was down on his knees at Itachi's feet. From what he could tell, despite the horrific length of the cruel illusion, practically no time at all had passed in reality. Guy and Kisame were still battling several meters away, Kurenai was still unconscious, and Asuma was still looking badly crippled by what Kakashi could only assume was a similar experience. Glaring up at Itachi, Kakashi saw something strange. The rogue was staring straight ahead, his eyes transfixed on something. Mustering what little strength he could, Kakashi managed to turn around enough to look behind him. What he saw froze him in place. Unexpectedly, blood started slowly flowing from his Sharingan eye. Seemingly without knowing, the worst-case scenario reared its ugly head. Unknown. The figure's lone eye, once hidden in the overwhelming darkness, suddenly opened. A single blue eye gleamed through the void, revealing a presence that transcended the limitations of its senses. The eye reflected a profound awareness, as if the figure had become a nexus between the ethereal and the unknown. Soon the darkness around him began morphing. He began to see visions that'll change his view on his ideals completely. His lone eye focused on the vision that became clear as day. A pregnant woman was walking down the aisle. Her dress was as white as the untouched snow around the pool of the gardens. Even from a distance he could see that the bodice was sewn with pearls and silver and golden thread. Pearls were woven into her red hair as well, which was half braided back from her face to allow her golden curls to tumble down her back. Around her shoulders was a black cloak made of fine velvet. He swallowed hard as she came to a halt on the opposite side of the pool to him. Everyone in the gardens seemed to have turned to stare at her, and he vaguely wondered if she looked as enchanting to them as she did to him. He had always known she was beautiful. It seemed only now he was appreciating just how captivating she really was. He took a deep breath, knowing that this was it. He could not allow the silence to continue much longer. "Do you take this man before the gods?" the priest proclaimed. "I do," she smiled beautifully. "And do you take this woman before the gods?" the priest proclaimed. "I do," he smiled, a tiny smile for her. He offered his hand at once, and she gave her own without hesitation. Naruto put a little pressure on her hand as he took it in his, holding her eyes and sharing a smile with her before they both turned slightly to face the holy tree. They knelt as one, their hands still clasped, and bowed their heads in submission to the priest who started the ceremony. A happy, contented life and family. After being alone for so long, that's all he asked for. That's all he ever wanted now. He squeezed her hand lightly again once he had finished, hoping that she would understand the pressure. She squeezed his hand back, and he assumed that she had. They both went to kiss to seal the marriage, but time froze. "It's time to wake up, Naruto." A voice rang out. Suddenly he was filled with volatile chakra. The void within his soul slowly been mended. The ground began to shake and Naruto screamed, falling through the black void. Soon the figure's lone eye, previously hidden in the darkness, suddenly opened. A single blue eye gleamed through the void, revealing a presence that transcended the limitations of its senses. The eye reflected a profound awareness, as if the figure had become a nexus between the ethereal and the unknown. Darkness surrounded Naruto. He felt as if he was floating in air. His mind was still in a haze. He tried to open his lone eye. Finally, he blinked his eye open, sitting up as he did so. Had he already woken up? It felt like he'd just been stabbed a second ago. He was still tired and miserable and just didn't want to deal with all the stuff that being awake would inevitably bring. Blinking the last of the drowsiness from his eye, the Uzumaki looked around for a moment before realizing that he couldn't be in anything but the afterlife. After all, there wasn't anywhere in the world that was just a blank, endless expanse of nothing. He tried to get to his feet, thinking quickly. Where am I? Am I really dead?" whispered Naruto to the void, hoping for someone to answer him. He just wanted to hear a voice that would assure him, to ease him. He believed himself to be dead. But was he truly? Naruto felt the hairs on his neck. Suddenly he was on edge. He didn't know how, but he knew he wasn't alone here. Someone else was with him, just out of sight. Suddenly a voice cut through the air like a knife through butter. "So that is our dream." A deep voice seemingly coming from everywhere. "Face me? Where am I?" the blonde asked desperately. "You're in a realm between life and death, that which is eternal." He twisted around quickly and spotted a man some ways away. It almost resembles him. He was a red-hair man with the most scariest eyes he has ever seen. His chakra was emitting from his body and his eyes glowed red. The stranger was wearing a slim-fitting white robe, navy blue pant leggings and shirt sleeves poking out from underneath the robe's lower half and sleeves, respectively. There was a whirlpool necklace pattern going along the open neckline, said opening reaching down to just above the middle of his chest. He bore matching tattoos on his chest and back. On his chest was a vertical column of 6 magatama or tomo topped with an emblem resembling a black mallet across his chest. And on his back was a vertical column of 6 smaller black mallet emblems. Naruto felt a sudden lump in his throat as his gaze reached the man's face, but what captured the young shinobi attention the most was his solid red slitted irises, filled with surprise, understanding, and something else he couldn't quite identify. Anger maybe, but not directed at the younger of the two. It's me," Naruto muttered, lone eye widening in recognition. The older Naruto didn't deny the accusation, just stood there motionless. "We're two of the same halves, you're Yang and I'm In," Naruto proclaimed. "In? But where are we? A realm between life and death, that which is eternal. Just what kind of place is it?" questioned the young boy as he stared at the man tired and numb. The light did not obey young Naruto's whim as the realm was dark, too dark. "A realm of nothingness would be precise," answered the man. "A place that sits between two higher powers. Welcome to the void of darkness." Naruto stared at it for a moment, taking in his words. Just where was he? How is he talking to himself? Naruto donned a small smile. "It doesn't matter anymore. Well, that's good if I'm dead. Maybe now I get to see my mother. I'm finally free." Silence permeated throughout the void until the man spoke once again. "You're not dead. Yet. Just stuck for the moment." "Well, why am I here?" The figure stared at Naruto for a moment longer before finally speaking. "As you can see, I'm you. The In version of you that you refuse to accept." Young Naruto, still confused, posed a question. "So you're me, but do you want from me?" "I want you to accept your fate. The people in this village, no shinobi itself, are pitiful. The real truth is, there are billions human beings on the planet, and those feeble children exist for the sole purpose of feeding the true lords of the world. Honestly, it's pathetic how shinobi fight and kill each other, not realizing the true corruption at hand. Before it was the fight for peace, but now it is simple subjugation. The federal lords control everything. You have no say-so unless you change fate itself. You and me? We are the pillars of change." He shook his head in disappointment. "How can we really change the world? Is that even possible? In this world, people only listen to power. If you instill enough fear to the people with your overwhelming power, then people know the world itself will bend to your will," he said sagely. Young Naruto looked down to the ground in sadness. He wanted to be a hero, not make people fear him. "That goes against my nindo I made. I must protect the world. I must be a hero." Naruto smiled softly and shook his head. "Hero, huh? You sound just like that foolish Sannin." His face turned cold. "But like him, you are naive child. Look into my eyes and see the truth." Slowly he placed his hand on young Naruto's chest, embedded the 9 tails within. The boy eye widened, then suddenly, young Naruto gripped Naruto's wrist as red chakra started to form around him. Its energy sizzled, crackled like lighting in the heavens. The red energy hissed upon bodily contact, causing young Naruto great pain. He screamed when memories suddenly flashed once more. For a brief second, he saw a red-haired woman being held by a blonde-haired man. Even in birth, a celebration of life, you was stained with blood. "Naruto," a feminine voice echoed his mind. "My Naruto, don't be a fussy eater. Eat a lot and grow up to be a big boy. Go to bed early and sleep well. Take your bath every day." The voice coughed. She sounded like she was in pain. "Make friends, it doesn't matter how many. Just make sure they're real friends. People you can trust, even a few is enough. And study your ninjutsu. I was never good at it, maybe you will be. Everyone has things they are good at and things they are not. So don't feel bad if you can't do it all. Make sure you listen to the teachers at the academy. Young Naruto's head continued to spin as he kept screaming. The red chakra whirled around him and began to sprout tails. 1, 2, 3. There's so much more I want to say. To teach you. I want to stay with you. I love you, my baby. For 5, 6 tails. The agony continued. In Naruto's voice rang out, "You have always been a lone child." He showed him visions of his childhood. He was always treated differently than the rest of the children in the orphanage. He noticed when the caretakers left the door to his room open on rare occasions that the children who ran by or curiously peeked into his room were better dressed than him. The quality of their clothing was still secondhand, but it wasn't as shabby as his. It wasn't the lack of resources that kept him in rags unfit for the weather. It was deliberately done by the caretakers of the orphanage. The other orphans were dressed warmly for the impeding cold weather, but he was in thin, inadequate rags. The children were also treated with affection and care. They were hugged by the caretakers, doted on. They had their small injuries treated gently and dressed carefully in bandages. They were also fed regularly as the children ran inside from the large playground for their 3 consecutive meals, while he only had 1 meal for the entirety of the day. It confused him greatly, and it also made his anger grow. Why was he treated so differently? Why was he treated so terribly? What did he do wrong? He was only a child, a literal toddler. Why was he treated with such scorn? He couldn't fathom any excusable reason for the treatment he faced. He was a defenseless child. He knew there had to be a reason. Nobody treated anyone with so much hate for no reason. He couldn't find any answers, and the maltreatment continued, and he was helpless to it all in his small, vulnerable form. The words and actions of those around him were legitimately abusive. With every bruise he received, his ire grew and his rage simmered, but he held it all in, cataloging every person who hurt him, committing their words and actions to his memory so he would make them pay. He would give it all back when he was stronger. He would make them pay for hurting him. He will not be the type to let bygones be bygones. 6, 7. He continued to shake in pain. He grew more bitter and resentful with each passing moment. He had nothing to look forward to. No friends and no kin. He had nothing. He did not want to form any relations. Everyone despised him. He had no want for any of it. When he grew strong enough, he would leave this wretched place. As the visions clung to his mind, the old memories played again. He snarled like a wounded animal and clenching his fists in fury as he shook in pain. The cruel laughs echoed around him as he was shoved and kicked down by those older, stronger and larger than him. The hatred not only stemmed from the orphanage, but it was present everywhere. He was hated by everyone. "Except you are unwanted in this world, but we can fix that." Even outside onto the streets, he found the hatred was even worse. The civilians and adults were even more cruel in their words and vicious in their treatment. At least with children, they would beat him down or throw around the same insults repeatedly due to their limited vocabulary, but adults were much worse. They used more hurtful phrases when they saw him. They glared at him with so much loathing, spitting at him as he walked by them. His small body curled into himself, tight and stiff as he stormed past them. The civilians spoke loudly, uncaring of the pain their words caused. They said that he should die, that he shouldn't be allowed to live, that he should end his wretched life, that he was unworthy to live. Unworthy. 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 A Naruto voice came again. "Soon, child, you'll understand that this world has no place for you and me. The true way of peace is removing the corrupted from the world and unifying it with unyielding power. That is true peace." Different voices of people echoed in his head. Demon. Monster. Beast. Fiend. Unworthy. 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 9 tails. Complete. A vision of a blonde-haired man ate trigram seal. Both the female and male yelled. Young Naruto screamed in pain and became unconscious, slowly mending with the void. The red chakra surged around his body as Naruto's eyes glowed red one last time. He will not be a mere pawn to a village that didn't appreciate his sacrifice. A slave to the shinobi system, his hatred intensified. Hidden Leaf Village. Sasuke walked through the familiar streets of the village, lost in his thoughts. The Chunin exams had concluded, yet the weight of his unresolved past lingered, casting a shadow on his restless mind. Visions of his family, Naruto, the Uchiha clan's demise, and the burning desire for vengeance against his brother Itachi consumed him. As he strode through the quiet streets, an unsettling determination etched across his face. Sasuke contemplated the paths to power. His mind raced with strategies and techniques that could elevate him to a level where he could confront and surpass his formidable brother. To protect everything his family has built, to fulfill the dream the old Naruto would have wanted. Suddenly, a surge of potent chakra jolted through the air, disrupting the stillness around him. Sasuke's onyx eyes widened, and without a moment's hesitation, he sprinted toward the source. The urgency in his movements betrayed a hunger for strength, an unyielding thirst that drove him to seek out the power he believed would pave the way to revenge. Reaching the edge of the village, he scanned the horizon, trying to pinpoint the origin of the chakra surge. The distant echoes of a battle reached his ears, and Sasuke, fueled by both curiosity and the burning ambition within him, sprinted towards the unfolding conflict. Running, he suddenly stopped when he heard a familiar voice. "Look at you, all grown up." Itachi projected, his voice surprisingly soft and reserved. For what felt like an eternity, the siblings stared at one another without a single word more. Then, when the pressure felt as though it might crush them all, Sasuke bared his teeth. Truth be told, he had not expected to ever meet Itachi Uchiha. A small part of him had even wondered if the man was still alive at all. 7 years as a rogue shinobi was a perilous stretch of time, even for those of great strength. Bounty hunters, unpredictable weather, and international authorities were all threats. For his elder brother to have survived such a climate for the majority of a decade had almost sounded foolhardy to the raven-haired boy. The scene was grim, and Sasuke had clearly missed the battle. Kakashi was down on his knees, Kurenai was limp on the ground, and Asuma looked completely stuck on his own knees. The only ally of Konoha in the premises who was not down for the count was Might Guy, who himself was visibly damaged from what appeared to be a long-running duel with a large man wielding a wrapped sword. Most striking of all was Itachi himself, and where he was standing. Kakashi's eyes rested on them. He saw their pupils were red, with 3 distinct tomo encircling them, a set of fully matured Sharingan. Both stood there staring a hole into each other, daring one another to make the first move. The similarities between the two was eerie to say the least. Mostly in the face, while they were not identical, Kakashi could clearly see the family resemblance between the two brothers. Their eyes were similarly shaped, their cheekbones were identical, and their mouths rested in the same position. The differences were predictable. Itachi's jaw was sharper, his face longer, and he was much taller than his brother. From a distance, he appeared to stand nearly 6 feet in height. Pushing the comparisons aside, Kakashi shakily glanced at his student, whose eyes were wide as saucers. His hand, which had been clasping his, slowly slipped from his grasp. With a shaky step forward, the boy's entire body began to tremble. Kakashi reached out and gripped his shoulder, but he was shaken off. Wait SAS? ARGGG. Kakashi suddenly fell to his knees as blood poured from where his Sharingan was. Sasuke's eyes widened as he saw his sensei missing. He then narrowed his own and stared at Itachi in the distance, a silhouette against the backdrop of haunting memories. His initial instinct was to move forward, to confront the complex emotions that stirred within him. As he took hesitant steps, a conflicting storm raged within his heart. His mind echoed with the resolve to do what was right, to find a path beyond hatred and revenge. However, the mere sight of Itachi, the embodiment of a painful past, unleashed a surge of raw anger, a torrent of darkness that threatened to engulf the flickering light of reason. Sasuke gritted his teeth, clenching his fists in an attempt to quell the turmoil within. His internal struggle manifested in a dance of conflicting emotions, torn between the desire for justice and the consuming flames of vengeance. The air crackled with tension as Sasuke faced his brother, the embodiment of a seemingly insurmountable conflict. Dark thoughts whispered in the recesses of his mind, urging him to embrace the shadows, to succumb to the alluring call of revenge. Despite his efforts to move forward, the anger within Sasuke's heart cast a looming shadow on the fragile balance between righteousness and the abyss of darkness. "I've been counting down the days," he finally croaked, his voice hoarse and brittle. A step forward followed. He was emanating a haze of raw contempt that caused everyone to narrow their eyes in slight surprise. "I've been through hell over and over again, all for this. To find you again one day," he continued, his tone regaining its life as audible anger poured into it. He then began to weave hand signs. "And I swore to myself that when I found you," he hissed as electricity began to crackle in his right palm. Kakashi backed up a step as his student's chakra sparked and flared in all directions. "I'd rip your heart out of your chest," he screamed in a frenzied rage. His Mangekyo Sharingan raged in power, which made Itachi almost broke character. "How?" Itachi said to himself. This was too soon. He activated those cursed eyes way too soon. This messed up all his future plans. Suddenly Sasuke blasted across the town square, his right arm completely encased in volatile electrical chakra. Kakashi, ignoring the excruciating pain, felt a panic rise in the pit of his stomach as his student streaked in toward his brother. No matter how enraged he was, the chances of Sasuke being able to overcome somebody who had bested him in combat were utterly non-existent. Predictably, his fears were realized, but the damage that followed would cut far beneath the skin. Sasuke saw nothing but red as he tore across the asphalt toward his brother. There was not a thought in his brain currently that didn't involve the brutal murder of Itachi Uchiha. Recent months had mellowed him and brought him joy. At times, he had even managed to forget about his conviction of revenge for short stints. It never lasted. Note: without Naruto, his brother dominated his subconscious. It was an accomplishment in some small way that he had managed to relegate that bastard influence over him. But seeing him reminded him of his failures. Mother, dead. Father, dead. Shursui, dead. Dozens of uncles and aunts, dead. They had all been taken from him by one man, and at long last, he stood before him. His own flesh and blood, at one point his favorite person. Itachi was within spitting distance, and he would not allow the opportunity to slip through his fingers. The closer he drew to him, the angrier he became. He was the same. Small details had changed. He had certainly grown. But his facial expression mirrored the same cold apathy he had displayed all those years ago. As he came barreling in, Kakashi still reeling in pain from his missing eye jumped aside. He was clearing the path for him. A beat later, the collision came. Sasuke had not known what exactly to expect. He hadn't thought far enough ahead to consider the possible outcomes of such a direct assault on his brother. One thing was for certain, though. No amount of self-awareness could have prepared him for the ease with which Itachi stopped him dead in his tracks. Without even bothering to adjust his feet or back up a step, his brother caught his wrist a few inches from his chest. The interception halted his trek completely. Sasuke could not push through his grip. As the dust cloud he had kicked up faded away, Sasuke clenched his jaw as Itachi glowered down at him. So close to him, with their eyes locked, the younger of the two siblings saw the truth. There was a massive, insurmountable chasm between them. Even with his new eyes, Itachi was beyond him by orders of magnitude. "Have you already forgotten what I told you, Sasuke?" his brother asked, pulling his wrist out to the side despite his efforts to stop him. The boy was unable to speak. Too many emotions were running wild within him. Sensing this, Itachi seized him by the throat and lifted the boy off the ground. "We may have the same eyes, but you're still inexperienced. Growth or no growth, you don't have a prayer without it," he said, applying more pressure to Sasuke's windpipe. Choking and struggling, the genin was completely trapped. Even while floundering, he could still see his eyes. They had changed. No longer were they a set of mature Sharingan. The tomo had fused and twisted into a pinwheel-esque design. He had seen his secret power only 2 other times. "I almost believed for a moment that you'd done it." That scream was convincing. "You certainly do hate me," Itachi said, reeling his broker in toward him with his arm. "But it's not enough. You're still too weak. He sneered. Sasuke's stomach and chest burned with hot fury, but he could do nothing. His jutsu had fizzled out some time ago, and his grip was iron. He was utterly helpless. Itachi then brought his forehead to hers. And at the rate you're going, he began, clamping down on his wrist and breaking the bone in two. You always will be, he concluded as his behest screamed out in pain. As his arm seared with pain, and his world grew fuzzy from the choking, he met Itachi's eyes one last time. It proved to be a mistake, as when he did so, he was completely swallowed by an illusion of his brother's creation. The genjutsu rendered him completely unconscious in an instant. With Sasuke dealt with in short order, Itachi tossed his brother's limp body back toward Guy, which stopped the fight between him and his partner. A disheveled Kakashi who had look of worry on his face was at his side in no time at all. A quick check of his vitals revealed that Sasuke was thankfully still breathing, though his heartbeat was erratic and he was sweating profusely. Standing up and stepping in front of him, Kakashi ignored the pain in his eye and assumed a shaky stance. Itachi gave him a bored look. "Come on, you're smarter than that," he said. It was a pointless fight to pursue, and Kakashi knew it. Every fiber of his body screamed for him to run. He was hopelessly outmatched, and he was already hesitant and afraid. Even at his most violently angry, he would be crushed like an insect. He simply saw no other viable options. Retreat was unrealistic. Diversion even more so. In Kakashi's first and so far only stroke of luck that day, he was not forced down the road of confrontation. Just as he took his first ill-advised step toward the rogue Uchiha, the roofs of the buildings rimming the town square all went up in smoke, and when the clouds cleared away, a dozen or so masked root nin were revealed. Itachi frowned and took a cursory look around. He then cleared his throat. "That's our cue to leave, Kisame-san," he called out to the swordsman. Kisame grumbled something under his breath and knocked the flamboyant jonin away with the flat of his blade. He then rejoined Itachi in the center of the town square. Before any of the other shinobi present could act, the pair vanished in a flurry of illusory crows. When it all faded away, there was an empty space where the two rogues had once stood. Danzo appeared quite troubled. The nine-tailed fox was out their possession. Truly the worst-case scenario, but he couldn't tell them of that information or it would be revealed he was working with the enemy. He will keep this information to himself and work within the shadows to one day get their weapon back. He then looked around and shook his head. They had escaped unscathed, and they had left several broken bodies in their wake. Kakashi was still fell on the ground, clearly barely conscious, as was Asuma. Kurenai was still knocked out entirely. Guy was the only remaining member of what Danzo could assume was the original group that had been resisting Itachi and Kisame, and even he looked worse for wear. "He's in shock. From what? I'm not sure, but she needs to be stabilized," one of the medics said, to which the others concurred. As he awoke, Sasuke's eyes snapped open with a bloody scream. Fire country. In the dim light of the sunset, Itachi and Kisame sprinted through the dense forest, their breaths intermingling with the crisp air. The towering trees enveloped them. Their shadows danced on the forest floor. The only sounds were the rhythmic thuds of their running footsteps and the occasional rustle of leaves underfoot. The air hung heavy with anticipation as they navigated the silent trek towards the border. Each step seemed to echo the urgency of their mission. The big brown box clutched tightly in their hands held the promise of salvation. After hours of heart-pounding pursuit, they finally found a secluded spot to catch their breath. Eagerly, they opened the box, only to discover its emptiness. Itachi's eyes narrowed as Kisame was openly confused. The real question is, where is Naruto Uzumaki? Land of waves. Cerulean blue eyes slowly opened. The boy found himself lying on a vast platform surrounded by water that seemed to stretch to the horizon. The rhythmic melody of crashing waves against the concrete echoed in his ears, a symphony of nature's embrace. The air was filled with the invigorating scent of salt, and the azure sky above stretched infinitely, inviting the birds to dance freely within its expanse. With a profound sense of rebirth, he sat up and felt the spray of water on his skin, a tangible confirmation of life's essence. The waves, like an ancient lullaby, whispered tales of resilience and beginnings. The lone figure stood at the water's edge, his cerulean blue eyes reflecting the endless possibilities that lay ahead. As he marveled at the birds soaring gracefully overhead, he realized that this moment was a canvas awaiting the strokes of his own existence. The world around him embraced his awakening, and with each breath, he felt the pulse of life coursing through him, as if the very act of rising had transformed him into a creature reborn from the depths of the cerulean waters that surrounded him. The unwanted child has finally risen from the dead.